is being built by the Shinde faction. However, all I'd say is that truth shall prevail. Truth is supreme. It may take some time, but we are all patiently waiting, and we will continue to fight the fight.
Okay, Ms. Chaturvedi, thank you so mumuch for speaking to India Today. Of course, that is what the Uddhav faction, of course, while they would say that the real Shiv Sena, they say that the truth will prevail. That battle, of course, on the technicality of it, to be fought in the Election Commission of India. But those pictures, of course, of those two Dussehra rallies that will happen today in Mumbai. Remember, all of these years, in fact, the Shiv Sena held one Dussehra rally, and it was a mega show of strength by the party at the Shivaji Park in Mumbai. Those pictures of Shivaji Park in Mumbai, which has been the traditional bastion. It is in Dadar in Mumbai. The locality is considered to be a Shiv Sena stronghold. And this year,
पहुंचे हैं और फीता काटकर इस तरह से विधिवत एम्स अस्पताल का प्रधानमंत्री ने उद्घाटन कर दिया है। ये सीधी तस्वीरें 3D मॉडल के तौर पर प्रधानमंत्री इसका निरीक्षण करते हुए, और ये तस्वीरें आप देख सकते हैं उस 3D मॉडल का मुआयना करते हुए एम्स अस्पताल बिलासपुर का। और ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि ये जो अस्पताल है, जिससे कि 3D मॉडल का प्रधानमंत्री इस वक्त अवलोकन कर रहे हैं, ये 1470 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक की लागत से ये अस्पताल निर्मित है। और इस अत्याधुनिक अस्पताल में 18 स्पेशलिटी और 17 सुपर स्पेशलिटी विभाग हैं, 18 मॉड्यूलर ऑपरेशन थिएटर, 64 आईसीयू बेड के साथ 750 बेड शामिल हैं। तो आप समझ सकते हैं कितना अत्याधुनिक ये अस्पताल, जिसमें कि 18 स्पेशलिटी और 17 सुपर स्पेशलिटी विभाग हैं। यहाँ पे 18 मॉड्यूलर ऑपरेशन थिएटर हैं, 64 आईसीयू बेड के साथ 750 बेड शामिल हैं। और ये जो अस्पताल है, एम्स बिलासपुर अस्पताल, ये 247 एकड़ में फैला हुआ है। 24 घंटे इमरजेंसी सेवा यानी आपातकालीन सेवा और डायलिसिस सुविधाओं, अल्ट्रासोनोग्राफी, सिटी स्कैन, एमआरआई, ये जो तमाम उच्च स्तरीय तकनीकें हैं, इन तमाम आधुनिक डायग्नोस्टिक मशीनों, यहाँ अमृत फार्मेसी भी है, जन औषधि केंद्र भी है, और साथ ही साथ 30 बिस्तरों वाले आयुष ब्लॉक से ये एम्स बिलासपुर सुसज्जित है। ऐसा कहा जा रहा है कि अस्पताल के जरिए हिमाचल प्रदेश के जो सुदूर जनजातीय लोग हैं और दुर्गम जनजातीय क्षेत्रों में स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं प्रदान करने के लिए डिजिटल स्वास्थ्य केंद्र भी स्थापित किया गया है। साथ ही साथ काजा, सलूनी और केलोंग जैसे दुर्गम जनजातीय और जो अधिक ऊंचाई वाले हिमालयी क्षेत्र हैं, वहां स्वास्थ्य शिविरों के माध्यम से अस्पताल द्वारा विशेषज्ञों द्वारा स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं प्रदान की जाएंगी। और इस एम्स अस्पताल में हर साल एमबीबीएस कोर्स करने के लिए 100 छात्रों और नर्सिंग कोर्स के लिए 60 छात्रों को प्रवेश दिया जाएगा। और जब ये छात्र यहां से पास आउट होंगे तो फिर आसपास के जो इलाके हैं, वहां स्वास्थ्य को लेकर जो स्थितियां हैं, उनमें आमूलचूल परिवर्तन आने वाले दिनों में देखा जा सकता है।
That was, of course, Prime Minister Modi inaugurating AIIMS Bilaspur. Now, shifting focus, amid an escalating row over the trailer of the upcoming film Adipurush, demands to ban the film have started to grow. President of right-wing group Shiv Sena, Vishnu Gupta, has written a letter to the Secretary at the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, urging him to ban the film. Shiv Sena has accused the film of hurting the sentiments of Hindus by misrepresenting Ramayana. They called it an intentional distortion of the holy book just to earn profits. Meanwhile, from Ayodhya to Haridwar, several Hindu religious leaders and seers have registered their protests against the film's teaser. Calling it an anti-Hindu film, they called for its ban. Earlier, Madhya Pradesh Home Minister Narottam Mishra wrote to the director of the film Adipurush, Om Raut, urging him to remove the objectionable scenes from the film. He also threatened to take the legal route if no action is taken by the director.
न्याय के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10
केंद्र बिंदुओं को ही क्यों छेड़ते हैं, उनको सॉफ्ट टारगेट क्यों मान लेते हैं? हिम्मत है किसी और दूसरे धर्म के ऐसे देवताओं को करने की? है तो दिखाना चाहिए। और इसलिए मैंने जो ओम राउत जी हैं उनको पत्र लिखने का अभी तय किया है।
बीजेपी के जो सरकार में जो मंत्री हैं वो तो हिंदू भावनाओं को सम्मान करते हुए विरोध कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमारे जो पौराणिक जो चरित्र है उसके साथ खिलवाड़ कर रहे हैं फिल्म के लोग। लेकिन कांग्रेस आखिर मौन क्यों है? राहुल गांधी क्यों मौन है? प्रियंका गांधी क्यों मौन है? अखिलेश यादव जी क्यों मौन है? अरविंद केजरीवाल क्यों मौन है? तो इनको कहीं ना कहीं क्या इनको हिंदुओं के अपमान से क्या मजा आता है? क्या ये स्पष्टीकरण देना चाहिए? क्या रावण के चरित्र के साथ खिलवाड़ होगा और ये लोग देखते रहेंगे? तो कहीं ना कहीं विपक्ष कंफ्यूज है। उनको या तो स्पष्ट करना चाहिए, श्वेत पत्र जारी करना चाहिए, या तो हिंदुओं की भी भावना का सम्मान करो, या तो सिर्फ मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण करो कि हाँ भाई हम मुसलमानों के लिए वोट के लिए।
हमारे देवी देवताओं का अपमान हो रहा है। हमारे देवी देवताओं का अपमान तो कोई स्वप्न में भी नहीं कर सकता, लेकिन कुछ ऐसे विधर्मी लोग हैं, वो हमारे समाज में भी हैं। सनातन धर्म का अपमान नहीं करेंगे तो इनका नाश कैसे होगा? कैसे महापुरुषों का प्रगट अवतार होगा? तो ये तो इनको करना जरूरी है और परमात्मा का अवतार होना जरूरी है।
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side.
You are watching India Today. Watching India Today.
Welcome back. We're cutting across live to Bilaspur right now in Himachal Pradesh, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in fact dedicating AIIMS Bilaspur to the nation.
के लिए वहां के निवासियों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन। कहा यह भी जा रहा है कि इसी महीने से अक्टूबर से ही अब एम्स बिलासपुर में आपात सुविधाएं भी मिलनी शुरू हो जाएंगी और इसके निर्माण में लगे जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी हैं उन्होंने बताया है कि ब्लॉक ए के 150 बेड की आपात सुविधा, 5 बेड डायलिसिस यूनिट शुरू होंगे। साथ ही ब्लॉक बी में ओपीडी और ब्लॉक सी में डायग्नोस्टिक ब्लॉक, लैब, यूएसजी, एक्सरे, सिटी स्कैन, एमआरआई और ब्लड बैंक शुरू होने जा रहे हैं। और इसके साथ ही आपातकाल की सुविधाओं के लिए 10 बेड, 2 ऑपरेशन थिएटर, 12 आईसीयू अस्पताल और रिहाइश की यहां सुविधा होगी। और यह भी कहा जा रहा है कि जो सेकेंड फेज है इसके निर्माण का, वो अगले वर्ष जून महीने के लिए प्रस्तावित है और उस चरण में ए ब्लॉक और ई ब्लॉक में और अधिक सुविधाओं को शुरू किया जाएगा। इनमें आईपीडी के महत्वपूर्ण दिन, स्वास्थ्य के लिहाज से आज के लिए वहां के निवासियों के लिए 500 बेड शामिल होंगे, इमरजेंसी के 30 बेड, 8 ऑपरेशन थिएटर, 48 बेड, महत्वपूर्ण दिन, स्वास्थ्य के लिहाज से आज के लिए वहां के निवासियों के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण दिन। कहा यह भी जा रहा है कि इसी महीने से, अक्टूबर से ही अब एम्स बिलासपुर में आपात सुविधाएं भी मिलनी शुरू हो जाएंगी और इसके निर्माण में लगे जो प्रशासनिक अधिकारी हैं, उन्होंने बताया है कि ब्लॉक ए के 150 बेड की आपात सुविधा, 5 बेड डायलिसिस यूनिट शुरू के 500 बेड शामिल होंगे, इमरजेंसी के 30 बेड, 8 ऑपरेशन थिएटर, 48 बेड लीनियर एक्सीलेटर को शुरू कर दिया जाएगा। और एम्स बिलासपुर का जो थर्ड फेज होगा, उम्मीद की जा रही है कि वो अगले साल दिसंबर तक, यानी दिसंबर 2023 तक तीसरा चरण भी।
Slipping into a short break, stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
You are watching India Today.
最近の度重なる弾道ミサイルの発射に続く暴挙であり、強く非難をいたします。
Priti, you refused Karan Johar's lust stories because the role centered around the female orgasm and your mother vetoed it.
So my mother was just it is a short film. It's a 20-minute thing about only a female orgasm. I mean, fine, if you're doing a 20-minute thing in a full-fledged film, it still makes sense. But maybe I don't think you should do it at this point. So that was the whole discussion.
So you've been very open, and to your great credit.
I've been very open till now. I'm very open for everything. I have allowed them
कोई love
to
scene
go
हो,
to parties.
कृति की कोई love scene हो,
No, no problem.
You have no problem
I
with that.
don't have any problem.
You've only drawn the line at the orgasm. उसके पहले
Co-presented by Only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-presented by Macho Hint. Fashion बड़े आराम से.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's big statement on Vijay Dashmi advocates equal policy on population, says anti-India and anti-Hindu forces are busy dividing India. Modi's mega Vikas push in Himachal. Prime Minister inaugurates 750-bed AIIMS Bilaspur in pole-bound state. Pole-bound Himachal gets projects worth 3,650 crores. Modi to take part in Kulu Dussehra celebrations. Home Minister Amit Shah chairs Unified Forces meet in Srinagar ahead of a big Vijay Dashmi rally in the terror hotbed of Baramulla. First visit after Article 370 purge. And Mumbai to witness Maha rally face-off between Shinde and Uddhav Sena. Uddhav's Dussehra rally in Shivaji Park, while Eknath Shinde is set to hold another rally in BKC. Now, chorus grows to ban the film Adipurush. Seers protest over misrepresentation of gods, demand to ban the film over insult to gods, outraged Hindu groups right to the centre. 5 killed in early morning road mishap on Mumbai's iconic Bandra-Worli C-Link. Car stranded after pile-up hit from behind by another speeding vehicle. Billionaire Elon Musk says that he is ready to buy Twitter, latest of the dilly-dallying by the world's richest man. All right, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is now going national, thereby kicking off the TRS Mission 2024. KCR will be launching his national party, Bharat Rashtra Samiti, later today, months after positioning himself as a national player and touring states to meet opposition leaders and form a united front against the BJP. Telangana Chief Minister held a key meeting with JDS Netas, cabinet colleagues and all 33 district presidents of the party to discuss the roadmap for the launch of this national party. The announcement will be made during the TRS party leaders' meeting at the Telangana Bhavan. Meanwhile, Telangana Home Minister Mohammad Ali has said that the party flag will retain the same car symbol but will have the outline of the India map on it. Let me cut across to Apurva Jayachandran joining us live. Apurva, a quick word from you. KCR now going national, all set to launch his national outfit. He will be launching his Bharat Rashtra Samiti party later today. Give us a little more. What's the difference between his between this national outfit and what he has within the state?
Well, Nabila, as you can see, the D-Day has finally arrived here at Telangana, where we are here right outside the Telangana Bhavan. And as you can see, cadres have already gathered here with celebrations that are on high out here as well. You know, not only music, dance, but also we're seeing that members from across the state have come out here to support KCR as he is all set to announce the launch of the national party over here, that is Bharat Rashtriya Samiti. Remember, what we do know is that with respect to the launch of the party, national party, we do know that this is going to be one of the key fundamental steps that KCR will want to take. Remember, we've already seen that talks have been underway in across various instances where KCR has talked about bringing forward the TRS party into the national, into the large field as well. And now with the launch, official launch that is set to be announced roughly after 1 p.m. this evening, we do see that this is the kind of tandem. This is the kind of, show and music and love that we see that the Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, is receiving. With respect to drawing comparisons between TRS and BRS, what we do know is that BRS will be an extended form of what will be the mission and what will be the epitome of what the Telangana Rashtra Samiti is. The TRS party, remember, in governance has brought in many schemes, including that of Dalit Bandhu and several others that have been announced as really good schemes and has won laurels as well. And we're also seeing that with these schemes, what we do know, sources do say is that these schemes that have already been centralized for Telangana will go ahead and will be launched across the country as well. That is the main mission of BRS, that is Bharat Rashtriya Samiti. We see members here who have had body paint on them saying Desh ki Neta KCR, as well as TRS to BRS, the transformation that will take place as well. When we look into what will be the politics behind this, we also see that today we see notable leaders from other southern parties, southern political parties, including that of JDS, as JDS leader Kumaraswamy, as well as Tamil Nadu's leader VCK Chief Tol Tirumavalan, who has also arrived here to
and we see that there's pompous celebrations over KCR going national. Let me quickly cut across to BJP leader joining us on the phone line, Krishna Sagar Rao, to give us a little more on what he sees as an opposition Telangana Chief Minister floating his party nationally now. Mr. Rao, a quick word on Telangana Rashtra Samiti. Now turn to Bharata Rashtra Samiti. KCR's national push ahead of 2024. How would you receive this news?
It's a misplaced ambition which will fall flat on its face. And it's a wasteful exercise of public exchequer. As I'm saying public exchequer because it's all the money which is corrupt, which is being invested into a political outfit, which will yield nothing. The Bharatiya Janata Party looks at it in amusement as to a man who hasn't achieved anything in the state in 2 terms of his rule. Now he's planning to do something at the national level. As I said, it's a misplaced ambition, will backfire and fail miserably, because if he is going to lose the USP of what his outfit here was, the regional strength which he had as a regional party, today he is actually axing his own feet by removing it and naming it as a national party. And I also don't understand, there's no concept called launching a national party. Have you ever heard that? Did anybody launch a national party? You will start a party with an ideology and a movement and a clear objective. And then if it is blessed by people in multiple states, you become a national party. You don't find or found a national party. That never happened. It didn't even happen to BJP and Congress. So it is a meaningless exercise, completely out of sync with reality, an imagination which has found some kind of a wing. And because he has the money in his pocket, he's trying to kind of
Well, at the same time, KCR is pitching his Telangana good governance pitch. He basically wants to present his model of what he's done to the state of Telangana across the country and say that this is how I've governed my state. This is what I can do to yours if you vote me to power. And this is the same KCR who's been wanting to float a third front ever since the previous Lok Sabha elections. So he seems to be the real front runner now.
No, he's a front runner in the wrong direction, because the national ambition he has, as I said, is going to fall because there is no actual Telangana governance model, leave alone good governance. The only thing he'll talk about, if you ask him what did you do in Telangana, he'll talk about the freebies he has given to different sections. Now, freebies anybody can do. You don't need to have a robust model to do that. It is exchequer's money which you are giving it away in doles. But other than that, did you do any social reform? Did you bring in about social change? Is it quantifiable? Did you have governance which is within the framework of Constitution? Did you allow a free expression? Did you allow the media to be free? I mean, in all these indicators, Telangana government will fail miserably. What he has only done is just distributed the exchequer's money freely. and then half of it maybe he has pocketed.
As you say that, we have Mohammad Khalilur Rahman, who's a TRS leader, joining us for a quick word. Stay with us, Mr. Dow. Khalilur Rahman, here's a national party that KCR is floating. BJP is saying, what are you talking about Telangana good governance model? Where is the model? You're giving out freebies with all that money that you have, deep pockets. You're doling out freebies to your people to stay as your voters. So there is really no good governance model of Telangana that you can pitch to India.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on your show, and wishing you and Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao and everyone a very happy Dussehra.
I wish you the same, sir.
In fact, today, in fact, is going to be a historical day in the Indian political history, I would say. And Telangana model, in fact, is a model which has touched the hearts of the people. And Mr. KCR, in fact, because the people who call the freebies, they are basically the welfare schemes, which is the responsibility of every state to provide the better living, conditions to and enhance their living standards. And then, ever since Mr. KCR, in fact, has taken the reins of Telangana after, struggling for the separate Telangana hood for well over 14 years, the state was reeling under darkness. And then today you see the farmers' lives have changed. You see a common man today is very happy, and the amount of employment that's been created. And Telangana, which was a newly born state, today in fact is, one of the leading states in the country in terms of development, in terms of growth. So this is the Telangana model, this is the good governance. And ultimately what is needed actually something which, has to do with the, standards of living of the people in the country, and touching their hearts and not playing with their emotions, but rather providing them a platform to achieve their aspirations, which, Mr. KCR has done and proved. And this is what, he's taking it to the national level. And there are, in fact, the other states, the people in the country who have been looking up to Mr. KCR, who have been looking up to the development and the growth of Telangana in this last 8 years. And now the people of the country are there to decide about the future of, our party when it goes national. So it is not BJP or it is not any other party which is going to give the certificate to our chief minister, to our party, that, it is a wrong decision or a right decision. Only the time will say. And time will prove it.
We also have Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, the BJP, who's questioning your governance model, and maybe he could ask you that question. Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao, here you have Mr. Rahman, who says that this is welfare measures and welfare schemes which has been widely accepted. This is possibly the only way you uplift people from their situation. This is the best found formula across the nation which has been adopted, and TRS has done fabulously well in the state, and that's why they've been voted back to power time and again.
See, Mr. Rahman also in the same breath has to actually explain, so how is it different? All the regional parties in the entire country are doing exactly what KCR was doing all throughout since 1947. What is so new? You call in the name of welfare, you dole out money, freebies, you almost bribe the voters, and you do minority appeasement or electoral appeasement socially by dividing the country or the electorate into, caste, creed, geography, and then the communities and religion. That is what he is doing. So what is so new about his model, number one? Number two, what social change did he bring about? Because he's talking about, quantum change which he wants to bring. In Telugu, it's called Gunatmaka Marpu. Now, what is that Gunatmaka Marpu? Quantum change is brought about in Telangana. Telangana, rural areas are now in the grip of alcoholism, compulsive alcoholism. His entire revenue, almost to the level of 65 to 70%, is from alcohol. Now, is this the model you want to replicate in the country? What is the model he's talking about? Is it a model where, you actually give a part of Hyderabad.
A model based on alcoholism. This is what most of Telangana is.
Is that alcoholism a model which he wants to promote across the country?
Mr. Rahman, would you want to respond?
Yeah, definitely, because you know, everyone's perspective of looking at the things is different. It is not, you know, the liquor, or it is not the model what Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao is talking about, which in fact is just for the heck of talking, looks, you know, pretty good sitting at that chair. But what has BJP been doing actually? I mean, they came into power promising 2 crore jobs and the employment to the people, you know, the people, youth every year, and then 15 lakh rupees into every account. And likewise, if I start citing, I mean, there are so many promises which were made by the BJP government in 2014. And where have all those promises gone? Except that definitely, you know, one of the major promises of the BJP government was building the Ram Temple, which in fact they have stood up to. But other than that, when it comes to the development agenda, and when it comes to especially treating all the states on the equal scale, BJP has miserably...
All right. Yeah, well, we've heard what the leaders of the TRS as well as the BJP have to say. Let me cut across to Apurva, who's right now amid all the chaos while the party is now being launched by KCR. Let's listen in.
Is to launch across the schemes of TRS well into the national arena as well. Just a couple of minutes back, we also saw that Chief Minister KCR has just arrived here at the Telangana Bhavan, and he has also what appears to be quite happy that he has arrived here ahead of the general meeting as well. And now with the kind of celebration that we are seeing in a short while from now, the general body meeting will also be taking place now with senior leaders as well. Several cadres who have gathered here saying that CM KCR is the best. Jai Ho KCR. So as you can see, the celebrations here definitely have reached the peak as well, and we do realize and we do know that this will be the official date that the CM of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao, will launch the party's national agenda that will be Bharat Rashtriya Samiti. The BRS party will go on to have the same iconic toys car symbol that will be on the part of the BRS flag as well. But instead of the Telangana party, Telangana state outline, it will have India outline as well. We do see that celebration continues to be the top key out here, as several cadres have been enthusiastic. All who were just a couple of minutes back eagerly awaiting for the Chief Minister arrive now can see that the Chief Minister has just now gone inside. I mean, you can also see the kind of, the iconic pink that stands for TRS there, the festivities, the festoons that have just now started as well. And with the kind of chanting that is clear, that is Jai Ho KCR and, the TRS party ki Jai, all of this, all indicating that the crowds here also quite eagerly had awaited for the launch of Chief Minister KCR's launch of the national party, that is Bharat Rashtriya Samiti.
All right, so there you have all that celebration and fervor on the day of Dussehra. KCR launching his new national party, TRS, now to be turned into a national party, and for that they've got to meet, they need at least 6% of valid votes in at least 4 other states in the Lok Sabha Assembly elections for their party to be recognized as a national party. And from the agenda here today at this meeting at the Telangana Bhavan, KCR is all set to announce his national party and will be, and as per claims from the party members, they will be fighting polls in states like Gujarat, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh. A huge national pitch by KCR. Apurva, a quick word. All right, we've lost a connection. We're going to cut across to tracking these developments for now. Slipping into our next story. Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's currently in Srinagar, as part of his 3-day tour to the Union Territory. Amit Shah is now chairing a unified command meet of Jammu and Kashmir in Srinagar. LG Manoj Sinha, top officials of the army, paramilitary forces, state police and civil administration have taken part in this high-level meeting. The focus will be on tracking the attacks on non-locals in the Kashmir Valley. Amit Shah will then address a mega public rally in North Kashmir's Baramulla town, which is going to be BJP's first show of strength in a town considered to be the hotbed of terrorism. Security has now been tightened in the valley for Amit Shah's visit. Officials have said that multi-tier security has been put in place. Drones are being used for aerial surveillance as well. After the abrogation of Article 370, this will be the Home Minister's second visit to Kashmir.
मैं यहाँ पर कई साल मैंने काम किया, परंतु बारामूला के अंदर 50,000 से ऊपर की अरेंजमेंट हो और इतने लोगों की चिंता कर रहे हों ये लोग, आज अद्भुत नज़ारा है। जो जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए अच्छा होगा वो सब यहाँ पर जितनी स्कीम्स हैं वो अनाउंस करेंगे आज।
जनाब अमित शाह साहब को सुनने की जो चाह है वो जुनून की हद तक पहुंची और जो उम्मीद की जा सकती है 40 से 50,000 लोग आज इस बारामूला के स्टेडियम में उनको सुनेंगे। जहां जम्मू कश्मीर के इस डेवलपमेंट के तरीके से सारा एकदम चेंज हो गया, जम्मू कश्मीर डेवलपमेंट और विकास के रास्ते पे चला। इसी तरह एक पॉलिटिकल सिनेरियो जो जम्मू कश्मीर में हुआ करता था वो चेंज हो गया और लोग अब ज्यादा से ज्यादा मेन स्ट्रीम की तरफ अब रागिब होने।
इनका हम वेलकम करने के लिए आए हैं। यहाँ से करना से 300 किलोमीटर यहाँ से आए, हम वहाँ से वेलकम करें। हमारी 400 गाड़ी वहाँ से आ रही है करना थी, खाली एक तहसील करना की, बाकी 5 तहसीलें हैं। देखो कितनी गाड़ियाँ आएंगी, चल रही हैं गाड़ियाँ। रास्ते में बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ है, लोग बड़े जोश खरोश से लोग आ रहे हैं।
अब आज का दिन जो है मुझे लगता है जम्मू कश्मीर में ऐतिहासिक अल्फाजों में लिखा जाएगा। बहुत ही उम्मीदें हैं क्योंकि जम्मू कश्मीर में हर महीने के बाद खुद पैन ले रहे हैं। मेडिकल कॉलेज चाहिए हमें रामबन के लिए, टूरिज्म डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी चाहिए, बहुत ही उम्मीदें हैं हमें। हम अगर लाख बार भी शुक्रिया अदा करेंगे वो काम।
All right, let me quickly cut across to Ashraf Vani joining us live. Ashraf, a quick word as we see that Amit Shah is all set to chair a unified command meet. Will be addressing all the attacks on non-locals in Kashmir. Tell us, how has Kashmir received Amit Shah's visit today? He's on a 3-day visit, a huge outreach to the community. What more do we know?
The unified command meeting has concluded and already the security plan for the future has been chalked out in that main meeting of the Home Minister here in Srinagar, because this is the one of the crucial meetings in which all the security heads who are based and are working in the Kashmir Valley and the Jammu and Kashmir are the part of that particular meeting. And it was attended by the corps commanders, army officers, as well as by the DGs of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Indo-Tibetan Border Police, BSF, CRPF and other intelligence agencies. Now the Home Minister is heading towards Baramulla, and in short while he will be addressing a massive gathering. It is one of the biggest rallies so far in the BJP history in the Kashmir Valley, which was worked for last so many days, and finally they managed to bring the crowd to listen the Home Minister Amit Shah in Baramulla. Baramulla is the one of the districts in the Kashmir Valley which is adjoined by the hilly areas, and Home Minister is going once again announce something for the Pahadi population. Yesterday he has already said it, today he may said it again. Also some of the development projects which are underway in the Kashmir, they will be launched by the Home Minister himself at 3 p.m. in the Raj Bhavan. But so far during the Home Minister's visit, 3 days visit in the Kashmir Valley, there were some unfortunate and terror incidents. We have seen during last 24 hours, 4 militants killed in Shopian in twin encounters. In fact, one civilian was also killed in an unfortunate misfire by the security forces in Pulwama. He's coming in hospital. So mix up this Home Minister's visit to Jammu and Kashmir. But what will be the vision of the government in the Kashmir? That is the main focus what people of the valley and state union territory want to listen.
Ashraf, thank you very much for joining us on that. Now, cutting across to the death toll in Uttarkashi's Danda 2 Peaks avalanche tragedy, as now we hear that at least 4 people have lost their lives. Those are the confirmed deaths so far. Rescue operations currently in full swing with the NDRF, SDRF teams along with the Indian Army. 4 deaths have been confirmed so far, but 14 others are yet missing. As far as the official reports come in, 14 mountaineers are missing. 4 of them have been declared dead. And this was a group of nearly 40. And so far, we hear that at least 24 of them are not traceable yet. It was on Tuesday when the avalanche hit a trekking group, at least 40 of them from Uddhav Thackeray's Nehru Institute of Mountaineering, including 33 trainees and 7 instructors. The avalanche hit the team at 9 a.m. on Tuesday at an altitude of 16,000 feet. Unfortunately, at least 14 of them missing.
सिचुएशन इवॉल्विंग है और जैसे जैसे आंकड़े और सिचुएशन सामने आ रही है तो वो बताया जा रहा है और आगे भी जो अपडेट्स आएंगे आपको बताएंगे। जो अभी तक मैंने बताया कि सर्च एंड रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन चल रहा है और जो सर्वाइवर्स हैं उनका पहला लॉट यहाँ आ चुका है और उनको सामान्य इंजरीज हैं, उनकी चेकअप के लिए हॉस्पिटल भेजा गया है। यहाँ पे भी मेडिकल टीम्स हैं, उन्होंने भी उनको देखा है। सभी अपनी अपनी तरफ से कंट्रीब्यूशन इसमें कर रहे हैं और पूरी कोशिश यही है कि कम से कम समय में इस रेस्क्यू मिशन को चलाया जाए, पूरा किया जाए।
Right now we are at Matli ITBP helipad in the Uttarkashi district, and through visuals let us show you the relief operations are underway. ITBP, SDRF and NDRF are taking care of the relief operations to evacuate the stranded trainees and instructors which were trapped after a heavy avalanche struck in Draupadi Ka Danda area on Tuesday at 8:45 a.m. Many of them are feared dead, though the rescue operations are still on and there's a hope that many people will be evacuated and will be brought back safely. With cameraman Anil Badoni, Ankit Sharma for India Today, Uttarkashi.
All right, on that note, we're going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Watching India Today.
All right, Kanye West, or Ye as he's known as, is at it once again in his surprise Yeezy 9 show at Paris Fashion Week. He's kicked up a storm yet again, this time again for all the wrong reasons. Let's take a quick look at Ye's latest bizarre stunt.
White Lives Matter. The controversial slogan associated with white supremacists was emblazoned on rapper Kanye West, now known as Ye's shirt, at his surprise Yeezy 9 show at Paris Fashion Week. Unexpectedly, like everything that Ye does, this too has triggered a massive storm. The rapper didn't just stop at sporting the slogan on his sweatshirt. He went a step ahead and jumped onto Instagram his preferred mode for ranting, and dismissed the Black Lives Matter movement that swept America as a scam. Supermodel Naomi Campbell, one of the faces for Kanye's Yeezy campaign, may have walked down the runway for the show but refused to don the controversial outfit. While Will Smith's son Jaden stormed out of the show and lashed out against Kanye on social media. Kanye has been on a tirade, with his meltdowns revolving around his ex-wife Kim Kardashian. Repeated taunts, threats and mockery of the reality TV star have been the norm. But will Kanye West donning a t-shirt stating White Lives Matter, a slogan considered hateful by many, pull the trigger on his dwindling career? Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, on that note, we're going to slip into a short break. On the other side, a lowdown on the entire controversy around the film Adipurush and the clamour for a ban growing around it. Stay tuned to watch out.
You are watching India Today.
The largest producer of mustard in the world is facing a heat wave. We're talking about Canada. The delicious Dijon mustard is France's favorite condiment. A heat wave across the ocean in Canada has caused a drastic shortage. The shortage is evident in France. Canada supplies 80% of the mustard seeds to France. Because of the drought, the Canadian harvest became half in 2021. This has propelled France to grow their own crop. Remember, Europe is battling a fuel crisis and a power crisis post the Russia-Ukraine war. Mustard seeds have become more attractive after a drop in the prices of grains and oil seeds. Jérôme Garbet, a mustard expert, said that 15,000 tons of mustard seeds should be produced, meeting 40% of the requirement. Luc Vandermason, president of the Burgundy Mustard Association, said that store shelves should be replenished in October. He also said the shortage will be completely over in early 2023. We're very confident for Christmas. Being an agrarian economy, India produces its own mustard. Rajasthan is the largest mustard producing state in the country, therefore it's never going to be a problem for India.
You are watching India Today.
Adipurush faces boycott calls. Anger peaks over Ravan portrayal. BJP wades into Adipurush Rao. Slams portrayal of gods in Adipurush. BJP claims Ravan Khiljified. Outrage justified or exaggerated?
So the images of Saif Ali Khan playing Ravan, looking completely different from the Ravan that we've seen growing up in TV series, is what's led to all of this outrage. Netizens are slamming the filmmaker of Adipurush, Om Raut, for misrepresentation of the Ramayana and the way that he's portrayed the character of Ravan in the teaser of his upcoming period epic. Let's get you all the details about the controversy that's doing the rounds and how now this has also become political, with BJP leaders jumping in.
The first teaser of Om Raut's Adipurush is out and things are not looking too good. The movie based on Ramayana is already in the eye of a storm.
दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने अधर्म का विध्वंस करने.
A day after Adipurush teaser was released at a mega event at Ayodhya, it is facing endless flack on social media. While the trailer has been tagged disappointing and childish, outrage is growing over the portrayal of Ravan by Saif Ali Khan for a number of reasons. In the teaser, Saif is donning a beard, spiked hair look, completely different from the Ravan we've seen in films before or have imagined. In several scenes, there is no tripund on Saif's forehead. And even the Janeyu, or sacred thread, is missing. Some argued Saif as Ravan looks more like a Turkish or Mongol invader. Netizens noticed several other changes. Ravan's Pushpak Viman has been replaced by a dragon or a flying bat, leading to questions: is this Ramayana or the Game of Thrones?
आ रहा हूँ न्याय के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने.
What followed next was a torrent of memes ripping apart the teaser. BJP leader and legal convener dived into the controversy, claiming alleged Islamization of Ravan and the Vanar Sena, asserting that creative freedom had crossed the Lakshmana Rekha.
The Ravana in this photograph that I see floating around is a guy who looks nothing Indian, who has blue eye makeup and is wearing leather jackets. This is our history they are misrepresenting. They cannot do it in the guise of creative liberty. This is our history. Ramayana is who we were, who we are. It represents this nation.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश.
There is a lot of talk on how 500 crore rupees have been spent on the VFX, but the outcome in the teaser did not even come close to meeting expectations of netizens. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, several BJP leaders have jumped into the fray, raising objections, questioning this particular trailer. The Madhya Pradesh government too has said that they will take note of what's played out. Narottam Mishra, Home Minister of Madhya Pradesh, is joining us on this broadcast. नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी, पहले हमको ये बताइए कि क्या आपने ट्रेलर देखे हैं और आपकी आपत्ति क्या है इस ट्रेलर से?
अब जैसे हनुमान जी के अंग वस्त्र थे ना, हमारे यहाँ हनुमान जी के अंग वस्त्रों के बारे में स्पष्ट रूप से लिखा हुआ है कि कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा, हाथ वज्र और ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूज जने उसाजे। अब जो हमने अंग वस्त्रों का वर्णन हमारे हनुमान चालीसा में है, ग्रंथ में है, आप चमड़े के वस्त्र पहना रहे हो उनको। हनुमान जी के बारे में उनका देह जो उन्होंने काली बताई है, हमारे यहाँ हनुमान जी की देह के बारे में भी बताया है, लाल देह लाली रचे अर्धर लाल लगूर, वज्र देह दानव दलन जय 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 कपिशूर। एक एक चीज़ का वर्णन हमारे शास्त्रों में हर जगह किया गया है और हमारे शास्त्रों के अनुसार हम ऐसा मानते हैं कि जो भी ग्रंथ में हमारे में लिखा है वो सत्य है। जैसे हनुमान चालीसा में लिखा है, पृथ्वी से सूर्य की दूरी युग सहस्त्र योजन पर भानु, तो जितनी दूरी हनुमान चालीसा में लिखी है, नासा के वैज्ञानिकों ने अभी भी उतनी ही दूरी बताई है। तो ये वैज्ञानिक भी वही सिद्ध कर रहे हैं। आज हमारे रामायण में राम सेतु राम रावण युद्ध का वर्णन किया था। उस समय की तत्कालीन करुणानिधि सरकार ने और कांग्रेस की सरकार ने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हलफनामा दिया कि राम रावण युद्ध हुआ ही नहीं था, लेकिन नासा के वैज्ञानिकों ने बताया कि हाँ यहाँ राम सेतु है, तो सब मान गए। तो आखिर हमारे ही ग्रंथों पे आपत्ति क्यों कर देते हैं ये?
नहीं, वो तो मतलब वो नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी, एक लीगल फाइट अभी भी है राम सेतु के बारे में, लेकिन इस ट्रेलर के ऊपर काफ़ी आर्ग्यूमेंट्स ये भी है कि क्रिएटिव लिबर्टी कहाँ है। अभी जितनी किताबें हैं, जितनी फिल्में हैं जिसमें रामायण के ऊपर, इसकी स्टोरी लाइन के ऊपर भी है, और इसमें काफ़ी क्रिएटिव लिबर्टी लिए है, इसमें भी शायद वही किया है।
बेना, मेरा ये निवेदन है कि थोड़ा बहुत लिबर्टी जब लें, देना भी चाहिए, जब ये कभी कभी किसी और धर्म को भी लें। जमेटो आई बाबा महाकाल वाली तो हमारा धर्म, सनी लियोनी ने गाना गाया मधुबन में राधिका नाचे रे तो हमारा धर्म, सब्यसाची ने मंगलसूत्र के विज्ञापन को लिया तो हमारा धर्म, काली फिल्म विवादित पोस्टर बना तो हमारा धर्म, ओ माई गॉड पिक्चर आई चित्रगुप्त की वो हमारा धर्म, आश्रम आई तो हमारा धर्म। बाकी और किसी में हिम्मत नहीं है क्या ऐसी? या हम ही सॉफ्ट टारगेट हैं? लिबर्टी हमारे ही धर्म में चाहिए आपको।
तो आप बोल रहे हैं सॉफ्ट टारगेट, लेकिन अगर आप देखोगे कि मतलब जो दूसरा साइड है, हमेशा ये कांस्टेंट आर्ग्यूमेंट रहता है कि हिंदूज टॉलरेंट है, एक टॉलरेंट रिलीजन है, और इसलिए कुछ मतलब थोड़ा क्रिएटिव लिबर्टी भी होना चाहिए। क्या अभी ज़्यादा सेंसिटिव हुए हैं कि सब इश्यू, जितने भी फिल्म, जितने भी किताबें हैं, सब एक कंट्रोवर्सी हो जाता है? नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी,
यही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, यही तो कह रहा हूँ ना कि ये जो टॉलरेंस है या जो भी है आप कह रहे हो, ये तरीका ठीक नहीं है कि सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति को बार बार टारगेट की, धर्म को, एक ही बहुसंख्यक लोगों के भावनाओं को आहत करना, ये अच्छा तरीका नहीं है, इसलिए पत्र लिखा है मैंने।
ठीक है। दूसरे कंट्रोवर्सी आपने बताया पहले जवाब में कि जो हनुमान जी पे कंट्रोवर्सी है वो एक चीज़ है, दूसरा है कि जो रावण की डिपिक्शन है इस ट्रेलर में, उस पर भी काफ़ी डिबेट, काफ़ी चर्चा हो रहा है। आपको क्या कहना है इसके बारे में?
अधिकांश पात्रों को उन्होंने अलग अलग रूपों में ही दिखाया है। सीता माता को भी अलग रूप में, उन्होंने अलग वस्त्रों में दिखाया है। इस तरह से उन्होंने सभी पात्रों में कुछ न कुछ छेड़छाड़ की है, जो नहीं, लेकिन
तो फिर आपको लगता है कि जैसे सीता को भी ट्रेलर में दिखाया है उसमें भी प्रॉब्लम है नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी? क्योंकि सीता तो शायद 10 सेकंड के कम के लिए भी फीचर करते हैं ट्रेलर में।
अब जैसे आपके शब्दों में अंग्रेजी शब्द है ना, ऐसे सीता माता का जो ऊपर अंग वस्त्र पहने हैं उसको अंग्रेजी शब्द है जो मेरी जबान पे नहीं आ रहा। स्लीप बोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं उसे? स्लीप है, स्लीपलेस। हाँ, मैं उतना जानकार नहीं हूँ, थोड़ा अज्ञानी हूँ।
नहीं, तो आप बता रहे हैं, so there's essentially a problem with Ravan's depiction, there's a problem with Sita's depiction, there's a problem with Hanuman's depiction. Are we blowing it out of proportion? नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी, हर कैरेक्टर के ऊपर कुछ ना कुछ कंट्रोवर्सी या इश्यू है अभी।
नहीं, मैं तो संवेदनशील इसलिए हो रहा हूँ, मैं संवेदनशील सिर्फ एक बात पर हूँ कि हर बार हमारा ही धर्म क्यों? इसका जवाब आप दे दीजिए या डायरेक्टर साहब दे दें या कोई भी आके दे दे। हर बार एक ही धर्म क्यों? बस इतना सा सवाल है।
ठीक है, तो आपने बताया कि ये आपके प्रॉब्लम है, ये आपकी आपत्ति है। आपकी मांग क्या है अभी फिल्म मेकर से, डायरेक्टर से?
ये दृश्य आपत्तिजनक हटा दे, आपत्तिजनक दृश्य हटा। मैंने लिखित में लिख के दे दिया है ना, मैंने तो ये लिखित में भेजा है पत्र उनको, डायरेक्टर को। कोई ज़्यादा बड़ी मांग नहीं है मेरी, आपत्तिजनक दृश्यों को हटा दें।
लेकिन वो कैसे कर सकते हैं नरोत्तम मिश्रा जी? ये फिल्म जो मतलब पूरे बने हैं, हम सबको पता है कि स्टोरी क्या है, रामायण की स्टोरी है। वो कैसे काट सकते हैं इस फिल्म को कि रावण के जितने भी सीन्स है हटा दे? तो फिर स्टोरी क्या है?
मैंने आपको जितने अभी नाम पढ़ के सुनाए थे ना, मैंने आपको भी जितने महाकाल की जमेटो आई थी, सनी लियोनी का मधुबन में राधिका गाना आया था, पूरा गाना ही बदल दिया था ना। इसमें महाकाल वाली में पूरा सब्यसाची का मंगलसूत्र बदला था, काली फिल्म के विवादित जो पोस्टर सब बदल गए थे। जैसे वो सब बदले ऐसे ये बदल जाएगा। आप प्रतीक्षा करिए सिर्फ।
ठीक है, Narottam Mishra ji, thank you for joining us here on India Today, taking the time out and speaking to us on this entire controversy. The big news break that's coming from the conversation that I just had with the Madhya Pradesh Home Minister is that he's confirmed he's written to the director Om Raut on this issue. The minister has in fact highlighted to the filmmaker, saying that no Indian filmmaker is expected to depict our gods this way. He's also said that sentiments of the people have been hurt. It's natural that their sentiments will be hurt by this teaser. He's also, in that letter which he showed here on India Today, urged the filmmaker to remove any such depiction and take care that such errors are not repeated in the future. So essentially a warning that's being shot off by the Madhya Pradesh government to the filmmaker Om Raut, saying remove these objectionable parts. If that doesn't happen, if the filmmaker doesn't respond, what will happen next? We'll have to wait and watch.
अधर्म का विध्वंस करने।
Let's explain to you what this controversy is all about. Obviously, the trailer of Adipurush has ruffled a lot of feathers, and it's particularly over several of the characters. Yes, there's been quite a bit of trolling also over the poor graphics, the poor VFX used in the movie, which is evident from the trailer. But the larger controversy is over the depiction of Ravan, the depiction of Hanuman as well. Let's show you what we've seen largely in most of the films, books, how these iconic epic characters are depicted. Let's begin with Lord Ram. You see a clear similarity here, and that's why Prabhas right now, superstar Prabhas after Bahubali, is being hailed for his depiction of Lord Ram in Adipurush. Very similar to what you've seen largely in other movies and other TV series as well. So over Lord Ram, there's no controversy, because you can see that a lot of the elements that make Lord Ram, make his character, have been retained in this depiction as well. Let's show you the other characters. While Lord Ram, there's not much controversy over Hanuman too. Right now, there's a huge controversy over how he's been shown, over his character, over his looks, what he's wearing, all of that. What you see there on the right is the images from one of the most popular depictions of Ramayana, and how Hanuman was shown there versus here. You can again see very, very big difference. Now, obviously, there's an attempt to modernize. That's what you can make out, at least from these two stills. But in the process, it looks like many people feel that their religious sentiments have also been hurt. So clear difference there in how Hanuman looked in the TV series, films that we've seen growing up, versus today's Adipurush. Let's show you the next image, the most controversial of the lot, the depiction of Ravan in this film, or at least in the trailer. Now, what you see there is the image of Ravan. Long hair, no beard, mustache, and you can see that he's wearing a janayu. He has the tripund as well on his forehead. In Saif Ali Khan's Ravan, which you see here on your screens, he is sporting the tripund in some scenes, in some he isn't. Netizens are saying that's impossible. Ravan was known to be a staunch Shiv Bhakt, a Brahmin, always sported the tripund, and some scenes Ravan in this film isn't showing. Besides that, of course, you can see that the Pushpak Viman has been replaced by a demon that Saif Ali Khan playing Ravan is riding. And you can see in the entire look itself, how Ravan looks there versus here is completely different. Saif Ali Khan sporting a bearded look with short hair, spiked hair. Now, most of us know the classic tale of the Ramayana because it's been told and retold for generations. You've got books, you've got movies, animated series, you name it. The story of Lord Ram, of Ravan, and has had many interpretations, and never has it been under the spotlight so much, or for that matter gotten so much criticism. Is it fair to be questioning Adipurush? Is it fair to be questioning this creative liberty that we've been referring to? Because in our next report, we get you some of the instances of how the story of Ramayana has been used before by storytellers. They too have taken their own liberties without so much controversy.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश, के हाथों होकर रहेगा न्याय का
The magnum opus Adipurush, in the eye of a storm over the portrayal of Ravan by Saif Ali Khan. Based on the epic Ramayana, the makers have clearly taken several liberties while recreating the characters, particularly that of Ravan, and it hasn't gone down well with netizens, with many slamming what they say is an Islamization of Ravan.
Janapatiya Kampan, Prahas, Mahaparsh, Durmukh, और मंत्रिमंडल के सदस्यगण
Most connect Ravan or Lord Ram from the projection shown in TV series like Ramanand Sagar's Ramayan in the 80s, or even animated shows that some have grown up with. Why is it that everyone is up in arms over this film when there have been several works of art that have previously also experimented with the looks of Lord Ram and Ravan? Let's give you a few instances. The most famous interpretation of the epic has been in the Shiva trilogy books by author Amish Tripathi, which kept the sanctity of these mythological characters intact while telling fictional tales. In 2019, Amish's book Ravan, Enemy of Aryavata, was published, and it chronicles the life of Ravan until the time he kidnapped Sita. In this book, Ravan's Pushpak Viman is a plain chopper hybrid, but is stuck to the stories of legend when it comes to Ravan, describing him as intelligent, sharp, as multi-talented, and plays the Ravana Hatha instrument. Several films too, like Adi Purush, made their own interpretation. Mani Ratnam's Ravan was a clear retelling of the Ramayan, but with a twist, where he questioned the core story of the Ramayan of Lord Ram as the Maryada Purushottam, and instead Ravan being humanized and someone fighting for his people's rights. There have also been mega hits like SRK's Ravan, which borrowed from the Ramayan epic for the name of the villain.
क्योंकि अब तुम्हारे पास एक नहीं 10 है तो ढूंढो मुझे जीवन और अगर असली रावण नहीं सुना तो गेम ओवर हाथ छोड़ो लक्ष्मण.
Even Main Hoon Na tells the story of two brothers, Ram and Lakshman, with the antagonist character named Raghavan. Bollywood has for long now taken inspiration from the epics and given it their own twist. So is it fair to now pick and criticize Adi Purush? The jury is out. Bureau Report, India Today.
So here on India Today, we believe in putting out all versions, which is why in that report we also highlighted how there have been several interpretations of the Ramayana, and never has there been so much controversy or so much discussion. The teaser for this film has also garnered a lot of attention for other reasons, because many of the images that have come in from the trailer caught netizens' eye, and they started highlighting similarities between Adi Purush, between the images and the scenes that have been shown, at least the so-called grandeur, with scenes from several other very, very popular TV series like Game of Thrones, like the movie Planet of the Apes, and all of this even as the VFX of the film has been referred to as cartoonish and is disappointing. Let's talk about that, the similarities of this teaser, of this trailer with other films and popular TV series.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश.
The makers of Adi Purush wouldn't be a happy bunch after the launch of the movie's trailer triggered a tsunami of outrage, bound to release next January.
आ रहा हूं न्याय के दो पैरों से अन्याय के 10 सर कुचलने.
Apart from portrayal of Ravan and Hanuman, its VFX has also been scrutinized intensely on social media, with many describing it shoddy. Now, netizens are picking apart the teaser frame by frame and comparing it with many blockbuster Hollywood movies. While some have claimed that Ravan's flying demon, inspired by the dragons in the Game of Thrones, called out the look of the Vanar Sena, claiming that they look straight out of the Planet of the Apes.
No mercy, no peace. This is war. Apes together, strong.
Similarities have also been drawn between the underwater scene of Lord Ram in the movie with shots of Jason Momoa in Aquaman.
Now I need something more.
Potterheads have claimed that the demons swirling over Ram look like Dementors from the Harry Potter saga. Marvel fans haven't been kind to the movie either. From comparing the walk of Ravan to Hela in Ragnarok.
I'm Hela.
I'm just a janitor.
You look like a smart boy with good survival instincts.
To Ram walking with Lakshman and Hanuman to the iconic Avengers Assemble shot, the similarities drawn are many.
Assemble.
Made with a budget of 500 crore rupees, Adi Purush is one of the most expensive Indian films ever made. Filmmakers could now be hoping that movie buffs will now pass these apparent flaws when Adi Purush hits the theatres in January. Bureau Report, India Today.
And it's because of this and much more that you're seeing boycott Adi Purush currently trending on social media. India Today was the first to get you all the reactions and the controversy playing out over this particular film. So trust us to get you all the latest updates on this.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Evolution. In the year 1859, Charles Darwin published a book that turned the world on its head, On the Origin of Species, which explained one of nature's sharpest impulses with startling clarity: the process of natural selection. 2 decades later, on India's western shores, a political outfit began its journey. Born from a reprisal against the masters that ruled, it gradually became a struggle for freedom, a dream that came true in August 1947.
A century-long sustainability of a political party, those fundamental convictions remain valid till today.
Those fundamental values of pluralism, of humanism, of living and letting other people live, that is what is the sine qua non of the Congress party.
We want to keep the country united. When the Congress is united, country was united.
But what Darwin told the world about evolution did come true with this political outfit.
हम इस भारत को एक सुंदर भारत, एक साफ भारत, एक प्रगतिशील भारत, एक चमकता भारत हम बनाएंगे.
The strength of the Congress, when it is in power, that the Congress is doubly strong when it is sitting on the opposition benches.
It grew, it matured, and it evolved.
I will endeavor to measure up to the responsibilities which this position imposes.
ये पार्टी कहीं खत्म नहीं हुई, ये पार्टी बहुत आसानी से जग जाती है.
But over time it became clear that the outfit had begun to overlook the most crucial core of Darwin's theory, that only and only the fittest survive.
Unfortunately, we haven't changed with the changing times. Congress used to be the predominant political party in India. We used to set the narrative for India.
There is no relevance. You did it by yourself. It is your karma.
Cut to 2022, 75 years after independence, and that party that won India its freedom faces a fully Darwinian crisis.
Modern politics, the perception depends on the kind of narrative we trigger.
So unless we rise to the occasion and change our own views about the new realities, then we can't keep in touch or keep pace with the changing country.
Today, whether they vote or not, we feel that they are on one umbrella. We are.
Cutting across to Amit Shah, speaking at Baramulla, Jammu and Kashmir. Listen in.
प्रणाम कर कर याद करना चाहता हूं, जिन्होंने पाकिस्तान के खिलाफ लड़ते लड़ते अपनी जान देकर अपनी मातृभूमि की रक्षा की थी. और उस वक्त अगर सन 47 में मकबूल सेवानी जैसे वीर नौजवानों ने अपने इस क्षेत्र को बचाया न होता, तो आज यहाँ पर भी पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर जैसा हाल होता. न बिजली होती, न पानी होता, न अस्पताल होता. आज मैं फिर से एक बार मकबूल सेवानी को प्रणाम कर कर उनको श्रद्धांजलि देकर मेरी बात की याद करना चाहता हूं. मित्रों, जम्मू के पीर पंजाल की पहाड़ियां और चिनाब और कश्मीर घाटी से बना हुआ एक क्षेत्र दुनिया में सबसे खूबसूरत क्षेत्रों में माना जाता है. मैं यहाँ 3 दिन से हुआ, तीसरा दिन है। मैं जहां पर भी गया, एलजी साहब को मैं विशेष धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। मोदी जी और मनोज सिन्हा जी ने जो विकास के काम किए हैं, उसकी खुशी यहाँ की जनता के चेहरे पर दिखाई पड़ती है। मित्रों, आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं, कुछ दिन पहले महबूबा मुफ्ती जी का मैंने एक ट्वीट पढ़ा था कि एचएम आप आ रहे हो, हिसाब देकर जाना कि क्या दिया है कश्मीर को। महबूबा जी, कान खोलकर सुन लीजिए, आंख खोलकर देख लीजिए, आप और फारूक साहब दोनों देख लीजिए। हमने क्या दिया है इसका मैं हिसाब देता हूं, मगर 75 साल तक आपके 3 परिवारों ने यहां शासन किया, उन्होंने क्या दिया उसका हिसाब जरा बाद में करना। सबसे पहला काम मोदी जी ने गांव तक जमहूरियत को पहुंचाने का किया है। पहले कश्मीर के अंदर जमहूरियत की व्याख्या थी 3 परिवार, 87 विधायक और 6 सांसद। और आज मोदी जी ने 5 अगस्त के बाद जम्मू कश्मीर में जमहूरियत को जमीन तक, गांव तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। और आज घाटी और जम्मू दोनों क्षेत्र में 30,000 से ज्यादा लोग पंचायत, तहसील पंचायत और मस्जिद में कुछ चल रहा है क्या?
एक कल्ला है म्यावल तस्वीर क्या
मुझे अभी चिट्ठी मिली मस्जिद में, समय हुआ है प्रार्थना का, अब समाप्त हो गया। मैं चालू करूं क्या फिर से? जरा जोर से बोलो, चालू करूं भाई? मोदी जी ने जमहूरियत को 30,000 लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। अब तक 370 जाने के पहले 87 विधायक, 6 सांसद और 3 परिवार था, मुफ्ती परिवार, अब्दुल्ला परिवार और गांधी परिवार। और अब मोदी जी ने लोकतंत्र को गांव के पंच, सरपंच, बीडीसी और जिला पंचायत तक पहुंचाकर 30,000 लोगों को जोड़ने का काम किया है। मित्रों, 30,000 मित्रों, आज तक ये 3 परिवारों ने भ्रष्टाचार रोकने के लिए पूरे देश भर में एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो था, मगर ये 3 परिवारों ने मेरे जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो को घुसने नहीं दिया था। मैं समझ नहीं पाता था क्यों घुसने नहीं दिया। जब यहां आया 1 साल पहले, एक जर्नलिस्ट ने कहा कि साहब एंटी करप्शन ब्यूरो अगर बनेगा तो वो के वो ही धर लिए जाएंगे, वो भला क्यों करेंगे। मुझे बताओ माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में उपस्थित हो, गरीबों का पैसा भ्रष्टाचार की भेंट चढ़ना चाहिए क्या? जरा जोर से बोलिए, चढ़ना चाहिए क्या? मोदी जी ने तय किया है गरीबों का पैसा गरीब तक पहुंचेगा। मित्रों, आज मैं पूछने आया हूं फारूक साहब और महबूबा जी को, आप हिसाब लाइए, 70 साल तक ये 3 परिवारों ने शासन किया, कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट आया जम्मू कश्मीर में, कितनी इंडस्ट्री आई, कितने कल कारखाने लगे, कितने युवाओं को रोजगारी मिली। 70 साल के अंदर सिर्फ 15,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट आया। और मोदी जी ने ये 3 साल में 56,000 करोड़ का इन्वेस्टमेंट आज जम्मू कश्मीर में आने का काम किया है। पहले ये टेररिस्ट हॉटस्पॉट था, आज टूरिस्ट हॉटस्पॉट बना। मित्रों, कश्मीर में घाटी में सबसे ज्यादा साल के 6 लाख सैलानी आया करते थे। आज मैं यहां पर अक्टूबर में आया हूं, जोर से ताली बजाइएगा। पहले 6 लाख आते थे, अक्टूबर तक 22 लाख प्रवासी यहां आ चुके हैं, जिससे कितने युवाओं को रोजगारी मिली है। और ये सिलसिला आगे बढ़ने वाला है। पहले क्या दिया घाटी के युवाओं, मैं बताता हूं आपने क्या दिया। महबूबा जी, फारूक साहब, आपने घाटी के युवाओं के हाथ में पत्थर पकड़ाया, बंदूक पकड़ाई, और मोदी जी ने यहां पर इंडस्ट्री लाकर उसके हाथ में मोबाइल और लैपटॉप पकड़ाने का काम किया है, जिससे युवा अपने आप को रोजगार युक्त कर पाए। मित्रों, आज मैं जब यहां आया हूं तब एक बात बताना चाहता हूं। दहशतगर्दी से कभी किसी का भला हो सकता है क्या? आतंकवाद ने दुनिया में किसी का भला किया, ऐसी कोई घटना हो तो मुझे आतंकवाद के पैरोकार जो है वो बता दे। दहशतगर्दी से किसी का भला नहीं। जम्मू कश्मीर के 42,000 लोग 90 से लेकर आज तक दहशतगर्दी के भेंट चढ़ गए, आतंकवाद के भेंट चढ़ गए। मुझे बताइए भाइयों बहनों माताओं, ये 42,000 लोगों की मृत्यु के लिए कौन जिम्मेदार है? ये 3 परिवार ने शासन किया, वो जिम्मेदार है। अब आतंकवाद धीरे धीरे समाप्ति की ओर जाता है। कुछ लोग यहां पर पाकिस्तान की बात करते थे, मैं आज उनको कहना चाहता हूं, कभी भी आप आइए, हमारे लोगों के साथ बैठिए। पाक ऑक्यूपाई कश्मीर में कितने गांव में बिजली है, इसका हिसाब लेकर आइए। मैं बताता हूं, आज हमारे कश्मीर के अंदर हर गांव में बिजली पहुंच चुकी है। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, भगवान न करे आपके घर में कोई बीमारी आ जाए तो मोदी जी ने 5 लाख तक का इलाज पूरा फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट कर दिया। 77 लाख लोगों को कार्ड देकर आज इलाज के लिए एक भी पैसा खर्च नहीं करना है। 1 लाख लोग ऐसे थे जिनके पास ये बर्फीली हवाओं में भी रहने का पक्का घर नहीं था। 70 साल तक मुफ्ती एंड कंपनी ने, ये अब्दुल्ला एंड सन्स ने शासन किया, मगर 1 लाख लोगों को घर नहीं मिला था। मोदी जी ने 14 से लेकर 22 तक कश्मीर में और जम्मू में 1 लाख लोगों को घर देने का काम किया है। मित्रों, ये सबसे बड़ी उपलब्धि। मित्रों, लगभग 12,41,000 इतनी बड़ी संख्या में माताएं बहनें बैठी है। 12 लाख परिवारों को गैस का सिलेंडर देकर चूल्हे के धुएं से मुक्ति देने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने किया। लगभग 11,87,000 किसानों के अकाउंट में हर साल 6,000 रुपया जमा किया जाता है। जल जीवन मिशन के तहत 58% लोगों के घर में नल से जल पहुंचाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने पूरा कर दिया है। मित्रों, आप एक बात बताइए, ये मुझे सलाह देते हैं कि पाकिस्तान से बातचीत करो। मुझे सलाह देते हैं, जिन्होंने 70 साल तक यहां राज किया, वो लोग सलाह देते हैं पाकिस्तान से बात करो। मेरा स्पष्ट मत है, मैं पाकिस्तान से बात करना नहीं चाहता। मेरे बारामूला के गुर्जर, पहाड़ी और बकरवाल भाइयों बहनों को बात करना चाहता। मैं कश्मीर के युवाओं को बात करना चाहता। जरा खुली नजर से, खुले दिमाग से सोचिए, जिन्होंने दहशतगर्दी फैलाई, इसने कश्मीर का क्या भला किया है? आज पूरे देश के सभी राज्य आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कश्मीर को भी वो रेस के अंदर लाना है। हमें आतंकवादी की बताए हुए रास्ते पे नहीं जाना। कश्मीर का युवा देश के विकास में जुड़े, कश्मीर का युवा पढ़ लिख कर नौकरी प्राप्त कर उद्योगों के साथ जुड़े, ये करने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर रहे हैं। मेरा आपसे निवेदन है कि आप इसमें आपका सहयोग दीजिए। मित्रों, दो मॉडल है यहाँ। एक तो मोदी जी का मॉडल है जो विकास, शांति, सद्भाव और रोजगारी देता है, और एक गुपकार मॉडल है। गुपकार मॉडल ने क्या दिया? पुलवामा का अटैक करा दिया। और आज मोदी जी ने क्या करा? पुलवामा में 2000 करोड़ के खर्चे से अस्पताल बनाने का काम किया। गुपकार मॉडल क्या कर रहा है? पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को लाल जाजम बिठाकर यहां पर ला रहा है। मोदी मॉडल क्या कर रहा है? 56,000 करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट को जमीन पर उतारकर मेरे बारामूला के युवाओं को रोजगारी देने का काम ये नरेंद्र मोदी मॉडल कर रहा है। मित्रों, युवाओं के लिए गुपकार मॉडल में क्या है? पत्थर है, बंद कॉलेज है, हाथ में मशीन गन है। नरेंद्र मोदी मॉडल में क्या है? IIM है, IIT है, एम्स है, नीट है। युवा को पढ़ाई लिखाई चाहिए। अब्दुल्ला साहब, युवा के हाथ में पत्थर नहीं चाहिए। और मित्रों, युवा के हाथ में से पत्थर लेकर पढ़ाई लिखाई कराने का काम हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। मित्रों, हमने एक पॉलिटिकल प्रोसेस शुरू की है। मैं आपको भरोसा दिलाना चाहता हूं कि जैसे ही चुनाव आयोग का मतदाता सूची बनाने का काम समाप्त हो जाएगा, पूरी पारदर्शिता के साथ कश्मीर के अंदर चुनाव करा दिए जाएंगे। आपके खुद के चुने हुए नुमाइंदे यहाँ पर शासन करेंगे। माताओं, बहनों और भाइयों, मैं परिसीमन की बात करना चाहता हूं। पहले जो परिसीमन किया, डिलिमिटेशन किया, ऐसे किया था कि आप कुछ भी करो, ये 3 परिवार के लोग ही चुनकर आएंगे। मोदी जी ने जिस प्रकार की दखल नहीं की, और आज चुनाव आयोग ने जो डिलिमिटेशन किया है, इसके परिणाम स्वरूप आपके ही नुमाइंदे जीत कर आएंगे, आपके नुमाइंदे ही यहां पर शासन करेंगे। मित्रों, दहशतगर्दी से मोदी जी ने लगभग कश्मीर को मुक्त कर दिया है। और आज मैं आप सभी को कहना चाहता हूं, दहशतगर्दों का साथ गांव में भी कोई देता है तो उसको समझाइए, उसको वापिस लाइए, उसको मेन स्ट्रीम में लाइए। दहशतगर्दी से, आतंकवाद से कश्मीर का भला नहीं होने वाला। कश्मीर का भला जमहूरियत से होने वाला है। कश्मीर का भला इंडस्ट्री लगने से होने वाला है। कश्मीर का भला एम्स लगने से होने वाला है। कश्मीर का भला IIM लगने से होने वाला है। मित्रों, बारामूला के अंदर एक जमाने में जब ये 3 परिवार का शासन था, 132 करोड़ का बजट था। कितना था बारामूला वालों, बताइएगा? 132 करोड़। जरा जोर से बोले, कितना था? 132 करोड़। और 2022-23 में मोदी जी के शासन में 132 करोड़ से बढ़ाकर 1515 करोड़ तक पहुंचाने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। DDC और BDC के लिए 110 करोड़ रुपया अलग से दिया है। बारामूला में सरकारी मेडिकल कॉलेज बन रहा है, जो यहाँ के बच्चों को डॉक्टर बनाकर कश्मीर के गरीब भाइयों बहनों का इलाज कराने का काम करेगा। एक्सप्रेसवे नारवल से बारामूला तक, राष्ट्रीय राजमार्ग और बारामूला से उरी तक 850 करोड़ की लागत से एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है। गुलमर्ग बारामूला आना चाहते हैं। बारामूला बाबा रेसी गुलमर्ग तक 43 किलोमीटर का सड़क 85 करोड़ के खर्च से बनाने का काम देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने किया है। मित्रों, 847 करोड़ रुपए से 1.5 लाख परिवारों को शिक्षा के क्षेत्र के तहत आज शामिल करने का हमने फैसला किया है। जो मेडिकल कॉलेज लगेंगे वो मुफ्त अस्पताल भी चलाएंगे। 5 नए डिग्री कॉलेज डांगी, वाचा, हादीपुर, बोनियार, क्रीरी और बोमई में स्थापने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। और बारामूला की मेरी क्षेत्र की बच्चियों के लिए 100 बिस्तर की क्षमता के साथ गुर्जर बकरवालों का एक बच्चियों का छात्रालय रेसिडेंस स्कूल भी बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। 402 पंचायतों में 2 स्टेडियम और हर पंचायत के अंदर खेल के मैदान बनाए हैं। 10 करोड़ रुपया की लागत से 2 इंडोर स्टेडियम भी बन रहे हैं। और गुलमर्ग में, सिर्फ मैं गुलमर्ग की बात करता हूं, आपसे सटा हुआ है, 4 लाख प्रवासी आए थे, 4 लाख टूरिस्ट आए थे। उससे बढ़कर 13 लाख टूरिस्ट सिर्फ सितंबर माह तक गुलमर्ग में आ चुके हैं। मित्रों, आज मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि हजारों करोड़ रुपए के बिजली के कारखाने लगे, हजारों करोड़ रुपए की सिंचाई की योजनाएं लगी हैं। और ये सारा जब लगता है तो समृद्धि कश्मीर की घाटी में ही आने वाली है। माताओं, भाइयों, बहनों, रेल नेटवर्क के सुधार के लिए उधमपुर श्रीनगर बारामूला रेल लिंक का काम शुरू कर दिया गया है। प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना के तहत 3167 करोड़ रुपया की 119 नई सड़कें बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने किया है। और मित्रों, मैं आज आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी जो इंडस्ट्रियल पैकेज लेकर आए हैं उसके तहत 56,000 करोड़ का निवेश आज देश से कश्मीर के अंदर आया है, जिसके तहत 5 लाख लोगों को रोजगारी मिलने की संभावना है। 5 लाख युवाओं। मित्रों, ये विकास इसलिए हो रहा है कि यहां अलगाववाद की बात करने वाले आज साइड ट्रैक पर हैं। मेडिकल कॉलेज 2047 से 14 तक, महबूबा जी और फारूक साहब सुन ले, 2047 से 2014 तक आपके परिवारों ने शासन किया, सिर्फ 4 मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाए थे। 14 से 22 तक 9 मेडिकल कॉलेज नए बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया। 15 नर्सिंग कॉलेज बनाए। पहले 500 डॉक्टर यहां से निकलते थे, अब 1300 डॉक्टर यहां से निकलकर देश भर की और जम्मू कश्मीर की सेवा करेंगे। कश्मीर में एम्स बनाया है, कश्मीर में नीट बनाया है, अनंतनाग, बारामूला, वहां पर नई मेडिकल कॉलेज बनाई है, नीट कश्मीर में बनाया है। जम्मू और कश्मीर में 2 क्लस्टर विश्वविद्यालय बनाए हैं, बीएससी नर्सिंग कॉलेज और 2 कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट भी कश्मीर में बनाने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। और मित्रों, सबसे बड़ी बात मैं आप लोगों को ये करने आया हूं कि धारा 370 के कारण मेरे गुर्जर, बकरवाल और पहाड़ियों को आरक्षण का फायदा नहीं मिलता। आप लोगों को अब तक आरक्षण मिलता था क्या, बताइए? मिलता था? शिक्षा में भी नहीं मिलता था, सरकारी नौकरियों में भी नहीं मिलता था, चुनाव के अंदर भी आपको आरक्षण नहीं मिलता था। मोदी जी ने धारा 370 हटाई और अब एसटी का आरक्षण मिलेगा। इसके साथ साथ मोदी जी ने एक आयोग बनाया, जस्टिस शर्मा का आयोग।
All right, cutting across to Prime Minister Modi in Uttar Pradesh, in Himachal Pradesh is Bilaspur. Let's take a listen.
जयराम ठाकुर जी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष, हम सबके मार्गदर्शक और इसी धरती के संतान श्रीमान जेपी नड्डा जी केंद्रीय मंत्रिमंडल में मेरे सहयोगी और हमारे सांसद श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, हिमाचल भाजपा के अध्यक्ष और संसद में मेरे साथी सुरेश कश्यप जी, संसद के मेरे साथी किशन कपूर जी, बहन इंदु गोस्वामी जी, डॉक्टर सिकंदर कुमार जी, अन्य मंत्रीगण, सांसद और विधायकगण और भारी संख्या में हम सबको आशीर्वाद देने के लिए पधारे हुए मेरे प्यारे भाइयों और बहनों, आप सभी को, संपूर्ण देशवासियों को विजयादशमी के अवसर पर अनंत अनंत शुभकामनाएं। ये पावन पर्व हर बुराई से पार पाते हुए अमृत काल के लिए जिन पंच प्राणों का संकल्प देश ने लिया है उन पर चलने के लिए नई ऊर्जा देगा। मेरा सौभाग्य है कि विजयादशमी पर हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोगों को स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट्स इसका उपहार देने का अवसर मिला है। और ये भी देखिए संयोग, विजयादशमी हो और विजय का रणसिंगा फूंकने का अवसर मिले, ये भविष्य के हर विजय के आगाज लेकर के आया है। बिलासपुर को तो शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य सेवा का डबल गिफ्ट मिला है। कलुरारी, बंदले, धारा ऊपर हाइड्रो कॉलेज, कने थल्ले एम्स हुणे ऐतिरी पहचान गुणी। भाइयों और बहनों, यहां विकास योजनाओं को आपको सौंपने के बाद, जैसा जयराम जी ने बताया, एक और सांस्कृतिक साक्षी का विकार विरासत का साक्षी बनने जा रहा हूं। और बहुत वर्षों बाद मुझे एक बार फिर कुल्लू दशहरे का हिस्सा बनने का सौभाग्य मिलेगा। सैकड़ों देवी देवताओं के साथ भगवान रघुनाथ जी की यात्रा में शामिल होकर मैं देश के लिए भी आशीर्वाद मांगूंगा। और आज जब बिलासपुर आया हूं तो पुरानी यादें ताजा होना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। वो भी एक वक्त था कि यहां पैदल टहलते थे। कभी मैं, धूमल जी, नड्डा जी पैदल यहां बाजार से निकल पड़ते थे। हम एक बहुत बड़ा रथ यात्रा का कार्यक्रम लेकर भी यहां बिलासपुर की गलियों से गुजरे थे। और तब स्वर्ण जयंती रथ यात्रा यहां से होकर, और वो भी मेन मार्केट से निकली थी और वहां जनसभा हुई थी। और अनेक बार मेरा यहां आना हुआ, आप लोगों के बीच रहना हुआ है। हिमाचल की इस भूमि पर काम करते हुए मुझे निरंतर हिमाचल की विकास यात्रा का सही यात्री बनने का अवसर मिला है। और मैं अभी सुन रहा था, अनुराग जी बड़े जोर जोर से बोल रहे थे कि ये मोदी जी ने किया, ये मोदी जी ने किया, ये मोदी जी ने कहा। हमारे नड्डा जी भी कह रहे थे ये मोदी जी ने किया, ये मोदी जी ने किया। और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जयराम जी भी कह रहे थे मोदी जी ने किया, मोदी जी ने किया। लेकिन मैं सच्चाई बता दूं, सच्चाई बता दूं किसने किया, बता दो। ये जो कुछ भी हो रहा है ना, वो आपने किया है, आपके कारण हुआ है। अगर आप दिल्ली में सिर्फ मोदी जी को आशीर्वाद देते और हिमाचल में मोदी जी के साथियों को आशीर्वाद न देते तो ये सारे कामों में वो अड़ंगे डाल देते। ये तो जयराम जी और उनकी टीम है कि जो काम दिल्ली से मैं लेके आता हूं उसको तेज गति से लोग दौड़ाते हैं, इसलिए हो रहा है। और ये अगर एम्स बना है तो आपके एक वोट की ताकत है, अगर टनल बना है तो आपके एक वोट की ताकत है, हाइड्रो इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज बना है तो ये आपके वोट की ताकत है, अगर मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क बन रहा है तो ये भी आपके वोट की ताकत है। और इसलिए आज मैं हिमाचल की अपेक्षाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए एक के बाद एक विकास के काम कर रहा हूं। विकास को लेकर हमने देश में लंबे समय तक एक विकृत सोच को हावी होते देखा है। ये सोच क्या थी? अच्छी सड़कें होगी तो कुछ राज्यों और कुछ बड़े शहरों में होगी, दिल्ली के आसपास होगी। अच्छे शिक्षण संस्थान होंगे तो बहुत बड़े बड़े शहरों में होंगे। अच्छे अस्पताल होंगे वो तो दिल्ली में ही हो सकता है, बाहर हो ही नहीं सकता है। उद्योग धंधे लगेंगे तो भी बड़े बड़े जगह पे लगेंगे। और विशेषकर देश के पहाड़ी प्रदेशों में मूल सुविधाएं तक सबसे अंत में कई कई वर्षों के इंतजार के बाद पहुंचती थी। उस पुरानी सोच को और उस सोच का नतीजा ये हुआ कि इससे देश में विकास का एक बड़ा असंतुलन पैदा हो गया। इस वजह से देश का एक बड़ा हिस्सा, वहां के लोग असुविधा में, अभाव में रहे। पिछले 8 वर्षों में देश अब उस पुरानी सोच को पीछे छोड़कर नई सोच, आधुनिक सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। अब देखिए, लंबे समय तक, और मैं तो जब यहां आता था मैं लगातार देखता था जी, यहां एक यूनिवर्सिटी से ही गुजारा होता था। और इलाज हो या फिर मेडिकल की पढ़ाई, आईजीएमसी शिमला और टाटा मेडिकल कॉलेज पर ही निर्भरता थी। टाटा मेडिकल कॉलेज पर गंभीर बीमारियों का इलाज हो या फिर शिक्षा या रोजगार, चंडीगढ़ और दिल्ली जाना और हिमाचल के लिए मजबूरी बन गया था। लेकिन बीते 8 वर्षों में हमारी डबल इंजन की सरकार ने हिमाचल की विकास गाथा को नए आयाम पर पहुंचा दिया है। आज हिमाचल में सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी भी है, आईआईटी भी है, ट्रिपल आईटी भी है, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट IIM जैसे प्रतिष्ठित संस्थान भी है। देश में मेडिकल शिक्षा और स्वास्थ्य का सबसे बड़ा संस्थान एम्स भी अब बिलासपुर और हिमाचल की जनता की आन बान शान बढ़ा रहा है। बिलासपुर एम्स एक और बदलाव का प्रतीक भी है और एम्स के अंदर भी ये ग्रीन एम्स के नाम से जाना जाएगा। पूरी तरह पर्यावरण प्रेमी एम्स, प्रकृति प्रेमी एम्स। अभी हमारे सभी साथियों ने बताया, पहले सरकारें शिलान्यास का पत्थर लगाती थी और चुनाव निकलने के बाद भूल जाती थी। आज भी हिमाचल में जाओगे, हमारे धूमल जी ने एक बार कार्यक्रम किया था, कहां कहां पत्थर पड़े हैं ढूंढने का, और ढेर सारे ऐसे कार्यक्रम जहां पत्थर पड़े थे, काम नहीं हुआ था। मुझे याद है, मैं एक बार रेलवे का रिव्यू कर रहा था, आपके ऊना के पास एक रेलवे लाइन बिछानी थी। 35 साल पहले निर्णय हुआ था, 35 साल पहले पार्लियामेंट में घोषणा हुई थी, लेकिन फिर फाइल बंद। हिमाचल को कौन पूछेगा भाई? लेकिन ये तो हिमाचल का बेटा है, वो हिमाचल को भूल नहीं सकता। लेकिन हमारी सरकार की पहचान है कि जिस प्रोजेक्ट का शिलान्यास करती है उसका लोकार्पण भी करती है। अटकना, लटकना, भटकना वो जमाना चला गया दोस्तों। साथियों, राष्ट्र रक्षा में हमेशा से हिमाचल का बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहा है। जो हिमाचल पूरे देश में राष्ट्र रक्षा के वीरों के लिए जाना जाता है, वो हिमाचल अब इस एम्स के बाद जीवन रक्षा के लिए भी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाने वाला है। साल 2014 तक हिमाचल में सिर्फ 3 मेडिकल कॉलेज थे, जिसमें 2 सरकारी थे। पिछले 8 सालों में 5 नए सरकारी मेडिकल कॉलेज हिमाचल में बने हैं। 2014 तक अंडर और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट मिलाकर सिर्फ 500 विद्यार्थी पढ़ सकते थे। आज ये संख्या 1200 से अधिक, यानी 2 गुने से भी ज्यादा हो चुकी है। एम्स भी हर साल अनेक नए डॉक्टर बनेंगे, नर्सिंग से जुड़े युवा यहां ट्रेनिंग पाएंगे। और मुझे जयराम जी की टीम को, जयराम जी को, भारत सरकार के आरोग्य मंत्री और आरोग्य मंत्रालय को विशेष रूप से बधाई देनी है। जब नड्डा जी आरोग्य मंत्री थे, उस समय हमने निर्णय किया, फिर नड्डा जी के जिम्मे बहुत बड़ा दायित्व आ गया, मैं शिलान्यास भी कर गया। इसी कालखंड में कोरोना की भयंकर महामारी आई और हम जानते हैं हिमाचल के लोग तो कि हिमाचल में कोई भी कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम करना है तो कितना मुश्किल होता है। एक एक चीज पहाड़ पर लाना कितना दिक्कत भरा होता है। जो काम नीचे 1 घंटे में होता है, उसको यहां पहाड़ों में करने के लिए 1 दिन लग जाता है। उसके बावजूद भी, कोरोना की कठिनाई के बावजूद भी भारत सरकार का आरोग्य मंत्रालय और जयराम जी के राज्य सरकार की टीम ने मिलकर के जो काम किया, आज एम्स मौजूद है, एम्स काम करने लग गया है। मेडिकल कॉलेज ही नहीं, हमने एक और दिशा में आगे बढ़े, दवाओं और जीवन रक्षक टीकों के निर्माता के रूप में भी हिमाचल की भूमिका का बहुत अधिक विस्तार किया जा रहा है। बल्क ड्रग्स पार्क के लिए देश में सिर्फ 3 राज्यों को चुना गया है, 3, और उसमें से एक कौन सा राज्य है भाई? कौन सा राज्य है? हिमाचल है। आपको गर्व हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा है? ये आपके बच्चों के उज्जवल भविष्य का शिलान्यास है कि नहीं है? ये आपके बच्चों के उज्जवल भविष्य की गारंटी है कि नहीं है? हम काम बड़ी मजबूती से करते हैं और आज की पीढ़ी के लिए भी करते हैं, आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए भी करते हैं। उसी प्रकार से मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क के लिए 4 राज्यों को चुना गया, जहां आज मेडिकल में टेक्नोलॉजी का भरपूर उपयोग हो रहा है, विशिष्ट प्रकार के औजारों की जरूरत पड़ती है। उसको बनाने के लिए देश में 4 राज्य चुने गए। इतना बड़ा हिंदुस्तान, इतनी बड़ी जनसंख्या, हिमाचल तो मेरा छोटा सा राज्य है, लेकिन ये वीरों की धरती है और मैंने यहां की रोटी खाई है, मुझे कर्ज भी चुका रहा है। और इसलिए चौथा मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क कहां बन रहा है? ये चौथा मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क कहां बन रहा है? आपके हिमाचल में बन रहा है दोस्त। दुनिया भर के बड़े बड़े लोग यहां आएंगे। नालागढ़ में ये मेडिकल डिवाइस पार्क का शिलान्यास इसी का हिस्सा है। इस डिवाइस पार्क के निर्माण के लिए हजारों करोड़ रुपए का निवेश यहां होगा। इससे जुड़े अनेक छोटे और लघु उद्योग आसपास विकसित होंगे। इससे यहां के हजारों युवाओं को रोजगार के अवसर मिलेंगे। साथियों, हिमाचल का एक पक्ष और है जिसमें यहां विकास की अनंत संभावनाएं छुपी है। ये पक्ष है मेडिकल टूरिज्म का। यहां की आबोहवा, यहां का मौसम, यहां का वातावरण, यहां की जुड़ी जड़ी बूटियां, यहां का अच्छे स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत उपयुक्त वातावरण, आज भारत मेडिकल टूरिज्म को लेकर दुनिया का एक बहुत बड़ा आकर्षण केंद्र बन रहा है। जब देश और दुनिया के लोग हिंदुस्तान में मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट के लिए आना चाहेंगे तो यहां का प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य इतना बढ़िया है कि वे यहां आएंगे। एक प्रकार के उनके लिए आरोग्य का लाभ भी होगा और पर्यटन का भी लाभ होने वाला है। हिमाचल के तो दोनों हाथ में लड्डू है। साथियों, केंद्र सरकार का प्रयास है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग का इलाज, उस पर खर्च कम से कम हो, ये इलाज भी बेहतर मिले और इसके लिए उसको दूर तक जाना भी न पड़े। इसलिए आज एम्स मेडिकल कॉलेज जिला अस्पतालों में क्रिटिकल केयर सुविधाओं और गांवों में हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर बनाने पर एक सीमलेस कनेक्टिविटी पर हम काम कर रहे हैं। उस पर बल दिया जा रहा है। आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत हिमाचल के अधिकतर परिवारों को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा मिल रही है। इस योजना के तहत अभी तक देश भर में 3,60,00,000 गरीब मरीजों का मुफ्त इलाज हो चुका है और इसमें से 1.5 लाख तो लाभार्थी ये मेरे हिमाचल के मेरे परिवारजन हैं। देश में इन सभी साथियों के इलाज पर सरकार अब तक 45,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक खर्च कर चुकी है। अगर आयुष्मान भारत योजना ना होती तो इसका करीब 2 गुना यानी लगभग 90,000 करोड़ रुपए इन जो मरीज लोग थे उन परिवारों को अपने जेब से देना पड़ता है। यानी इतनी बड़ी बचत भी गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के परिवार को बेहतरीन इलाज के साथ मिली है। साथियों, मेरे लिए एक और संतोष की बात है, सरकार की इस प्रकार की योजनाओं का सबसे अधिक लाभ हमारी माताओं को, बहनों को, बेटियों को मिला है। और हम तो जानते हैं हमारी मां बहनों का स्वभाव होता है, कितनी ही तकलीफ हो, शरीर में कितनी ही पीड़ा होती हो, लेकिन वो परिवार में किसी को बताती नहीं है। वो सहन करती भी है, काम भी करती है, पूरे परिवार को संभालती भी है, क्योंकि उसके मन में रहता है कि अगर बीमारी का पता परिवार के लोगों को लगेगा, बच्चों को लगेगा, तो वो कर्ज कर करके भी मेरा उपचार कराएंगे। और मां सोचती है अरे बीमारी में थोड़ा समय निकाल दूंगी, लेकिन बच्चों पे कर्ज नहीं होने दूंगी, मैं अस्पताल जाके खर्च नहीं करूंगी। इन माताओं की चिंता कौन करेगा? क्या मेरी माताएं इस प्रकार की यातनाएं चुपचाप सहती रहे? ये बेटा किस काम का? और उसी भावना से आयुष्मान भारत योजना का जन्म हुआ है, ताकि मेरी माताओं बहनों को बीमारी से गुजारा न करना पड़े, जीवन में इस मजबूरी से जीना न पड़े। आयुष्मान भारत योजना के तहत लाभ लेने वाली माताएं बहनाएं 50% से ज्यादा है, हमारी माता बहनियां हैं, बेटियां हैं। साथियों, चाहे शौचालय बनाने के लिए स्वच्छ भारत अभियान हो, मुफ्त गैस कनेक्शन देने के लिए उज्ज्वला योजना हो, मुफ्त सैनिटरी नैपकिन देने का अभियान हो, मातृ वंदना योजना के तहत हर गर्भवती महिला को पोषक आहार के लिए हजारों रुपए की मदद हो, या फिर हर घर जल पहुंचाने का हमारा अभियान हो, ये सारा मेरी माताओं बहनों को सशक्त करने वाले काम हम एक के बाद एक करते चले जा रहे हैं। माताओं बहनों बेटियों का सुख, सुविधा, सम्मान, सुरक्षा और स्वास्थ्य डबल इंजन की सरकार की बहुत बड़ी प्राथमिकता है। केंद्र सरकार ने जो भी योजनाएं बनाई है, उनको जयराम जी और उनकी पूरी टीम ने, उनकी सरकार ने भी बहुत तेज गति से और बड़े स्पिरिट के साथ उसको जमीन पर उतारा है और उसका दायरा भी बढ़ाया है। हर घर नल से जल पहुंचाने का काम यहां कितना तेजी से हुआ है, ये हम सभी के सामने है। पिछले 7 दशकों में जितने नल कनेक्शन हिमाचल में दिए गए, उससे 2 गुने से भी अधिक सिर्फ बीते 3 साल में दे चुके हैं, हम मिल चुके हैं लोगों को। इन 3 वर्षों में 8.5 लाख से अधिक नए परिवारों को पाइप के पानी की सुविधा मिली है। भाई और बहनों, जयराम जी और उनकी टीम की एक और मामले में देश बहुत अधिक प्रशंसा कर रहा है। ये प्रशंसा सामाजिक सुरक्षा को लेकर केंद्र सरकार के प्रयासों को विस्तार देने के लिए हो रही है। आज हिमाचल का शायद ही कोई परिवार ऐसा हो जहां किसी न किसी सदस्य को पेंशन की सुविधा न मिलती हो। विशेष रूप से जो साथी बेसहारा है, जिनको गंभीर बीमारी ने जकड़ लिया है, ऐसे परिवारों को पेंशन और इलाज के खर्च से जुड़ी सहायता के प्रयास सराहनीय है। हिमाचल प्रदेश के हजारों परिवारों को वन रैंक वन पेंशन लागू होने से भी बहुत बड़ा लाभ हुआ है। साथियों, हिमाचल अवसरों का प्रदेश है और मैं जयराम जी को और एक बधाई देता हूं। वैक्सीनेशन का काम तो पूरे देश में चल रहा है, लेकिन आपकी जिंदगी की सुरक्षा के लिए हिमाचल देश का वो पहला प्रदेश है जिसने 100% वैक्सीनेशन का काम पूरा कर दिया है।
All right, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be right back with news and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
watching India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news, the headlines first. RSS Chief Mohan Bhagwat's big statement on Vijay Dashmi advocates for equal policy on population, says anti-India, anti-Hindu forces busy dividing India. Prime Minister Modi sounds the poll bugle in Himachal, inaugurates 750-bed AIMS Bilaspur in poll-bound state. Himachal gets project worth 3,650 crores.
मेरा सौभाग्य है कि विजयादशमी पर हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोगों को स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट इसका उपहार देने का अवसर।
Amit Shah's mega Vijayadashmi rally in terror hotbed Baramulla launches a massive Parivarwad attack, says that Gupkar bought Pakistan terror, Modi bought Vikas to Jammu and Kashmir. KCR's mega 2024 ambition, KCR goes national to rename party as Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Celebrations erupt across Telangana. Mumbai to witness rally face-off between Shinde and Uddhav Sena. Uddhav Thackeray rally in Shivaji Park, while Eknath Shinde all set to hold his rally in BKC. And the chorus to ban the film Adipurush grows. Seers protest over misrepresentation of gods, demand to ban the film over insult of Hindu gods. Outraged Hindu groups write to the centre.
जाए धरती या चटक जाए आकाश।
And billionaire Elon Musk now says that he's ready to buy Twitter, latest of this dilly-dallying by the world's richest man. All right, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is going national, thereby kicking off the TRS's Mission 2024. KCR's TRS is now national party, Bharat Rashtra Samiti, months after positioning himself as a national player and touring states to meet with opposition leaders in a bid to form a united front against the BJP. Telangana Chief Minister held a key meeting with JDS netas, cabinet colleagues and all district presidents of the party to discuss the roadmap for his national party. In fact, the Bharat Rashtra Samita has now been launched at Telangana Bhavan, placing itself as another national party, a party joining the League of Modi challengers. The new BRS party will now aim to retain the same TRS car symbol, will also have the outline of the Indian map over it.
क्योंकि सारे हिंदुस्तान की आवाम देख रही है कि 9 साल से क्या हाल है। हिंदुस्तान तरक्की की तरफ बजाय बैठवा की तरफ जा रहा है, गिरानी आसमान पे जा चुकी है। लोग देख रहे हैं कि कोई ऐसा लीडर आए, जिस तरह जयप्रकाश नारायण आए थे, उसी तरह कोई ऐसे लीडर आए, सारे लोगों को एक जगह जोड़े और हिंदुस्तान में एक रेवोल्यूशन लेकर ले गए। लोग गुजरात मॉडल कहते रहे, टोटली बेकार है। आप हमारी स्टेट घूम लीजिए और हैदराबाद घूम लीजिए। असल में इंडिया में तरक्की करने वाली कोई स्टेट है, वो तेलंगाना में स्टेट है।
नेशनल नाम होना चाहिए VRS, नॉट BRS, VRS। और हमारे देश के लिए न केवल बीजेपी RSS से खतरा है, पर TRS जैसे पार्टियों से भी खतरा है।
इस देश में 2 ही दल हैं जो दिल्ली में सरकार बनाने के लिए ताकत रखते हैं, बीजेपी और कांग्रेस है। तीसरा कोई विकल्प नहीं है। अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी का समर्थन तेलंगाना राज्य के गठन में नहीं होता तो क्या कल भी तेलंगाना राज्य बन सकता था? बहुत कुछ वादे किए थे केसीआर साहब ने हम लोगों के साथ, में उसको दोहराना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन केसीआर साहब को जितना आप जानते शायद मैं नहीं जानता।
Let me cut across to Abdul Bashir, India Today correspondent, joining us from Hyderabad. Bashir, we are looking at huge celebrations by the TRS as they've now gone national. We see that KCR is trying to project his Telangana model as the ideal model to represent his party for people to appreciate across the country. He hopes that people across India will really be welcome of the TRS now turning national based on the Telangana model. What more is KCR expecting with this new launch?
See, absolutely, Nabila, like we have seen and time and again, KCR had been criticizing the centre's policies, that be it farm policy or electricity, but later on, criticizing and then thinking about the entry into national politics has been seen, witnessed today, where TRS has changed to BRS by the Telangana Supremo. The TRS Supremo KCR has announced Telangana Rashtra Samiti to Bharat Rashtra Samiti today at 1:19 p.m. was a time that was given where the announcement was made, and now the celebrations at the Telangana Bhavan, as you can see moments ago, here there were huge celebrations that were held right behind me. You can see how the cutouts and posters were placed right in front of the Telangana Bhavan, and then several leaders, the TRS leaders, all the MLAs, MPs have gathered here for the general body meeting that commenced. And then now the CM has left the venue, and later he is going to reach the Pragati Bhavan, where after lunch he is going to get back to this Telangana Bhavan and hold a press conference on what will be the agenda of the National Party, what is his route map in the national politics, as we have seen. But however, the Congress and the BJP had been criticizing the new party, that is BRS, and stating that it must be changed to BRS, that is voluntary retirement. That is what they have been stating to the Telangana Rashtra Samiti chief KCR. So now the announcement has been made. It is to be seen what exactly will be the roadmap for the TRS from the state to center. However, several other the policies that the TRS government had brought has been stating that this will become the role model for the country, be it Kaleshwaram project, be it Mission Bhagiratha, and several other schemes that were announced by the TRS government was said to be taken to the center, to the other states, and that must be used as the role model. That is what the Supreme had been time and again stating. Over to you now.
Right. You know, Bashir, stay with us. We also have Apurva joining us. Apurva, a quick word as we see the BJP already hitting out, saying that there is nothing called a Telangana model of governance. It's all freebies that's been doled out. So not too sure what's the purpose of TRS going national. But KCR, for long we know, has been the front runner of trying to come together with a third front, basically wanting to challenge the Modi juggernaut. He says that he wants to float his own national party, and this is his pitch or the start of his 2024 campaign against Modi. Do you believe, or is there any kind of hint that KCR has given of himself wanting to be the Prime Minister of India?
Nabila, all things said and done, what we do know as of this moment is that there has been an official launch of the National Party of TRS, and this has been an announcement that has come out by the Chief Minister of Telangana, K. Chandrasekhar Rao himself. What you can see here is just moments after, the party launch had been made. Definitely time and again, one thing that we can state is that KCR has been very actively in politics, been reiterating time and again that yes, there will be a launch of a national party here, and that with the launch of the national party, not only will he put TRS on the map here in across India, but also that with the launch of Bharat Rashtra Samiti that has been now launched today, it will pave way for the TRS party to go to the center as well. It will be interesting to see if there will be contesting, that is, if the Chief Minister of Telangana himself will be having any aspirations for being the next, Prime Minister, that is in 2024 upcoming elections. But we do know that the foundation has been laid for all points to be taken into control ahead of, the national party that will be, that has been launched today as well.
All right,
And now
Apurva, as mentioned, the BJP, of course, coming down heavy on KCR. Big news coming in here. BJP now slamming KCR's national ambition. BJP saying that KCR has dumped the TRS that tapped into Telangana emotion. BJP further accusing the TRS, saying that those who betray the people of Telangana will be doomed. This is Amit Malviya, who comes out with a statement against KCR, saying that his whole new ambition is basically a betrayal from the actual Telangana sentiment. Telangana Rashtra Samiti is now Bharat Rashtra Samiti. So KCR has dumped TRS, which has tapped into the Telangana emotion because it served its purpose of catapulting the family to the top of the power structure in the new state. Those who betray people are sure to be doomed. BJP is Amit Malviya, who's put out this tweet. Let me cut across to Amit Malviya joining us on the phone line. Mr. Malviya, what exactly are you referring to while saying that that KCR has now veered away from the actual sentiment of Telangana and now is focusing on his national ambition? You call this cheating the people of the state.
Well, it's perfectly fine for regional parties to have national ambitions. But when you do something like changing the name of your party from Telangana Rashtra Samiti to Bharat Rashtra Samiti, a party that you formed purely to tap into the emotion for the state of Telangana, and now when it is inconvenient, you dump the party because it has served the purpose of catapulting you to the top of the power structure in the new state. Your family today enjoys unbridled power, and as a result of that is the massive corruption that we see in Telangana. You have moved on. So in a sense, you are cheating the people of Telangana. You have used them. You have used their emotion for the state of Telangana, and you have now decided to move on. How does it reflect on KCR as a leader? That is the question.
Well, here what KCR has said as part of that meeting at the Telangana Bhavan is that they want to project the Telangana model of governance. He believes that he's really developed the state, of course dismissing what's happened in Gujarat, saying that that model is a failure. Gujarat model is a failure. We want to represent what Telangana and how Telangana has progressed in the past, and this is going to be our pitch to take us national.
Well, if he was so proud of the Telangana model that he talks about, which frankly no one knows about, I changed the name of the party. If you went with a name like Telangana Rashtra Samiti and a symbol and contested elections across the country, it isn't the case that people would not look at what you had to offer. But the truth is that he has nothing to offer in the name of Telangana model. Nobody really knows what the Telangana model is, except the fact that the family now lives in a farmhouse, and the son and the daughter run the state while the chief minister has withdrawn from public affairs. That is exactly what Telangana model is about. There is massive corruption at every level. That is what Telangana model is all about. And I repeat again, if you were so proud of Telangana model, why change the name and drop the word Telangana? The word, the state that has brought you where you are.
You know, Mr. Malviya, the optics of it is quite interesting. You have the JDS leaders from Karnataka, Kumaraswamy also present there. They're all having a meal together, almost making it look like opposition parties are coming together as a third front. And that was led by KCR even the last time. The previous Lok Sabha elections, KCR was the one who insisted on a third front. So it appears this is his way out through a national party that he would like to achieve it.
Well, haven't we seen such gatherings in the past? We've seen hand-holding events and the opposition leaders coming together. But I could turn around and ask, where is Mamata Banerjee? Where is Akhilesh Yadav? Where is Tejasvi Yadav in this? Where is Sharad Pawar? I mean, you know, so you can cobble up a small get-together and get people who might come and extend their support and, make statements in your favor. But how is it really going to change anything? Is the JDS going to allow Telangana Rashtra Samiti to contest elections in Karnataka? Or is Telangana going to be, or the TRS going to be in a position to make any impact on Bihar or Uttar Pradesh for that matter? These are some of the questions that have been asked repeatedly, and there have been no answers for it.
At this point, he is intending to contest. KCR and the TRS, which now turns national, are intending to contest the upcoming Karnataka elections, Gujarat elections, and the likes. They've got to get at least 6% votes in 4 states for them to be acknowledged as a national party. Do you believe they would achieve it?
Well, we will be in a better position to answer these questions after the results of Gujarat, Himachal and Karnataka elections come, and we'll know exactly how many seats and what percentage of vote does Telangana Rashtra Samiti or now Bharat Rashtra Samiti manages. And that will answer all the speculation around the 3rd front, 4th front, the 5th front that they're trying to cobble up.
You know, Mr. Malviya, KCR has said that there's a desperate need for an alternative to Modi. Basically, people are looking for something else. They are fed up with the kind of politics that the BJP has unleashed. So, KCR believes that he is the man who can front that.
Well, the fact is that KCR should first look to defend Telangana in 2023 against the BJP. Because if he loses Telangana, clearly his national ambitions will go nowhere.
All right, Mr. Malviya, thank you very much for joining us. BJP there condemning KCR's attempt to take his party national. TRS now becomes BRS, which is the Bharat Rashtra Samiti party. He is going to be launching the party right ahead of the 2024 polls. This is the logo. The same car symbol will be etched on their that's going to be the symbol. The same TRS symbol will be the car logo with the India map that surrounds it. This is their new national party logo, BRS, which is called Bharat Rashtra Samiti Party. KCR now taking his ambitions, political ambitions, national. Let me cut across to Abdul Bashir, our India Today correspondent, joining us. Bashir, there is a lot of talk about how KCR is really ambitious and is possibly nursing an ambition here to become the Prime Minister of India. He's successfully been the Chief Minister multiple times for the state of Telangana. He's basically been a tall leader within the state, undoubtedly. But at this point, we see ahead of the 2024 elections, he's nursing prime ministerial ambitions, and that's quite evident. Have you heard any kind of that buzz from the TRS leaders?
See, Nabila, as we can see in history, earlier KCR has made several attempts, more than 2 attempts, to start a 3rd front against the Prime Minister's, the BJP, and then the attempts were foiled. And now is the 3rd attempt that has been made with the party getting its position from the state to the center, from TRS to BRS, and several leaders. There is a talk that the ambition that the Chief Minister KCR is having here is definitely towards the role of a Prime Minister. It is to be believed by the party leaders. But will it be possible is the big question here. But these moments, this today is the biggest day for TRS. That is what where the Telangana Rashtra Samiti has changed to Bharat Rashtra Samiti with the same ambition that you call it as the Prime Minister role that is believed by the TRS leaders. Most of the top TRS leaders are believing that a 3rd front or maybe all the opposition parties will come together and somewhere or the other K. Chandrasekhar Rao is fit for the Prime Minister's role. That is what several leaders have to say. And this is the position where today at around 1:19 p.m. The Telangana Rashtra Samiti is announced to be the Bharat Rashtra Samiti. The logo is same. The map of Telangana will be on the flag will be changed to the Indian map on the BRS flag that is going to come up. But yes, the party is having big ambitions after from the TRS to BRS. Now celebrations were made at the TRS Bhavan. The K. Chandrasekhar Rao, the Chief Minister of Telangana State, have arrived here a few moments ago, announced the party's name, and then later by 4:30 he's going to announce the agenda for his party, the national agenda that he's going to set, the roadmap that he's going to set for the national party is going to be announced shortly. So now the name has been given as the BRS, but now it is to be seen what will be the agenda for the new coming party, that is the BRS. For the national level.
Bashir, we're of course on top of this story. We'll continue tracking the ambitions of KCR over time. All right, some big news here. A day after exposing terror outfit Dawat-e-Islami regarding its deep-rooted conspiracies, how it tries to wage war against India, its involvements in some major acts of terror, India Today has now gone a step further, bringing more evidence which makes the case against the Pakistani outfit crystal clear. This is a big India Today impact. India Today investigation now taken note by central agencies. Security experts hail the tell-all expose. Massive calls now for central investigation into this matter. The agencies plan a follow-up on our expose. In fact, India Today exposed Dawat's terror treasury. We confront Dawat's arm on terror proof. Dawat-e-Islami front, Faizan admits, says that will act. Faizan says will act on anti-India elements. Pakistan's terror front's sinister conspiracy, India Today has highlighted. Now, security experts hailing this tell-all expose, massive calls now for a central investigation into this matter. In fact, just a day after India Today exposed the terror outfit Dawat-e-Islami regarding its deep-rooted conspiracies, how it's tried to wage a war against India, its involvement in some major terror acts. Now, you have calls growing for a central investigation into this matter. Mohammed Hizbullah, our India Today special correspondent, joining us on the phone line. Hizbullah, quick word. We hear security experts now hailing India Today's expose on Dawat-e-Islami and their roots in India and the kind of terror that they want to unleash. After much of those details, a clamour now growing for central investigation into this. Tell us a little more. What more do we know on Dawat's front? Faizan admitting this, saying that they will act on this matter.
नबीला, कल शाम को जब हमने इस एक्सपोजे किया कि कैसे दावत-ए-इस्लामी पाकिस्तान से इंडिया में ऑपरेट कर रहा है, कैसे जब हमने पाकिस्तान में जब उनके वेबसाइट पे जब हमने अपना डिटेल डाला कि हमें क्लास ज्वाइन करना है, तो कैसे मुझे वहाँ से इंडिया का नंबर दिया गया, फिर उस नंबर ने मुझे कांटेक्ट किया, फिर उसके बाद हमारी क्लासेस शुरू होती है और कैसे पूरे 2-2.5 महीने का एक लंबा सिलसिला था। कल जब हमने स्टोरी ऑन एयर किया, उसके बाद से कम मेरे पास 50 से ज़्यादा ऑफिशियल अधिकारी जो सरकार में बड़े बड़े ओहदे पे बैठे, उनका कॉल आ गया, वो स्टोरी को समझना चाह रहे हैं कि ये है क्या, कैसे हुआ, कैसे ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं। तो ये और आज हमारे सहयोगी मुस्तफ़ा शेख दावत-ए-इस्लामी का जो मुंबई में जो ऑफिस है वहाँ गए थे। वहाँ उन्होंने कहा कि हमारा पाकिस्तान से कोई लेना देना नहीं, बट उन्होंने एक चीज़ एक्सेप्ट किया कि जो भी हम पाकिस्तान के वेबसाइट पे जो भी इंडियंस अप्लाई करते हैं वो हमारे पास डाइवर्ट होकर आता है। मतलब उन्होंने ये एडमिट किया कि हमारा पाकिस्तान से लेना देना है। अब ये देखने वाली बात है कि इंडियन एजेंसी उस पर कैसे एक्ट करती है। और
जी, all right, we're going to try and patch Hizbullah there, but here Dawat-e-Islami's links and the kind of radicalization that they're carrying out through technology in India fully exposed. India Today has brought you this news break, and now you have central investigation, at least a growing demand for central investigation into this matter. In fact, time now for India Today's bombshell investigation. As much as we know, the Kanhaiya Lal incident that's happened in Udaipur, the murder of a tailor who was beheaded for putting out a social media post in support of Nupur Sharma. If you recollect that, investigators now have linked his killers to Pakistan-based radical outfit, the same Dawat-e-Islami. Now, an explosive India Today investigation has revealed that Dawat-e-Islami has established its footprint in India and is exploiting borderless technology to push its radical Islamist agenda into India. Here's part 1 of Operation Pak Terror Dawat.
They filmed it and gloated over the killing as an act of retribution against the insult to the Prophet.
अभी तक की पूछताछ से सामने आया है कि ये लोग दावत-ए-इस्लामी नाम की संस्था से इनमें एक गोश मोहम्मद नाम के व्यक्ति का आना जाना था, संपर्क था।
The assassins of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal found to have links with the Karachi-based Dawat-e-Islami, a Sunni Barelvi proselytizing group that was founded in Pakistan 4 decades ago. Islamabad went on the record. its Foreign Office issuing a denial, defending the Dawat-e-Islami, rejecting India's charges of its connection with the Udaipur assassins. But when India Today's investigative reporter penetrated the Dawat-e-Islami in Karachi, Pakistan's claims fell crumbling apart. And that's what you're about to see. Watch now as India Today's special investigative team dismantles Pakistan's laughable lies and exposes the Dawat-e-Islami's radical agenda and its network in India. It began with our reporter applying for an online religious program offered by this organization. On the face of it, the Karachi-based Dawat-e-Islami doesn't list India in countries of its operations. But our probe establishes the Pakistani organization does have a well-oiled structure in India. With bank accounts, local mobile numbers, and men on the ground in at least 2 states, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. We now show you the unraveling of the Dawat-e-Islami's propaganda operation in India, piece by piece. This is how it came apart after our reporter registered for one of its religious courses on July the 22nd under the pseudonym Rashid Ahmed. No less of a shock when Dawat responded after a couple of hours on mail. Its message provided an India WhatsApp number to take the conversation forward. Here's that India contact of Pakistan's Dawat-e-Islami. And the same night, a man called our reporter from the same number. He identified himself as Haseen Ahmed from the Dawat-e-Islami's Madhya Pradesh branch.
फॉर्म अप्लाई किया हुआ था जी माशाअल्लाह। तो हमें आपका फॉर्म मिला हुआ है। यार भाई हमारे यहाँ मदनी खाजा और नाजरा कोर्स होता है, तो इससे पहले आपने कभी मदनी खाजा पढ़ा है?
करना जानता हूँ, इससे ज्यादा मैं बहुत कुछ
2 घंटे के स्काइप के जरिए से क्लास होती है और इसकी मंथली फीस 1200 रुपया होती है। ये आपकी जो हमारी जो ब्रांच है ये एमपी में मध्य प्रदेश। ये हमारे यहाँ सुबह 8 बजे से लेकर के रात में 12 बजे तक क्लास चलती रहती है।
अच्छा।
तो अब इसमें आप जो भी टाइम बताएंगे उस एतबार से हम चेक करेंगे कि हमारे पास टाइम वो अवेलेबल है या नहीं।
From here start Dawat-e-Islami's online programs. The medium, Skype, mode strictly audio, no video streaming permitted. Teachers located in Maharashtra's Barshi and Dahanu towns. A half-hour session every day except Saturdays. On Skype IDs, Teacher MTM 522 Faizan Online Academy. Teacher MTM 544 Faizan Online Academy. Shift in charge Barshi Town. Shift in charge FOA Dahanu Mumbai. Compelling evidence of how a suspect Pakistani organization has spread its digital footprint in India. But that's not all. Stay tuned as we show you how the Dawat-e-Islami, the organization that the beheaders of Kanhaiya Lal were inspired by, carries out its radicalization operations in India. With Mohammed Hizbullah, this is India Today's special investigation team.
All right, you could also log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more on that. For now, it's a short break. Stay tuned for our India Today special on the other side.
You are watching India Today.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
The largest producer of mustard in the world is facing a heat wave. We're talking about Canada. The delicious Dijon mustard is France's favorite condiment. A heat wave across the ocean in Canada has caused a drastic shortage. The shortage is evident in France. Canada supplies 80% of the mustard seeds to France. Because of the drought, the Canadian harvest became half in 2021. This has propelled France to grow their own crop. Remember, Europe is battling a fuel crisis and a power crisis post the Russia-Ukraine war. Mustard seeds have become more attractive after a drop in the prices of grains and oil seeds. Jérôme Garbet, a mustard expert, said that 15,000 tons of mustard seeds should be produced, meeting 40% of the requirement. Luc Vandermeysen, president of the Burgundy Mustard Association, said that store shelves should be replenished in October. He also said the shortage will be completely over in early 2023. We're very confident for Christmas. Being an agrarian economy, India produces its own mustard. Rajasthan is the largest mustard producing state in the country, therefore it's never going to be a problem for India.
are watching India Today.
तो पर्दे में रहने दो, पर्दा ना उठा, आजा राजा बंगले के पीछे देख, बातें बातें कर लो जल्दी जल्दी, सच्चा है प्यार के झूठा.
The 60s heartthrob.
मैंने तुझे जरा देर में जाना, हुआ कसूर वफा.
Bollywood's Jubilee Girl. Dada Saheb Phalke Award winner 2022. Asha Parekh exclusive.
Hello and welcome to this India Today special, where we are joined today by a very special person in this festive season. Joining us now is the one and only Asha Parekh, recipient of the prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award for Lifetime Achievement in Cinema. Wonderful to see you, Asha ji.
Thank you.
And special because it's also been your birthday week. Happy 80th birthday.
Thank you.
What a lovely gift to get on your 80th birthday.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I said, that it's the best gift in my life on my 80th birthday.
And I was told you got a call at 4 a.m. because you were in the US.
Yes, I was in Boston. I was receiving an award there, a Lifetime Achievement Award, and I was sleeping at about 12:30 in the night, and at 4 o'clock I get a call. I didn't know what was happening. I said, she just said, "Are you Asha Parekh?" I said, 4 o'clock in the morning, you are asking me this question, close the phone. So I banged the phone down. So that poor girl lady then sent a message that I'm from the INB ministry, and that's how I came to know that I was being honored with this.
How did you feel when you first heard Asha Parekh getting the Lifetime Achievement Dada Saheb Phalke Award, an award that has gone to some of the greatest of our cinematic achievers? Did it make you feel that it was all worth it, this long journey?
First and foremost, it didn't sink in. I had to, am I getting it? Is it real? So for 2 days I was, I didn't know whether I was really receiving the award. And then slowly when the press started ringing up and congratulating me, and my fellow artists ringing up and congratulating me, then it dawned upon me, yes, I am getting the award.
It's been a remarkable journey when I look at it. You've done what? Well over 100, several hundred films, but you started off as a child artist?
Yes.
In the early 50s?
Yes.
And then did, of course, Dil Dekhe Dekho, famously, 1959 as a 17-year-old.
Yes.
So it's been a very, very long journey.
Very long journey. Very, very long journey. I did not work after a certain period, but I was still joined with the film industry, with various associations, various trusts. So it was not that I was away from the films. I am still with the films.
Let's rewind to where it started. Child artist, was that a decision taken by your parents? Was there something were you drawn to cinema?
No, it wasn't like that. I was about 8 or 9. I was performing on the stage, and late Bimal Roy saw me, and after the performance was over, he said, "Please call that girl, I want to see her." So when I went near him, he said, "Will you work in the films?" I said, "Yes." I didn't even think, I didn't know what I was saying. I said, yes, I'll work. So I came back, my parents said, "What did you go and do?" I said yes to work in the films. So then my mother, who was very supportive, said, "Okay, you like to work, go ahead." So it was about 5-10 days work in Baap Beti.
So it was, in a way, your dancing skills,
yes,
which attracted Bimal Roy first give you a role as a child artist.
Ji.
And then, of course, comes Nasir Hussain with Dil Dekhe Dekho, opposite the one and only Shami Kapoor.
Yes.
That must have been fun, because in that early scene in Dil Dekhe Dekho, you're actually inviting him to a rock and roll club, and you're showing your dancing prowess right from day one. Huge hit.
Yes, huge hit. It was a very big hit, and it was released on my birthday.
Wow.
And I still remember the crowds were going all crazy after the show. There was a premiere at Novelty, and it was a hit.
And you shot it in one of the hill stations, Nainital, Rani Khet.
Yes, Rani Khet.
Rani Khet. Because there's that lovely song. You want to croon it with me? Dil Dekhe Dekho.
Yes, that was done in Bombay, in Filmalia Studio.
But that was the age of hill stations, of romance, and you and Shami Kapoor became this incredible pairing, hit film after hit film. What was it like working with Shami Kapoor?
I used to like working with him. The reason being, he was trained as a classical singer also. So his music was so much in him that when he performed, वो झटके वटके वो लेते थे. That was something which I started learning from him. And I didn't know how to lip sync. To sing a song and lip sync is not easy. So he taught me how to do it. So from that time onwards, and we were shooting in Rani Khet. So one of those days we could not shoot because of the rains. I remember Geeta Bali was there. So what she would do, because I was about 16 years old, she would pick me up and put me on her shoulder and pat me and take me around and tell Shamiji, let's adopt her. So that's how it was, So then after that, I started calling Shami Chacha and Geeta Chachi.
Wow.
That's how it began.
And you were a classical dancer.
Yes.
And there was Shami Kapoor with all his different moves, but it was magic on screen.
Yes, I had to learn. I mean, I had learned jiving, I learned rock and roll. So all this I had to learn because I was a classical dancer. I mean, English dance was not my cup of tea.
But yet you did it and you pulled it off. I remember Teesri Manzil.
Yes.
Aaja, aaja.
Ja.
Main hoon.
Pyar tera.
Pyar tera. But again you were sort of, doing all those, mixing classical with Western, which I think was one of the reasons why you were such a success. You could do Aan Milo Sajna with Rajesh Khanna doing much more sort of traditional dance and then be with a Shami in Teesri Manzil. Do you think being a dancer gave you a huge advantage in those years?
Yes, it does. It does because you learn, actually I've learned Kathak, Bharatnatyam, I've learned Odissi, I've learned Kuchipudi, and I've learned even Kathakali.
Wow.
Because all these dances were incorporated in my ballets. So the hero of my ballet was a Kathakali guru. So I had to do a Kathakali thing. Then Acharya ji came from Ahmedabad, Malika Sarabai's Guruji. He said, no, I have to teach you and you have to perform on the stage. So I learned Kuchipudi. Then I started a dance school in which the Odissi master was there. So I learned a little bit of Odissi.
Wow.
So that's how I've done all sorts of dances. But dance helps in expressions. Because there's a lot of expression. You are having a lot of expressions depicted in the songs of the old times.
Because that's the one big difference, I think, between a lot of the actors of the 60s in particular, that all of you were trained in some form of classical dance, unlike today's generation, which may have other skills, but can't match your dancing skills.
I feel that we are now aping the West too much. All the dances which the generation today is doing is not our culture. And that's what I miss, that I feel bad about, that in every state of India, there are such beautiful folk dances, classical dances. Why aren't we bringing them out and why are we aping the West? That's one thing which I feel very bad.
You as I keep repeating, fused East and West. You also brought in the sleeveless blouse. in Teesri Manzil, there are sequences there. You are with your sleeveless blouse, which in those days, of course, Sharmila Tagore brought her bikini with Evening in Paris, but all of you were trendsetters in the times in which you lived. So, was that easy to, coming from a relatively conservative household to sort of break away, sleeveless blouse, or was that part of the 60s?
Part of the 60s, I would say. I would say it was part of the 60s because one thing was there that we had very fine designers who used to design our dresses, and we became trendsetters because we had good dress designers.
Because you could pull off the sari, the churidar kurta, you had your printed blouses, you also had the eyeliner. That became an Asha Parekh trademark, right? There was the sadhana haircut.
Yes.
The famous sadhana, and there was the Asha Parekh eyeliner.
Yes, it was there.
Were you all sort of original in that sense? Sadhana ji, yourself, Wahida Rahman, Vaijanti Mala, all the great actors of that generation, the 50s, 60s, we could go to the Mala Sinad, Meena Kumari. Each one of you had something original about yourselves, right?
Yes, I agree with you because everybody was different. Now it's not that. Do you agree with me?
I guess so. You're saying that I only thought, was there no competition for who's number one? Who gets the maximum hits? I think in 66 or 67, you had a string of hits. Is Sadhana number one? Is it Asha Parekh? Is it Wahida Rahman?
No.
Was there a lot of competition?
No, not at all. Everyone was put in one slot. We had been slotted. So there was no competition as such.
Because you have a great friendship, I know, with Wahida ji and Helen. You all go on holidays together.
Yes.
That must be a riot.
Yes, we enjoy ourselves. We meet. Actually, we were 6.
6 of you? Who were the 6?
Nandaji.
Nandaji.
Sadhana. Shami auntie.
Right.
Helen, Vaida, and me.
And you all would, even during your acting days, always holiday together?
Not acting days, because there was no time. But after we stopped working, we all started meeting together, and we would go for dinners, and we would go to see cinema in the theatres, enjoy ourselves. I remember we had been to the Royal China, and after one by one we all entered into the restaurant, and people were looking and they were aghast seeing 6 of us together.
Right.
So it was really fun. We do miss our friends a lot, but now we are 3.
You know, and you're 3 of you there, but you know, one of the things in that period was also the use of the hill station, the locales. Shooting in Srinagar in those days must have been very special in films like Aan Milo Sajna.
Yes, Kashmir was a beautiful place, and we really enjoyed being there.
Your favorite co-star?
Oh, they were all.
No, come on. Now you're being diplomatic. Someone whom you really loved shooting with?
I loved to work with Shami Kapoor because, as I said, my first picture, I was with him. So from there onwards, I really enjoyed his company, and he had a rare sense of humor. Even Mr. Shashi Kapoor had a rare sense of humor. He would come out with such funny things that it used to make you laugh.
But you know, you did one of your classic roles with Rajesh Khanna, Kati Patang.
Yes.
Which is, you know, memorable. Those scenes with you and Rajesh Khanna together are absolute magic. And he was, of course, becoming the superstar, the phenomenon.
Superstar, yes.
What was it like working with him? Because a lot of actors have told me very difficult because he never kept to time. Is that true?
Yes, he was a little difficult when he became a superstar. But his first film was with me, which was Baharon Ke Sapne.
Right, yes.
At that time, he was a very quiet person, you know. He used to come to my place, very quiet, introvert person. But once he started blooming, you know, he was a different person altogether because he used to be surrounded by girls all the time.
Really?
So once he told me, he says, "Why do you come early?" I said, "Look, it's a 2 o'clock shift. I have to be there at 2. Don't come so early. I'll come at 4 o'clock. So you come at 4 o'clock." I said, "Okay, I'll come at 4 o'clock." So we used to manage it, you know, and then we became friends after working in 2-3 films. So it wasn't a very difficult for me to work with him.
There's that unbelievable song, Ye Jo Mohabbat Hai.
Yes.
You know, he's in the rain singing it, and there are these shots of you which are interspersed in that song, which is pure magic, really.
Yes, it's been a very big hit, and it still goes on.
It does. But, you know, you mentioned friendship with Shami Kapoor, whom you called Shami Chacha, as you've told us, with Rajesh Khanna as well. But you were never linked in that sense with your co-stars. Somehow the gossip magazines never said Asha Parekh is going out with someone. Did you stay away or from the film industry in general?
I was too, involved with my work plus my stage. So there was no time to think of being involved with anybody at that time, you know. And as such, somebody was involved with somebody. So there was no question of me being involved with somebody. So it's a difficult situation. Because I remember at that time, Rajesh Khanna was going with Anju and Vinod Khanna was going out with Gitanjali.
Yes.
So I used to remember that if the shooting got delayed, these girls would ring up and, you know, create a hangama. So these people would be running out of the set and coming back again, you know, and feeling very upset what to do, you know.
But you do write in your biography, if I may say so, that you did find love, but you chose friendship. You've never revealed that. What did that mean?
Well, I loved a person, and it's not that I'm a very frigid woman that I won't love anybody. I did love somebody, but I realized that marriage was not possible, so marriage didn't happen.
And you never revealed it in all these years?
No, I wouldn't like to reveal it. Why should the family get upset?
You were very private. Were you a very private person off screen? You had your dance, of course, but were you a very private person off screen? You had this lovely little bungalow at Juhu where everyone told me if you ever go to Asha ji's bungalow in those days, she has the best collection of orchids.
Yes, I love orchids. And I got them from Bangkok, and they were very beautiful. I had about 10,000-15,000 plants. But when I sold off my bungalow, I had to, you know, give away. Some people took it away, you know. So That's
but
it.
in a sense, the actors of that period had a lot of interest outside just cinema, right? Particularly
Yes.
in your case, dance, your love for orchids. You all had a life beyond. You even started your own film distribution and production
Yes.
business. So you were not just actors.
Yes, at least I was just not actor only, because I was doing a lot of social work. I was a distributor, I was a producer, director, actor.
Your favorite film? You know, if there's a film that you think defines Asha ji, that you, after all these years, can turn to and say, look, that was my best role.
That's very difficult to say. Very difficult to say, because all the films I worked in, I loved my role, and that's why I worked in them. It's very difficult.
Very difficult?
Very difficult.
2 or 3 which stand out for you?
I worked very hard for Chirag. Unfortunately, the film didn't do well because people did not accept me as a blind girl. So that was one thing which I felt very bad about, because I really put a lot of hard work in the film. Chirag was one film. Do Badan was one film where actually the critics realized that I could act, because everybody thought that I was just a glamour girl. I couldn't act. That's what people said. But after Do Badan, people realized that I could act.
Do you think that you got, in a way, typecast? That, you know, she's the glamour girl,
Yeah.
she'll always be there, romancing her heroes.
Yeah.
So therefore, some of the serious roles that otherwise went to Amala Sinha, Meena Kumari, great actors, Nutan, you know, that terrific acting generation, meant that you were typecast.
Yes, I was. I was typecast. So that Do Badan shifted the whole thing.
Yeah, and yet, you know, yet people don't realize the kind of range of roles eventually that you do over a long career. Any regrets after all these years? Something that you would have, would have liked to do that you couldn't? You know, one film critic said that Asha Parekh paved the role for the Zeenat Amans and the Parveen Babis to do the kind of, you know, you gave the liberty that you could do cabaret dances as a mainstream actor, rock and roll. True, in a way.
Yeah, in a way true. That's true.
Any regrets? इतने लंबे सफर के बाद आपको अब दादा साहेब फाल्के अवार्ड दिया गया है, कोई रिग्रेट, कोई आप अफसोस कि ये चीज़ मैं करना चाहती थी नहीं कर पाई लाइफ में?
ऐसे तो कोई रिग्रेट है नहीं, लेकिन आई वुड हैव लव टू वर्क विद दिलीप कुमार. यूसुफ साहब के साथ काम करने का बहुत मन था, और मैं उनको देखती थी, मेरी बोलती बंद हो जाती थी.
अच्छा.
तो ये हुआ कि फिल्म इंडस्ट्री वेलफेयर नहीं, सिने आर्टिस्ट वेलफेयर ट्रस्ट था हमारा. तो यूसुफ साहब वहाँ वो मेंबर थे, उसके ट्रस्टी थे. तो एक दिन मुझे उनसे जाके कुछ शिकायत करनी थी. मैंने सायरा से कहा, मैंने कहा मुझे यूसुफ साहब से मिलना है और मुझे ये कहना है कि मुझे नहीं करना काम. तो कहा कि अच्छी बात है, तुम आ जाओ. तो जैसे ही मैं गई तो यूसुफ साहब बैठे हुए थे, और सायरा ने कहा, देखिए आप बिल्कुल इससे ये मत करिए, वो बहुत डरती है आपसे, एंड शी इज़ इन ऑ ऑफ यू, देखती रहती है आपको, तो आप ज़रा आराम से बात करिए उससे. तो मुझे अजीब सा लगा कि ये क्या बोल रही है यूसुफ साहब को. फिर यूसुफ साहब को मैंने समझाया कि भाई ये चीज़ें हैं. तो कहा नहीं ऐसा नहीं हो सकता, तुम जो कर रही हो ठीक कर रही हो, वही करो तुम. मैंने कहा ठीक है. तो इस तरह से यही रिग्रेट है कि मैंने उनके साथ काम नहीं किया.
You told me before the interview that you almost did a film with the great Guru Dutt.
Yeah, no, as a director.
Yes, as a director.
As a director.
What was that film?
It was supposed to be paprika. It means red chilies, and it was a fabulous subject, but it just didn't happen.
You know, you were lucky in a way that you also were in that age of the 60s where you had all these wonderful directors.
Yes.
How much do you think that you were a director's actor, as were a lot of the actors of that time, that these directors, cinematographers just lifted the level of cinema, you know, Kati Patan kind of film. Just the direction is also wonderful.
Yes. Mr. Shakti Samanta.
Shakti Samanta.
He was a fabulous director. I worked with Mr. S.S. Vasan also. And working with him was also a great thing. I remember there was a song which I was very upset about, because somebody had, the tunes were the same, the lady who performed, it was a mujra. And here I'm performing for the blind on the stage, and the same music was there. So I went to Mr. Vasan, I said, I don't like the song. So he said, what happened? He said, you hear the song and you hear both the songs, you will realize what I'm saying. And will you believe it? He changed it.
Wow.
So it was great working with Mr. S.S. Vasan. It was great working with Rishikesh Mukherjee also.
Of course.
Yeah, he taught me what editing was. He would say, look, I'm going to cut the shot from here, I'm going to join it from here. So that's how I learned a little bit of editing also.
Which enabled you to become a director later in your life. Because, you know, the song picturization also. There's one song which is particularly memorable. Caravan?
Yes.
5-minute long sequence?
Yes.
Name the song. Daya, daya, mein kaha...
Kahan phasi.
Kahan phasi.
Yes.
You know, that song is a 5-minute long sequence almost.
Yes, yes.
And you pull it off with elan, classical dance, but also, you know, very filmy.
Yeah, this was a dance in which I was supposed to be not knowing dance.
Right.
So I had to do everything wrong. But it was hilarious and I enjoyed doing it. And it was a difficult song for Asha ji to sing. It was not easy.
And in a way, Asha ji's voice and Asha Parikh's sort of moves were the perfect combination.
Yes, yes.
You know?
Yes. She sang a lot of songs of mine, though Latabai also sang a lot of songs, like Main Tulsi Tere Aangan Ki, Suno Sajna.
Yes.
What a beautiful song. It was all sung by Lata ji.
That's right. So you had the benefit of these both of them, of Asha and Lata. I want to end by asking you, you know, as I said, I've interviewed Wahida ji and Helen earlier. What do the three of you do when you all go on these holidays?
We enjoy, we crack jokes and look after each other. And whatever we want to eat, we eat and enjoy.
And when you look at the new actors of today, any actress or actor that you say wow, is there anyone who really impresses you in the new generation?
Shah Rukh Khan.
You're also a Shah Rukh fan?
Yes, I am. Amir Khan. I like him also very much. I've seen him a little tiny tot, you know, Amir Khan. And I remember with his little hands, he would say Adab, you know, so sweetly. So these two are great.
And any heroines?
Heroines, oh, I like Deepika. I love her.
We're a joint mutual Deepika fan club.
Oh, you also?
I think she's terrific.
She's terrific. She's very beautiful.
Ma'am, you're beautiful too.
Thank you for the compliment.
And congratulations once again.
Thank you.
It's a very special honor.
Yes.
And it is for a career that has spanned so many years and decades.
Yes.
Is there one thing you want to say to all your fans today who will be watching this, who may have seen you in Dil Dekhe Dekho, in Caravan, Tisri Manzil, Aan Milo Sajna, Kati Patang? What do you want to tell them today?
Today that you all have always been with me and please be with me till the end of my life.
Happy 80th birthday once again. And thank you very much for doing this. And I can tell you viewers, before the interview, she gave us the most fantastic coffee.
Oh.
So if you ever meet Asha Parikh, make sure you have her coffee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Woman of style and substance, the one and only Asha Parikh. Thank you, Asha ji, for doing this very special interview for us. And thank you, viewers. The one and only Asha Parikh.
You are watching India Today.
Russia is using Iranian drones to attack Ukraine. Russia hit multiple targets using these Iranian-supplied Shahid-136, or also known as kamikaze drones. Ukrainian forces confirmed that Russia has been using Shahid drones to attack their territories. In a tweet, they shared that they have destroyed 6 Shahid-136 drones. But what are the features of these kamikaze drones? At its core, Shahed 136 is a loitering munition designed to neutralize ground targets at range. It has been in service since 2021. The fuselage is centralized and blends into the wings, creating an elegant shape. The drone is 3.5 meters long with a wingspan of 2.5 meters. It flies at over 185 kilometers per hour and weighs about 200 kgs. The aircraft is launched nearly horizontally at a slight upward angle and is assisted in the initial phase of flight by rocket launch assistance. The entire unit can be mounted on the back of any military or commercial truck, enabling mobile hit-and-run operations that can thwart countermeasures. The Shahed 136 is an evolutionary addition for Iran. It can now rely on its own military industrial capabilities. As per the reports, the drone was used in 2020 during the Yemeni civil war, and recently it was used by Russia against Ukraine.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. The headlines first. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat's big statement on Vijay Dashmi advocates equal policy and population, says anti-India and anti-Hindu forces busy dividing India. Prime Minister Modi sounds the poll bugle in Himachal, inaugurates a 750-bed AIIMS Bilaspur in poll-bound state, gets projects worth 3,650 crores floated.
मेरा सौभाग्य है कि विजयादशमी पर हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोगों को स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट इसका उपहार देने का अवसर मिला।
Amit Shah's mega Vijay Dashmi rally in terror hotbed Baramulla launches massive Parivarwad attack, says Gupkar bought Pakistan terror, Modi bought Vikas in Jammu and Kashmir. KCR's mega 2024 ambition, KCR goes national to rename his party as Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Celebrations erupt across Telangana. And Mumbai to witness Maha rally face-off between Shinde and Uddhav Sena. Uddhav Thackeray rally will be held in Shivaji Park, while Eknath Shinde all set to hold a rally in PKC. Chorus to ban the film Adipurush grows. Here's protest over misrepresentation of Hindu gods. Demand to ban the film over insult to Hindu gods. Outraged Hindu groups now right to the centre.
धस जाए ये धरती या चटक जाए आकाश.
And billionaire Elon Musk now says that he's all ready to buy Twitter in the latest of his dilly-dallying by the world's richest man. Right, a massive political war erupts over RSS chief's population control policy call. AIMIM, Congress as well as the RJD come down heavy on Sangh Parvar. In fact, lashing out at Bhagwat, OAC has rubbished the need for a policy and said that Muslims have sharpest decline in fertility rate over the last few years. He's also taken a jibe at the RSS, saying that fear-mongering over population imbalance has resulted in genocide, ethnic cleansing and hate crimes across the world. OAC was replying to RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, who in his Vijay Dashmi address has raised population issues among many others. He's also asked the Muslims to slam hate crime incidents like Udaipur beheading, while maintaining that RSS is not against Muslims. Meanwhile, the event was attended by Santosh Yadav. She was the first woman to attend the Sangh event as a chief guest.
कि कि जनसंख्या में प्रमाण का भी संतुलन चाहिए। हम भुगते हैं। जनसंख्या का असंतुलन हुआ तो 50 साल पहले उसके गंभीर परिणामों को हमने भुगता। जनसंख्या में पंथ संप्रदाय के प्रमाण में अंतर आने से नए देश बन गए, देश टूट गए। यह असंतुलन जन्मदर एक भाग है उसका, लेकिन जोर जबरदस्ती या छल कपट से, लालच से मतांतरण, ये सबसे बड़ा फैक्टर है। और जहां सीमा पार से घुसपैठ होती है वहां घुसपैठ से भी ये होता है। उस संतुलन का भी ध्यान रखना देश हित की दृष्टि से अनिवार्य बात है। जनसंख्या का विचार दोनों रूप से हो सकता है, वो एक साधन भी है। और एक परिस्थिति में विचार करता है तो एक बात लगती है, दूसरे परिस्थिति में विचार करता है दूसरी बात लगती है। चीन की इतनी ज्यादा जनसंख्या थी, उनको बोझ लगने लगा। उन्होंने एक परिवार में एक संतान और बाद में नहीं संतान, ऐसी नीति अपनाई। बड़े कड़े प्रयास से उन्होंने उसको लागू किया। हुकुमशाह है वहां, डिक्टेटरशिप है, यशस्वी हो गए। लेकिन फिर उनके ध्यान में आ गया अब सब बूढ़े ही बूढ़े हैं, काम करने के लिए जवान कहां से आएंगे। तो अब उन्होंने 2 संतति को प्रोत्साहन देना शुरू कर दिया। हमारे यहां क्या है, हमको भी विचार करना पड़ेगा। हमारा देश 50 वर्षों के बाद कितने लोगों को खिला सकता है। उस समय समाज में काम करने वालों की कितनी संख्या चाहिए, काम न कर सकने वाले उस समय कितने रहेंगे। आज के 57% युवा 50 साल के बाद काम करने की स्थिति में रहेंगे क्या। अपने देश का पर्यावरण कितने लोगों को खिला सकता है, कितने लोगों को झेल सकता है। इतने लोगों के शिक्षा की, स्वास्थ्य की क्या व्यवस्था हम कर सकेंगे। इतने लोग काम करेंगे, रहेंगे भी, क्या क्या करना पड़ेगा। कोरोना की विपदा से बाहर आने के बाद अब हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था धीरे धीरे पूर्व स्थिति पर आ रही है और वो आगे जाएगी, ऐसी भविष्यवाणी दुनिया के सभी अर्थतज्ञ कर रहे हैं।
मैं तो चाहता हूँ भारत की जनसंख्या नियंत्रण पर जो जनसंघ ने किया था आरएसएस के संचालक से, मैं यही चाहूंगा कि इसके लिए उसकी निंदा करें, उसकी प्रताड़ना करें और ऐसे लोगों का साथ राजनीतिक रूप से छोड़ें। सांस्कृतिक मंच के नाम से जो दिया जाता है उससे अलग हटें। अगर करें तो दूसरों को उपदेश दें, वरना मत उपदेश दें।
वैसे लोग जिनको डेमोग्राफी की समझ नहीं है ना, या जानकार नहीं है, उनको इन विषयों पे बोलने से बचना चाहिए। डेमोग्राफर्स हैं हमारे देश में, अच्छे डेमोग्राफर हैं जो डिकेडल रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ को बहुत अच्छे से एनालाइज करते हैं। सरकार का खुद का पक्ष है संसद में। आप उसके बाद अगर ये डॉग विसिल होता है आबादी को लेकर के, जनसंख्या वृद्धि को लेकर के, डेमोग्राफी के सार तत्व से विलग, उसके अंतर्निहित जो मूल्य है उनसे विलग, तो जाहिर है इस डॉग विसिल पॉलिटिक्स के मायने तो हम भी समझते हैं और देश भुगत भी रहा।
Right, Mumbai is all set to witness the mega battle of Dussehra rallies between Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena. In a first for the Shiv Sena, 2 Dussehra rallies will be held in Mumbai as it prepares for a show of strength with its first such mass event since the split within that party in June this year. Uddhav Thackeray-led Sena is now preparing to hold the rally at Shivaji Park, where they have been held ever since 1996. Eknath Shinde, Chief Minister's faction, will be holding his rally at the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority grounds in Bandra Kurla complex. Ahead of the Dussehra rallies, the Shiv Sena's 2 factions have been engaging in a video war, with both sides now claiming to be the true heirs of Sena founder Bal Thakray's legacy.
है, हमें उसके ऊपर ध्यान ही नहीं देना है। हमें क्या करना है, कोई क्या करे, नाच करे, हमें क्या उससे मतलब है। वंदनीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने शिवसेना का निर्माण किया, तब से लेकर आज तक वही शिवसेना की रैली होती रही है। वंदनीय शिवसेना प्रमुख के बाद में आदरणीय पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब वो रैली लेते रहे। 14 से लेकर 2022 कौन पैदा हुए थे, इनमें से कौन पैदा था? तभी तो टीजर वीजर रिलीज करना पड़ रहा है ना उनको, तो इससे कोई मतलब नहीं है।
All right, the Uddhav Sena versus Shinde Sena. It seems like the war now has gotten down to Dussehra celebrations, where both the camps will be holding huge Dussehra rallies in Mumbai today, while you have the Uddhav Thackeray camp holding their Dussehra celebrations at the same Shivaji Park, where they've been holding it since 1996. Now, the first time, Eknath Shinde camp will be holding their Dussehra rally in Mumbai's Metropolitan Region Development Authority grounds in Bandra Kurla complex. Remember this, in fact, the celebration for Dussehra had reached the court in Maharashtra, and the Bombay High Court then finally gave permission for the Uddhav Sena to carry out their rally as scheduled yearly. And Eknath Shinde now, post the court's verdict, has decided to float his own rally on the day of Dussehra. Dussehra celebrations by Eknath Shinde camp for the first time will be carried out at the Bandra Kurla complex. All right, we have some big breaking news coming in. A call now has been received on the landline number of HN Reliance Foundation Hospital. 12:57 p.m. today from an unknown number, in which the caller threatened to blow up the hospital and issued threats to name some members of the Ambani family. The Mumbai police has just reported. Offence in this incident is, in fact, this episode has been registered. A case has been registered at the DB Marg police station. Further investigation into this matter is currently being carried out. Mumbai police now releasing a statement saying that a threat call has come to the Reliance Hospital in Mumbai at exactly 12:57. An unknown number calling the landline of the hospital, threatening to blow up that hospital. Threats issued, and some of the names of the Ambani family have also been mentioned while as part of that call. Devesh joining us live for a little more. Devesh, a formal complaint now has been registered at the DB Marg police station alleging that the Reliance Hospital has got a threat call threatening them to blow up that hospital. Tell us more.
Well, Nabila, this call was received from an unidentified number. Unidentified caller had made this call at around 12:57 p.m. at the landline number of HN Reliance Hospital in South Mumbai, wherein the unidentified caller threatened to blow up the hospital and also issued threats in names of Ambani family members. After which, DB Marg police is now sprung into action. They are trying to trace the call, they are trying to trace the caller, and once he is apprehended, he will be arrested and booked in this particular case. Earlier also, on 15th of August, in a similar manner, HN Reliance Hospital had received 8 threat calls, and on the same day, Mumbai police managed to apprehend the caller. He was apprehended from Dahisar area of Mumbai and then placed under arrest. Today, again, a similar call was received and Mumbai police has sprung into action and they are trying to trace the call. Nabila.
All right. Now, we hear that that threat call, whoever this person was, has particularly mentioned some of the family members of the Ambani family, named them, saying that they're going to blow up the hospital, and also threats issued to some members of the family. Any word on who are those members that were particularly pointed out by that accused person who's made that phone call?
Well, Nabila, the specific details are yet to be received, yet to be shared by Mumbai police. But Mumbai police has clearly stated in an official statement that threat call was received, wherein the caller threatened to blow up the hospital. The hospital is run by Reliance Foundation, named as HN Reliance Hospital in South Mumbai, and also threats were issued by the caller in name of family members, Ambani family members, after which The hospital informed the DB Marg police station. The DCP, Deputy Commissioner of Police, DCP Nilotpal, is looking into the issue, looking into the case. Officials from DB Marg police station are working along with the Mumbai crime branch, and they are trying to trace the call. Once the call is traced, the caller will be apprehended and further action will be initiated against him. Nabila.
All right, thank you very much, Devesh, for joining us on that. All right, Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is now going national, thereby kicking off the TRS mission 2024. KCR's TRS is now a national party. It's going to be called Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Months after positioning itself as a national player and as touring states to meet with opposition leaders in a bid to form a united front against the BJP, Telangana Chief Minister held a key meeting with JDS Netas, cabinet colleagues and all district presidents of the party to discuss the roadmap of the Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti. Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti has been launched at the Telangana Bhavan today, placing itself as another party joining the league of Modi challengers. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit out at KCR's national ambition, claiming BRS was forced to only catapult his family to the top of the power structure in the state.
क्योंकि सारे हिंदुस्तान की आवाम देख रही है कि 9 साल से क्या हाल है। हिंदुस्तान तरक्की की तरफ बजाय बैठक की तरफ जा रहा है, गिरानी आसमान पे जा चुकी है। लोग देख रहे हैं कि कोई ऐसा लीडर आए, जिस तरह जयप्रकाश नारायण आए थे, उसी तरह कोई ऐसे लीडर आए, सारे लोगों को एक जगह जोड़े और हिंदुस्तान में एक रेवोल्यूशन लेकर ले गए। लोग गुजरात मॉडल कहते रहे, टोटली बेकार है। आप हमारी स्टेट घूम लीजिए और हैदराबाद घूम लीजिए। असल में इंडिया में तरक्की करने वाली कोई स्टेट है, वो तेलंगाना में स्टेट है।
Well, it's perfectly fine for regional parties to have national ambitions. But when you do something like changing the name of your party from Telangana Rashtra Samiti to Bharat Rashtra Samiti, a party that you formed purely to tap into the emotion for the state of Telangana, and now when it is inconvenient, you dump the party because it has served the purpose of catapulting you to the top of the power structure in the new state. Your family today enjoys unbridled power, and as a result of that is the massive corruption that we see in Telangana. You have moved on. So in a sense, you are cheating the people of Telangana. You have used them. You have used their emotion for the state of Telangana, and you have now decided to move on. How does it reflect on KCR as a leader?
इस देश में 2 ही दल हैं जो दिल्ली में सरकार बनाने के लिए ताकत रखते हैं, बीजेपी और कांग्रेस है। तीसरा कोई विकल्प नहीं है। अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी का समर्थन तेलंगाना राज्य के गठन में नहीं होता तो क्या कल भी तेलंगाना राज्य बन सकता था? बहुत कुछ वादे किए थे केसीआर साहब ने हम लोगों के साथ, में उसको दोहराना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन केसीआर साहब को जितना आप जानते शायद मैं नहीं जानता।
All right, so you have those visuals that came right from the start of the day today, where we see KCR launching his new party, calling it the Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti. From TRS, it's now become BRS, Bharatiya Rashtra Samiti, where KCR now hopes to come into the big league of parties who are known as Modi challengers. He believes that his Telangana model of governance will be a fit example to show how he can be, or he is capable of governing the country, if at all. Is KCR nursing prime ministerial ambitions? That's also the question here. KCR now has always been batting for a third front, asking for an alternative to the Modi government. What's the best alternative? I will provide that alternative for India. That's the intention with which KCR has gone in to launch his new party called the Bharatiya Samiti. Let me quickly get across to Abdul Bashir, joining us on the phone line. Bashir, a quick word and a question. Is KCR nursing prime ministerial ambitions? He's been the man time and again wanting to pushing for a third front. He's been, of course, trying to pull in many of the other opposition parties together, but failed attempts. We know that that's happened even in the previous Lok Sabha 2019 elections. His attempt failed miserably. This time he believes that he wants to start his own party, and maybe that will give him some thrust towards this goal.
Yeah, absolutely, Nabila. We have seen that how KCR had been criticizing the centre, the BJP government, for several policies and demanding that a non-BJP front must come up. There must be a big move by the non-BJP parties to come together with an alliance. And absolutely, he had earlier tried for this attempt to get a third front, not once but twice, but he failed in his attempt. And this is the third thing that we see, a new move by KCR, where he has changed the party's name from Telangana Rashtra Samiti to Bharat Rashtra Samiti. And this takes his party from the state to centre. This is the national party that he has been announced by today at the Telangana Bhavan after a general body meeting that was held with all the TRS leaders, cadres and members. A mutual announcement had been made by the TRS, and then the TRS has become BRS now, the Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Here, the flag of TRS will remain same with the logo from Telangana's map to India's map will come onto it, where car will remain the symbol of TRS here. And this is the announcement that has been made by Telangana Chief Minister and TRS Supremo, now said to be BRS Supremo, K. Chandrasekhar Rao at TRS Bhavan today. So this is the major announcement that has been made. Yes, national ambitions can be seen. And as far as your question is concerned, the Prime Minister ambitions that we are talking about, yes, several top leaders claim and they believe that KCR is the Prime Minister's candidate. If the opposition comes together, they are also aiming to push forward KCR as the Prime Ministerial candidate. But as we know, that several attempts have been
We'll see
foiled.
how that pans
Now
out.
it is to be seen how this attempt is going to...
Thank you very much for joining us. We know that there's huge celebrations right now within the TRS. They are all celebrating their party now turning national ahead of 2024 elections. Now, similarly, we see a huge push by Union Home Minister Amit Shah in the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Ahead of polls there in the state, we're seeing Amit Shah's big message going out in Srinagar as part of his 3-day tour in the Union Territory. His public address that was addressed in North Kashmir's Baramulla town was the first show of the BJP in terms of strength in a town considered to be a hotbed of terrorism. Amit Shah has launched a scathing attack there against the Gupkar bloc, the alliance of Kashmiri political parties that include the Muftis and the Abdullahs, who are now seeking restoration of Jammu and Kashmir's special status. Amit Shah further assured people there of the valley of elections in the coming days. Ahead of the rally, Amit Shah has chaired a unified command meet of Jammu and Kashmir in Srinagar. LG Manoj Sinha, top officials of the army, paramilitary forces, state police and civil administration took part in this high-level meeting. The focus here was around tackling attacks on non-locals in the Kashmir Valley. After the abrogation of Article 370, this will be the Home Minister's second visit to Kashmir.
ये मुझे सलाह देते हैं कि पाकिस्तान से बातचीत करो। मुझे सलाह देते हैं, जिन्होंने 70 साल तक यहाँ राज किया, वो लोग सलाह देते हैं पाकिस्तान से बात करो। मेरा स्पष्ट मत है, मैं पाकिस्तान से बात करना नहीं चाहता। मेरे बारामूला के गुर्जर, पहाड़ी और बकरवाल भाई बहनों को बात करना चाहता। मैं कश्मीर के युवाओं को बात करना चाहता। जरा खुली नजर से, खुले दिमाग से सोचिए, जिन्होंने दहशतगर्दी फैलाई।
All right, we're cutting across to Prime Minister Modi, who's currently in Kulu, Himachal Pradesh. A huge outreach there as well by the BJP. Prime Minister Modi launching developmental projects. He's just a few hours ago inaugurated the AIMS project. Now he's part of the Kulu Dussehra celebrations. Huge crowds there in Kulu, where Prime Minister Modi has arrived to be part of this Dussehra festivities in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Live visuals coming in from Himachal Pradesh. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's going to be participating in the Dussehra celebrations in Kulu. Live visuals coming in from Himachal Pradesh ahead of elections. A huge push by the BJP as they roll out many developmental projects. AIMS that was inaugurated in Bilaspur by Prime Minister Modi himself, and also a 4-lane road project that was rolled out. Prime Minister Modi now at Kulu. He's going to be part of this day-long Dussehra festivities in Himachal Pradesh. Here's Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's just arrived in Kulu, flanked by all the leaders of Himachal Pradesh who are present right there. Huge crowds flocked in to witness Prime Minister Modi. Of course, the crowds also there to celebrate Dussehra. This is images coming in from Kulu. Massive Dussehra festivities there. A day-long festival that will be attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself.
कहीं ना कहीं ये संदेश भी प्रधानमंत्री लोगों को दे रहे हैं। हमने देखा पिछले 2 दिनों से हम देख रहे हैं कि देवी देवता यहाँ पर पहुँच रहे हैं और बड़ी संख्या में युवा हैं। आपने भी देखा होगा, आमतौर पर ये माना जाता है कि युवा परंपरा से नहीं जुड़ते, लेकिन जिस तरह से देवी देवताओं का यहाँ आगमन हो रहा है और बहुत सारे युवा इस पूरे प्रोसेस में भाग ले रहे हैं, पूरे जो प्रोसेशन चलता है उसमें।
पारंपरिक टोपी पहनाकर जयराम ठाकुर मुख्यमंत्री हिमाचल प्रदेश ने प्रधानमंत्री का अभिवादन किया। और आप बात कर रही थी युवाओं की, यंग इंडिया है ये, इंडिया इज द यंगेस्ट कंट्री इन द वर्ल्ड। और हाथ हिलाकर, हाथ जोड़कर प्रधानमंत्री अभिवादन करते हुए स्थानीय जनता का। और मुझे लगता है काफी लोग बाहर से भी आए हैं, क्योंकि तमाम होटल्स बुक हो चुके हैं। प्रधानमंत्री की जैसे उनको आने की खबर मिली, रूम्स ही नहीं मिल रहे हैं यहाँ पर।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। वैसे तो जब भी दशहरा होता है तो लाखों की संख्या में यहाँ पर्यटक आते हैं, क्योंकि इस तरह का नज़ारा शायद ही कहीं देखने को मिलता हो, कहीं नहीं देखने को मिलता। इतने सारे 300 से अधिक देवताओं का एक शहर में पहुँचना, भगवान रघुनाथ से उनका मिलन होना, और बिल्कुल जिस तरह का माहौल यहाँ पर बनता है, सच में ऐसा लगता है कि भगवान धरती पर उतर आए।
और ये भगवान राम परिवार की, साथ में सीता माता, लखन और भक्त हनुमान भी साथ में है। एक फोटो फ्रेम उनको भेंट किया गया। और आप बात कर रही थी यंग इंडिया की। प्रधानमंत्री हमेशा अपना वादा निभाते हैं और आज तो रिकॉर्ड बनाया नंदिनी। प्रधानमंत्री ने, पहले प्रधानमंत्री हैं जो कुल्लू का दशहरा देखने के लिए यहाँ पर आए हैं।
बिल्कुल पहली बार है। इससे पहले हम बात कर रहे थे तो हमें बताया गया कि इससे पहले लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी यहाँ पर आए थे, लेकिन उस समय वे गृह मंत्री थे। ये पहली बार है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं। इससे पहले देखिए कितनी खूबसूरत शॉल भी उन्हें दी गई है, कुल्लू शॉल जिस पर कुल्लू पट्टी का काम है। बहुत खूबसूरत शॉल उन्होंने ओढ़ी हुई है और ऐसा लगता है कि हिमाचल के बीच, हिमाचल का जो कोई नेता है, हिमाचल का बेटा, बिल्कुल
हिमाचल की आन बान और शान, हिमाचल की ये टोपी, हिमाचल की पहचान जो प्रधानमंत्री को भेंट की गई और प्रधानमंत्री ने पहनी भी हुई है। और बिलासपुर से ही प्रधानमंत्री उस टोपी को पहने हुए हैं और ये बताते हुए कि मैं आपके बीच आ गया हूँ, मैं आपका बेटा हूँ। और ये देखिए अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कुल्लू दशहरा पर प्रधानमंत्री का हार्दिक अभिनंदन करते हुए।
All right, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Kulu as part of their day-long Dussehra celebrations. We're going to continue tracking those details for now. A short break. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Greenhouse gas emissions are a looming threat to climate change. Industries are finding ways to capture and store carbon. This helps in reducing the emissions and reducing the overall impact of carbon on the environment. Carbon capture and storage is a way of reducing industrial greenhouse gas emissions. It involves recovering the carbon gas at its source and holding it in underground reserves. First, the carbon dioxide is separated from the smoke or combustion fumes. Industrial emissions comprise up to 15% carbon dioxide. The rest is mainly water vapor and nitrogen. Separating the gases is costly, accounting for about 2/3 of the overall capture and storage process. Capture techniques are constantly evolving. Extracting the carbon dioxide post-combustion is a well-mastered method, but it's relatively energy-intensive. Another possibility is removing the carbon dioxide before the fuel is burnt. Development of this process is ongoing. Once separated, the carbon dioxide is compressed and transported by pipeline, boat or tanker to underground or deep-sea storage facilities. It is injected far underneath gas-tight layers of rock and stored under pressure until it reaches a near liquid state. Suitable storage sites include end-of-life oil and gas fields or extremely deep layers of porous rock impregnated with salt water.
Battery swapping was a real game changer and is a real game changer as we go into other markets, large-scale markets.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on what we are doing to ourselves with our bodies and our minds. What about our mental health? The pandemic in that sense has been a real eye-opener. To add to it, we are living in a very fast-paced world where a 2,000-calorie meal is ordered in just 1 minute, where eating food out of a packet has become a norm rather than an exception, where stress has become a lifelong partner, where our phones, our gadgets, are our companions and not our family members and friends. We try and make an attempt to help you understand on how to go back to the basics. I'm Sneha Mordani, and in today's brand new episode of Health 360, we talk about women's health. The most common problem that women brush under the carpet without realizing that it could be a warning sign of something big. This problem is that of painful periods and prolonged periods. This report is my first-hand account of the problem many women face. We're talking about endometriosis. Take a look. So this causes pain, very, very bad pain. You can almost feel like there's a blackout in front of you. Imagine having cramps every day, sometimes for like days together, any time of the day, many times in a day. That is endometriosis for you. Periods or no periods, you have cramps every single day. 1 in every 10 women suffer from endometriosis. Most of them don't even know they do. So just like me, I was completely unaware about what is really happening to me. You know, tolerating pain and taking it as normal just became a part of life. I thought it is okay. This is just this is just natural. Putting up with so much pain should come naturally to me because this is the way of nature. I didn't know that it was not normal. A health reporter is supposed to have a lot more privilege in terms of, access to information around your health, have more knowledge about endometriosis than the layman. But in spite of that, I did not. I also thought that staining the bed sheet is normal. Maybe it's not just me. Maybe there are others also who are having to undergo this experience of getting up every morning and the first thing that you do, actually sometimes towards the middle of the night as well, towards the morning, in the middle of the night, you get up and check if your bed sheet is stained or not. Imagine being in a position where you bleed so heavily that you're bleeding for 10 days in a row. There were instances of my staining even the sofa, for example, and I did so in somebody else's house as well. Like that is how heavy I bleed. Excessive bleeding and prolonged bleeding, in fact, is one of the first signs of endometriosis. Doctors now say neither prolonged bleeding nor painful periods is normal.
They lose a lot of blood during a period, then it can make them anemic, they feel weak, they have all the symptoms of anemia, that they can't concentrate on work and all this. So prolonged and heavy bleeding is not considered normal.
To begin with, difficult or painful periods or very heavy blood flow was never really a problem for me. In fact, this really came out of the blue for me. This was the year 2012 that I saw an increase in weight. Suddenly I felt that I'm just feeling very bloated. And there was this time when I was in my previous organization when I was actually alone and I was just about to call it a day. And the minute I got up from my chair, I felt there was a blackout and I passed out. And several scans and MRIs later, which also, by the way, did not give an accurate picture of the situation. The doctor did say that this appears to be a very, very bad case of endometriosis, and this has probably progressed to the last stage of endometriosis, which is stage 4, which means that I will need a surgery.
So endometriosis is a gynecological condition in which the lining of the uterus develops inside. Instead of staying inside the cavity, it can develop outside the uterus or in the wall of the uterus. It can also develop in remote places. You can't even imagine that lining can go as far as the lungs and the abdominal surface, and anywhere in the body it can develop.
Currently, it is not known what causes endometriosis. It is largely seen as a genetic or immunological disorder. It causes extreme pain while the woman is in a sexual activity. It causes life-changing problems like pain that interferes with any day-to-day activity. And worse, it causes infertility. Imagine having to do everything, every little thing, just keeping your pain threshold in mind, keeping in mind whether the periods will be manageable or not. Imagine choosing not to go for a reporting assignment because you know that it may be difficult. Skipping an outing with friends. All of that became regular for me, very regular. Everything had to be done keeping pain in mind. As is known, sexual intercourse is very, very painful. Defecation is painful. Going to the toilet is painful. Every damn thing is painful.
This is a leading cause of infertility because it can affect right from, if it has involved the ovary, then it can affect the ovulation and it can disturb the tubal function.
Endometriosis is lifelong. It can't be cured. It can be managed with medicines and with lifestyle changes. But awareness is the key. To know that bleeding for 10 days at a go is not normal. To know that debilitating pain should not be suppressed using over-the-counter muscle relaxants. So after the surgery, there were some 36 to 40 cysts, and it was found in different organs of the body like the uterus, like the ovaries, fallopian tubes, right below the lungs as well, actually, is what I remember very distinctly, that it had even reached up to the lungs.
There is no cure. The cure is when you remove both the ovaries and you suppress endometriosis, the existing endometriosis, then you hope that it would not come back because the stimulus to the endometriosis has gone, and that is the ovaries.
For the longest time, I was on progesterone, which is of course the medicine that is taken to control your periods, and that was the medication for years together. Until the time I decided to try having a child, which I was told will never happen naturally. But when I got off the medication and miraculously with endometriosis grade 4 and with after the surgery, I did conceive naturally and I did have a child. So almost about 5 years after having the baby, I saw the symptoms of endometriosis come back again. I was told that there is a chance that it may come back, but many times after a baby, usually when you're breastfeeding and usually you don't get your periods when you're breastfeeding, nature has its way of curing this. I clearly wasn't that lucky. The other common hormonal problems that women suffer from is PCOD and PCOS, which is polycystic ovarian disease and polycystic ovarian syndrome. Well, both of these are often confused with each other. Our next report explains why both of them are different. It decodes both of these problems.
The bane of many women struggling to have a child. The leading causes of infertility in women of reproductive age. The polycystic ovarian syndrome and polycystic ovarian disease may sound the same, but they're medically different. While PCOD is a milder form of delayed ovulation and hormonal imbalance, PCOS is a more severe form of hormonal and metabolic trouble, often linked to obesity and diabetes.
PCOS stands for पॉलीसिस्टिक ओवेरियन सिंड्रोम, जो कि एक कंडीशन है हार्मोनल इम्बैलेंस की, जिसमें ओवरीज या अंडाशय में मल्टीपल स्मॉल छोटे छोटे एग्स बन जाते हैं और ये एग्स टाइम पर रिलीज नहीं हो रहे होते हैं क्योंकि बॉडी में हार्मोन्स का इम्बैलेंस होता है और जो मेल हार्मोन या एंड्रोजेंस बढ़ जाते हैं, जिसकी वजह से पेशेंट को कई बार एक्ने और फेस पे हेयर वगैरह भी बढ़ जाते हैं. सिंस हमारा एग फॉर्मेशन एंड रिलीज प्रॉपर नहीं हो रहा होता है, तो नेचुरली इन पेशेंट्स में इनफर्टिलिटी की इंसिडेंस बढ़ जाती है.
Experts explain how common it has become in Indian women.
India is a country of various demographic profile. ये वेरी करता है from 3.7% to an incidence of almost 22.5%. Generally हम बात कहते हैं तो 5 में से 1 woman, almost 20% of the ladies are affected by PCOS. And in PCOS patient में incidence of infertility is almost as high as 70 to 80%. So that is where the concern lies.
COVID infections in women often messes up hormones too, leading to irregular menstruation. Studies show that PCOS, apart from infertility, can also lead to long-term health problems like obesity, sleep apnea, diabetes, uterine cancer, and even impairment of heart and lungs, leading to shortness of breath. Not just women, children born to mothers with PCOS are susceptible to infections and allergies before attaining teenage. Such children are much more likely to be hospitalized for ailments like asthma. While obese women are more likely to get PCOS, the condition often also leads to depression, anxiety, eating disorder, as per a study by researcher Adam Bonner, University of Alabama. However, this disease can be managed with lifestyle changes, yoga, exercise and controlled diet. Timely consultation with doctors can also help.
India's total fertility rate is already at 1.6 in urban settings, where infertility is higher. While in rural settings also, the total fertility rate has reached to 2.1, slightly near the replacement level of population. People have begun to seek treatments, especially in urban centers where IVF treatments are rife and such facilities are mushrooming in many places. Awareness is key so that timely intervention can help people cure their problems. With Nasir Khan, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Endometriosis, PCOS, PCOD. All of these are problems associated with women in the reproductive age. But once they pass the reproductive age, which means when they're entering the premenopausal phase or even menopause, things really don't quite get easy. In fact, it continues to be very difficult. Our next report talks to you about the kind of physical and mental problems women find during and before menopause, and what can they really do to help themselves. It is an inevitable change all women have to undergo. But the fact that it is natural does not mean it is an easily managed bodily change. When 52-year-old Monica Chandra entered a premenopausal phase, she faced a host of physical problems.
Being a person who's always had regular periods, I mean, I could plan my life according to them, my holidays according to them, my trips according to them. To suddenly not having them definitely threw me off kilter. I was wondering what was happening to me. And it did take me a couple of months to realize that, oh, now menopause has hit me. Because, of course, I was nearing that age as well. And health-wise, of course,
the greetings of the people of Himachal Pradesh who have travelled far and wide to witness this historic occasion, because today it is not only Kullu Dussehra but also the visit of the Prime Minister, the man they have always loved. And there you see Prime Minister with folded hands accepting the greetings of the people who have come from all walks of life.
बिल्कुल भगवान रघुनाथ जी की यात्रा के समय जब कुल्लू का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कुल्लू दशहरा शुरू हो रहा है, ऐसे में प्रधानमंत्री का कुल्लू में आना, कुल्लू के लोगों के बीच आना, भगवान रघुनाथ की आशीर्वाद लेना एक बिल्कुल नया इतिहास रच रहा है, जो आने वाले इतिहास के पन्नों में अंकित किया जाएगा कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जो है वो कुल्लू आए थे और लोगों के बीच में आए थे। भगवान रघुनाथ से उन्होंने आशीर्वाद लिया था, लोगों का अभिवादन किया था और ये पूरा का पूरा देवी देवताओं का जो मिलन हो रहा है उसको देखा। कितना बड़ा समय वो यहाँ पर बिता रहे हैं, आप देखिए कितनी बार वो लोगों का अभिवादन कर रहे हैं, कभी उनका मन नहीं भरा इस नज़ारे को देखते हुए।
मैं तो यूं कहूंगा कि लोगों का मन नहीं भर रहा और वो चाहेंगे कि प्रधानमंत्री ज्यादा से ज्यादा वक्त उनके बीच में बिताएं, क्योंकि वो हमेशा ये चाहेंगे कि जिस पॉलिटिशियन को, जिस लीडर को वो इतना प्यार करते हैं, वो उनके बीच में है।
बिल्कुल, प्रधानमंत्री देखिए कितनी समय तक खड़े हैं, कितनी समय तक वो खड़े हैं, लोगों का अभिवादन कर रहे हैं, देवी देवताओं से आशीर्वाद भी ले रहे हैं। लोग कितने खुश हैं, कितना रौनक है लोगों के चेहरे में। वो क्षण वे अपने मोबाइल में कैद करना चाहते हैं, हंसते मुस्कुराते प्रधानमंत्री का अभिवादन कर रहे हैं। प्रधानमंत्री देखिए कितनी देर तक भगवान रघुनाथ की ये यात्रा जो है उसका नज़ारा ले रहे हैं, और क्योंकि यहाँ पर 300 से ज़्यादा देवी देवता आए हुए हैं तो उनका कहीं ना कहीं आशीर्वाद भी मांग रहे हैं। कह रहे हैं कि मैं जो है प्रधान सेवक आपके आशीर्वाद के बगैर कुछ नहीं कर सकता, आप मुझे आशीर्वाद दीजिए, इसी तरह से मैं भारत को विकसित बनाऊं, विकास के रास्ते पे आगे ले जाऊं। देखिए प्रधानमंत्री कोई भी नज़ारा मिस नहीं करना चाहते हैं।
देखिए ये बहुत कन्विक्शन चाहिए कि किस तरह से आप अपने देशवासियों को कन्विंस करते हैं, और उसके लिए पूरी सिंसियरिटी होनी चाहिए।
बिल्कुल पूरी सिंसियरिटी होनी चाहिए। देखिए सब और अगर हम देखें, जिस तरह से हमारे कैमरामैन दिखा भी रहे हैं, चारों ओर देवी देवता खड़े हुए हैं और उसके दूसरे छोर पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी कहीं ना कहीं इस क्षण को अपनी आंखों में, अपने जो कहीं ना कहीं मन मस्तिष्क में समेटे हुए हैं, समेटना चाहते हैं कि ये नज़ारा वे कभी ना भूलें। लोगों से जो है वो आशीर्वाद ले रहे हैं। देखिए पूरा का पूरा देव समाज यहाँ पर खड़ा हुआ है। भगवान रघुनाथ की जो यात्रा है वो शुरू होने वाली है, रथ जो है इस खींचा जाएगा। प्रधानमंत्री इंतजार कर रहे हैं कि ये रघुनाथ जो रथ यात्रा है वो शुरू हो, लेकिन जब जो संकेत आएगा तब ही रथ यात्रा जो है वो आगे बढ़ेगी, परंपरागत रूप में आगे बढ़ेगी। प्रधानमंत्री देखिए उठकर खड़े हो गए हैं, भगवान रघुनाथ के आदर में वे खड़े हो गए हैं और पूरा का पूरा लोग जो हैं वो देख रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री किस तरह से भगवान रघुनाथ को देखने के लिए, उनके जो रथ यात्रा है उसकी एक झलक पाने के लिए अपनी जगह से उठकर स्टेज पर आ गए हैं और देखना चाहते हैं कि किस तरह से ये परंपरा आगे बढ़ रही है, ये जो पूरा कुल्लू दशहरा है वो आगे बढ़ रहा है। इंतजार करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री की रथ यात्रा शुरू हो। इस बीच पूजा अर्चना जारी है। प्रधानमंत्री पहले ही जैसे हमने बताया कि वे भगवान रघुनाथ का आशीर्वाद लेकर आए हैं। प्रधानमंत्री कुल्लू दशहरे को बहुत पुराने से जानते हैं, बहुत समय से वे इसको देखते आए। जब वे हिमाचल प्रदेश के प्रभारी थे उन्होंने कुल्लू दशहरा कई बार देखा, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री के तौर पर उनका यहाँ पहली बार आगमन हुआ। यही नहीं, पहली बार कोई प्रधानमंत्री कुल्लू दशहरे को देखने के लिए आया और इतने समय तक वे लोगों के बीच में है, देवी देवताओं के बीच में है और रघुनाथ जी की जो यात्रा है वो देखना चाहते हैं। वो चाहते हैं कि वे नज़ारा लें, जब यात्रा होगी वो उसको देखेंगे और उसके बाद वे वापस शायद लौट जाएंगे। देखिए, अभिवादन करते हुए प्रधानमंत्री और इंतजार करते हुए लोग भी रघुनाथ के साथ साथ, भगवान रघुनाथ के साथ साथ प्रधानमंत्री की ओर देखते हुए, हम अगर बीच में देखें तो देवी देवता जो हैं अपना आशीर्वाद कहीं ना कहीं खुशी से झूम रहे हैं। भगवान रघुनाथ से उनका मिलन है, तो बहुत ही खूबसूरत नज़ारा हम देख सकते हैं। परंपरागत वेशभूषा में काफ़ी सारे लोग, इस पूरे कुल्लू क्षेत्र के लोग जो हैं यहाँ पहुँचे हुए हैं। बहुत लंबा इतिहास है इस दशहरे का। कुल्लू जो दशहरा है उसका बहुत लंबा इतिहास है। 16वीं शताब्दी में जो अंतर्राष्ट्रीय कुल्लू दशहरा है वो शुरू हुआ और तब से ये परंपरा चली आ रही है। देखिए, बहुत ही खूबसूरत नज़ारा है।
जी बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने। 1605 से ये महोत्सव शुरू हुआ। प्रधानमंत्री दोनों हाथ जोड़कर लोगों का अभिवादन करते हुए, और एक अद्भुत नज़ारा है। चारों तरफ पारंपरिक वेशभूषा, देवी देवताओं का आशीर्वाद प्रधानमंत्री लेते हुए, साथ ही जनता का भी आशीर्वाद लेते हुए, और लोगों का एक्साइटमेंट देखते ही बनता है कितने खुश नजर आ रहे हैं लोग, और सभी अपना फोन लेकर आए हैं। किसी तरह उनको प्रधानमंत्री की झलक मिले और वो अपने फोन में उसको कैद कर लें।
16वीं शताब्दी में जैसे मैं बता रही थी कि भगवान जगत, ये जो पूरा का पूरा शुरू हुआ था, राजा जगत सिंह ने इसे शुरू किया था और तब से ये परंपरा चली आ रही है।
दर्शनों के, इस भव्य रथ यात्रा के, और उसी के साथ साथ हमारे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय जी की उपस्थिति भी ऐतिहासिक है। आप दर्शन करें। कहते हैं कि जो इस रथ यात्रा के दर्शन करता है पूरा वर्ष उसके लिए शुभ होता है।
और ऐसा माना जाता है कि आज स्वर्गलोक से
1000 से ज़्यादा देवी देवता यहाँ भगवान रघुनाथ जी के दर्शनों के लिए मौजूद रहते हैं। और ये रथ यात्रा भगवान रघुनाथ जी के अस्थाई शिविर तक जाएगी, जहाँ पर भगवान रघुनाथ जी विराजमान हो जाएंगे। और अगले 7 दिनों तक लाखों लोगों के दर्शन के लिए, सभी देवी देवताओं के दर्शन के लिए वहाँ पर उपलब्ध रहेंगे।
ये है भव्य यात्रा, रथ यात्रा। इस समय रथ में जहाँ भगवान श्री रघुनाथ जी आरूढ़ है, उसी के साथ साथ कुल्लू के असंख्य देवी देवता भगवान रघुनाथ जी की अगुवाई में धीरे धीरे इस यात्रा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और ये देवमय नज़ारा, ये वातावरण और ये ठहरी हुई भीड़, ये रुका हुआ जन सैलाब, ये देखिए कुल्लू की संस्कृति। ये है भव्य संस्कृति के भव्य दर्शन। और खुशनसीब है वो निगाहें जो ऐसे दर्शन कर रही हैं। ऐसे पल आज हमारे जीवन में आकर सम्मिलित हुए हैं। हम भगवान श्री रघुनाथ जी से, सभी देवी देवताओं से, परम पिता परमात्मा से ऐसी अरदास प्रार्थना करते हैं कि ये पल सभी के लिए सुख लेकर आए, सभी के लिए जीवन मंगलमय हो, हमारे देश की एकता और अखंडता बनी रहे, भारतवर्ष दिन दोगुनी रात चौगुनी तरक्की करे और हमारी ये मान्यताएं, ये देव परंपराएं, हमारी संस्कृति जो है वो इसी तरह से अक्षुण्ण बनी रहे। इस पावन वेला में यही मनोकामना है, यही अरदास है, यही प्रार्थना है। और ऐसी ही प्रार्थनाओं को लिए हमारे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय जी इस समय यहाँ उपस्थित है। माननीय महोदय, आप बार बार ऐसे ऐतिहासिक पलों के साक्षी बने और हम आपका आभार व्यक्त करते चले जाएं।
अनंत आभार आपका माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। ऐतिहासिक रथ यात्रा में हजारों लोगों का यह जन सैलाब, लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी रथ यात्रा बहुत शांतिपूर्ण संपन्न होगी। बहुत उत्साह आप सब लोगों में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के प्रति हम देख रहे हैं। ऐसा ऐतिहासिक रथ यात्रा के इतिहास में एक नया अध्याय आज जुड़ गया है, जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी इस रथ यात्रा के साक्षी बने, पूजा अर्चना करके आशीर्वाद प्राप्त किया। अनंत आभार आपका माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय।
ये ऐतिहासिक क्षण हमारे जीवन में बार बार आए। कुल्लू की जनता की ओर से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री महोदय जी का उनकी उपस्थिति के लिए, उनके स्नेह के लिए और कुल्लू के लिए उनकी प्रेम और करुणा के लिए सभी जिला
accepting greetings of the people who have.
All right, that's Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Kullu. Huge Dussehra celebrations organized in Kullu, a day-long festivities there with Prime Minister himself in attendance. The pole-bound state of Himachal, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has descended early this day. He's been spending the entire day, interacting with people there, launching developmental projects, and now participating in the huge Kulu Dussehra festivities. These are the live visuals that we bring to you right here on India Today.
कुल्लू आए थे और लोगों के बीच में आए थे। भगवान रघुनाथ से उन्होंने आशीर्वाद लिया था, लोगों का अभिवादन किया था और ये पूरा का पूरा देवी देवताओं का जो मिलन हो रहा है उसको देखा। कितना बड़ा समय वो यहाँ पर बिता रहे हैं। आप देखिए कितनी बार वो लोग
right here. Clashes between Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray ahead of the Dussehra rally. This is the big news that we're currently tracking. We're seeing Eknath Shinde, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, for the first time holding a Dussehra rally right after he broke away from the Uddhav Sena and has now become the Chief Minister. He's at the helm of affairs, going to be holding a massive Dussehra rally as the Eknath Shinde camp of the, or rather as referred as the Eknath Sena, will be holding a huge Dussehra rally on the same day that Uddhav Thackeray will be holding his Dussehra rally that they do annually. Pankaj joining us live for a little more. Pankaj, what are these clashes? We see some clashes between the Shinde Sena and the Uddhav Sena right ahead of the Dussehra rally. I'm going to try and patch Pankaj on the line. Here we see some ruckus taking place where we believe the clashes are between the Shinde Sena and the Uddhav Sena right ahead of the Dussehra rally in Mumbai. This is visual coming in from Nashik. We do know that hordes of Sena workers are making their way towards Mumbai, where the massive Dussehra rallies will be taking place. One part will be held by the Uddhav Sena, the other, now for the first time, Eknath Shinde Sena will be holding a Dussehra rally, trying to show their strength and flex their muscle on this festive day. In fact, the Dussehra rally itself has been the Shiv Sena's iconic celebration under Uddhav Thackeray. They've held the Dussehra rally year on year in quite a pompous manner, and this time when the Uddhav Thackeray Sena wanted to carry out the Dussehra rally, there was Eknath Shinde who filed a plea against it, saying that they're no more the rightful heirs of the Shiv Sena as a party. They basically don't own the party at this point because Eknath Shinde and the majority of their leaders broke away. So the court, of course, ruled in favor of Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he can hold his rally. Now Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, both of them are holding their independent rallies, and we see clashes that have broken out. Pankaj, back on the line with us. Pankaj, a quick word as we see clashes between the Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray camp ahead of the Dussehra rally. We see some fight happening there in Nashik. Tell us a little more what's going on.
So Nabila, this incident happened about 90 kilometers from Nashik in Kasara Ghat, wherein both the factions were heading towards Mumbai, wherein the supporters of Eknath Shinde made pass some comments on the bus, wherein there were some female Shiv Sainik supporters of Uddhav Thackeray. There were some lewd remarks, some obscene remarks, wherein the bus that was Shiv Sainik supporting Uddhav Thackeray overtook this Eknath Shinde supporters, stopped them and thrashed them in Shiv Sena style. Surprisingly, there were some other buses carrying Eknath Shinde supporters who also stopped there, but they did not intervene because all of the men who were there supporting Eknath Shinde, they accepted that their men were at fault. Later on, after pacifying, both the groups have moved towards Mumbai. Police have intervened, but there is no police case that has been filed.
All right. Pankaj, thank you very much for joining us on that. There we see some ruckus that's broken out between the Eknath Shinde camp and the Uddhav Thackeray camp ahead of the huge Dussehra festivities. Mumbai, all set to witness the mega battle of the Dussehra rallies between Uddhav Sena and the Shinde Sena. In fact, in a first for the Shiv Sena, 2 Dussehra rallies will be held in Mumbai as it prepares for a show of strength with its first such mass event since the split in the party in June this year. Uddhav Thackeray-led Sena is preparing to hold the rally at Shivaji Park, where they have been held every year since 1996. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's faction will now be holding this rally at the Mumbai Metropolitan Region Development Authority grounds in Bandra Kurla complex. Ahead of their Dussehra rallies, the Shiv Sena's 2 factions have been engaging in a video war, with both sides claiming to be the true heirs of Sena founder Bal Thakray's legacy.
It's been some months when Eknath Shinde left Shiv Sena and joined hand with BJP. After that, it's been a political mess for both the parties, and now the biggest festival, it's around the corner. Today is Dussehra, and the biggest rally which take place in Mumbai and Maharashtra has been preparing since along. But now today we can see we are at the BKC ground, and over here Eknath Shinde group will be taking the biggest rally organized by the Shinde camp. On the other hand, there is a rally which organized by Uddhav camp, which we had seen been organized from last so many years, and it's so grand that everyone come from the different parts of Maharashtra. But today the main point is that both the camp will be taking rally in different parts of Mumbai, and there will be a lot of people visiting these rallies. We are at the BKC ground. You can see there is still a main point which has been written by Shinde camp is Gaur se kaho hum Hindu hain. And this is the main point which BJP and Eknath Shinde group is fighting from so long. So now preparation has been started and rally will take place at 7 in the evening. With cameraman Weber, Paras Dama for India Today.
नहीं, हमें उसके ऊपर ध्यान ही नहीं देना है. हमें क्या करना है? कोई क्या करे, नाच करे, हमें क्या उससे मतलब है? वंदनीय हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने शिवसेना का निर्माण किया, तब से लेकर आज तक वही शिवसेना की रैली होती रही है. वंदनीय शिवसेना प्रमुख के बाद में आदरणीय पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे साहब वो रैली लेते रहे हैं. 14 से लेकर 2022 कौन पैदा हुए थे, इनमें से कौन पैदा था? तभी तो टीजर वीजर रिलीज करना पड़ रहा है ना उनको, तो इससे कोई मतलब नहीं है.
All right, now Dussehra, also known as Vijay Dashmi, is being celebrated across India with much fervor. Here's the top 5 defining images on this festive day. Robots assist in celebrating Ayodhya Puja in a mechanical engineering department of a college in Vellore, Tamil Nadu. 2 robots used to teach students there. They were seen ringing a bell, taking Aarti to Saraswati's pick as department staff were all praying. People across Kerala thronged Dakshina Mukambika temple in Kochi on the occasion of Vijay Dashmi. In fact, the Vidya Rambham is that ritual of initiating children into the world of letters held on Vijay Dashmi, which marks the culmination of Navratri festivities. TMC MP Bibi Chakrabarti was spotted attending Durga Puja celebrations in Kolkata. She's performed the Dhunuchi Nachi at one of the Puja Pandals, the Dhunuchi Nach. Effigies of 55 feet high and tall Ravana, 50 feet high Kumbhakarn will be burnt on Dussehra in Betul, Madhya Pradesh. On the occasion of Vijay Dashmi, the burning of effigies will be taking place at Betul's Lal Bahadur Shastri Stadium. Grand festivities here in Karnataka's Mysuru. Dussehra, the iconic festivities in Mysuru. Chief Minister Bommai offers his prayers to Goddess Chamundeshwari and takes part in the Jumbo Savari. All right, now Union Home Minister Amit Shah, meanwhile, is in Srinagar as part of his 3-day tour to the Union Territory. Amit Shah has addressed a mega public rally in North Kashmir's Baramulla town, which was BJP's first show of strength in a town considered to be the hotbed of terrorism. Amit Shah has launched a scathing attack against Gupkar Bloc, the alliance of Kashmiri political parties that include the Muftis and the Abdullahs, who are seeking restoration of Jammu and Kashmir special status. In fact, Amit Shah has further assured people of the valley of elections in the coming days. And ahead of that rally, Shah has chaired a unified command meet of Jammu and Kashmir in Srinagar. LG Manoj Sinha, top officials of the army, paramilitary forces, state police, as well as the civil administration has taken part in the high-level meet. In fact, the focus of this meeting was to tackle the attacks on non-locals in the Kashmir Valley. After the abrogation of Article 370, this will be the Home Minister's second visit to Kashmir.
ये मुझे सलाह देते हैं कि पाकिस्तान से बातचीत करो. मुझे सलाह देते हैं, जिन्होंने 70 साल तक यहाँ राज किया, वो लोग सलाह देते हैं पाकिस्तान से बात करो. मेरा स्पष्ट मत है, मैं पाकिस्तान से बात करना नहीं चाहता. मेरे बारामूला के गुर्जर, पहाड़ी और बकरवाल भाइयों बहनों से बात करना चाहता. मैं कश्मीर के युवाओं को बात करना चाहता हूं, जरा खुली नजर से, खुले दिमाग से सोचिए, जिन्होंने दहशतगर्दी फैलाई, इसने कश्मीर का क्या भला किया है? आज पूरे देश के सभी राज्य आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, कश्मीर को भी वो रेस के अंदर लाना है। हमें आतंकवादी की बताए हुए रास्ते पे नहीं जाना। मित्रों, दो मॉडल है यहाँ। एक तो मोदी जी का मॉडल है जो विकास, शांति, सद्भाव और रोजगारी देता है, और एक गुपकार मॉडल है। गुपकार मॉडल ने क्या दिया? पुलवामा का अटैक करा दिया। और आज मोदी जी ने क्या करा? पुलवामा में 2000 करोड़ के खर्चे से अस्पताल बनाने का काम किया। गुपकार मॉडल क्या कर रहा है? पाकिस्तानी आतंकवादियों को लाल जाजम बिठाकर यहां पर ला रहा है। मोदी मॉडल क्या कर रहा है? 56,000 करोड़ के इन्वेस्टमेंट को जमीन पर उतारकर मेरे बारामूला के युवाओं को रोजगारी देने का काम ये नरेंद्र मोदी मॉडल कर रहा है। मित्रों, युवाओं के लिए गुपकार मॉडल में क्या है? पत्थर है, बंद कॉलेज है, हाथ में मशीन गन है। नरेंद्र मोदी मॉडल में क्या है? IIM है, IIT है, एम्स है, नीट है। युवा को पढ़ाई लिखाई चाहिए। अब्दुल्ला साहब, युवा के हाथ में पत्थर नहीं चाहिए। और मित्रों, युवा के हाथ में से पत्थर लेकर पढ़ाई लिखाई कराने का काम हमारे नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया है। पहले क्या दिया घाटी के युवाओं? मैं बताता हूं आपने क्या दिया। महबूबा जी, फारूक साहब, आपने घाटी के युवाओं के हाथ में पत्थर पकड़ाया, बंदूक पकड़ाई है, और मोदी जी ने यहां पर इंडस्ट्री लाकर उसके हाथ में मोबाइल और लैपटॉप पकड़ाने का काम किया है, जिससे युवा अपने आप को रोजगार युक्त कर पाए।
Right, a massive political war erupts over RSS chief's population control policy call. AIMIM, Congress as well as the RJD have come down heavy on the Sangh Parivar, lashing out at Bhagwat. OAC has rubbished the need for a policy, saying that Muslims have sharpest decline in fertility rate. He's also taken a jibe at RSS and said that fear-mongering over population imbalance has resulted in genocide, ethnic cleansing and hate crimes across the world. OAC was replying to RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, who in his Vijayadashmi address raised the population issue among many others. The RSS chief has also called on Muslims to slam Udaipur-like beheadings where Islamist radicals had beheaded Hindu Kanhaiya Lal, the tailor. The Sangh chief has referred to recent RSS dialogue with prominent Muslim intellectuals, saying that Sangh is not the enemy of Muslims.
सनातन मूल्यों का क्षरण न हो, ये देखकर चलते समय और भी एक बाधा है, वो बाहर से आती है, जो भारतवर्ष की प्रगति को होने नहीं देना चाहते। हमारे बीच दूरियां बढ़ाने का प्रयास करते हैं। हम उनको पैठ दे, इसलिए वो हमसे नजदीकी जताते हैं। जाति के नाम पर, पंथ संप्रदाय के नाम पर, अपने निहित स्वार्थों के नाम पर भी हमारे हमदर्द बनकर आते हैं। उनके इस चंगुल में फंसना नहीं। राष्ट्र विरोधी ऐसी बातों का निर्भयतापूर्वक और निर्मोही होकर अपने पराये का विचार न करते हुए हमको निषेध ही करना पड़ेगा, प्रतिकार भी करना पड़ेगा। शासन प्रशासन इनको नियंत्रित या निर्मूल करने का जो प्रयास करता है, उसमें उनके सहयोगी बनना पड़ेगा।
Coming up on the other side of a short break, exclusive India Today investigation that exposes Dawat-e-Islami's footprint in India, Pakistan's terror push in the country. More details up next.
watching India Today.
The COVID-19 pandemic has forced us to do a rethink on how we lead our lives, to think about what we are doing to our bodies and to our health, and also wellness, because it is time now to go back to the basics. It is time to talk about your food, your sleep habits, your gut health, stress, and much more. And that exactly is what our brand new health show, Health 360, is going to do at these times only on India Today TV.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
All right, now time for India Today's bombshell investigation. Do you remember Kanhaiya Lal, the Udaipur tailor who was beheaded for putting out a social media post in support of Nupur Sharma? Investigators have linked his killers to Pakistan-based radical outfit Dawat-e-Islami. Now, an explosive India Today investigation has revealed how Dawat-e-Islami has established its footprints in India and is exploiting borderless technology to push its radical Islamist agenda within our country. Here's part one of the Operation Pak Terror Dawat.
They filmed it and gloated over the killing as an act of retribution against the insult to the Prophet.
अभी तक की पूछताछ से सामने आया है कि ये लोग दावत-ए-इस्लामी नाम की संस्था से इनमें एक गोश मोहम्मद नाम के व्यक्ति का आना जाना था, संपर्क था.
The assassins of Udaipur tailor Kanhaiya Lal found to have links with the Karachi-based Dawat-e-Islami, a Sunni Barelvi proselytizing group that was founded in Pakistan 4 decades ago. Islamabad went on the record, its foreign office issuing a denial, defending the Dawat-e-Islami, rejecting India's charges of its connection with the Udaipur assassins. But when India Today's investigative reporter penetrated the Dawat-e-Islami in Karachi, Pakistan's claims fell crumbling apart. And that's what you're about to see. Watch now as India Today's special investigative team dismantles Pakistan's laughable lies and exposes the Dawat-e-Islami's radical agenda and its network in India. It began with our reporter applying for an online religious program offered by this organization. On the face of it, the Karachi-based Dawat-e-Islami doesn't list India in countries of its operations. But our probe establishes the Pakistani organization does have a well-oiled structure in India. With bank accounts, local mobile numbers, and men on the ground in at least 2 states, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. We now show you the unraveling of the Dawat-e-Islami's propaganda operation in India, piece by piece. This is how it came apart after our reporter registered for one of its religious courses on July the 22nd under the pseudonym Rashid Ahmed. No less of a shock when Dawat responded after a couple of hours on mail. Its message provided an India WhatsApp number to take the conversation forward. Here's that India contact of Pakistan's Dawat-e-Islami. And the same night, a man called our reporter from the same number. He identified himself as Haseen Ahmed from the Dawat-e-Islami's Madhya Pradesh branch.
फॉर्म अप्लाई किया हुआ था
जी जी जी
जी माशाअल्लाह। तो हमें आपका फॉर्म मिला हुआ है। तो यार भाई हमारे यहाँ मदनी खाजा और नाजरा कोर्स होता है, तो इससे पहले आपने कभी मदनी खाजा पढ़ा है?
करना जानता हूँ, इससे ज्यादा नहीं। बहुत कुछ
2 घंटे की स्काइप के जरिए से क्लास होती है और इसकी मंथली फीस 1200 रुपया होती है। ये आपकी जो हमारी जो ब्रांच है ये एमपी में मध्य प्रदेश। ये हमारे यहाँ सुबह 8 बजे से लेकर के रात में 12 बजे तक क्लास चलती रहती है।
अच्छा।
तो अब इसमें आप जो भी टाइम बताएंगे उस एतबार से हम चेक करेंगे कि हमारे पास टाइम वो अवेलेबल है या नहीं।
From here start Dawat-e-Islami's online programs. The medium Skype, mode strictly audio, no video streaming permitted. Teachers located in Maharashtra's Barshi and Dahanu towns. A half-hour session every day except Saturdays. On Skype IDs, Teacher MTM 522 Faizan Online Academy. Teacher MTM 544 Faizan Online Academy. Shift in charge Barshi Town. Shift in charge FOA Dahanu Mumbai. Compelling evidence of how a suspect Pakistani organization has spread its digital footprint in India. But that's not all. Stay tuned as we show you how the Dawat-e-Islami, the organization that the beheaders of Kanhaiya Lal were inspired by, carries out its radicalization operations in India. With Mohammed Hizbullah, this is India Today's special investigation team.
All right, here's some big news coming in from Maharashtra. Shiv Sena Lok Sabha member Krupal Tumane has claimed that 2 MPs and 5 MLAs from the Uddhav Thackeray camp will be joining the Eknath Shinde camp. The Shinde camp that has split away from the primary, the mothership of the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray. He is basically now calling himself the real Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde, who is now the Maharashtra Chief Minister, has the majority of the Shiv Sena MLAs with him. Now, in another jolt, Krupal Tumane, who is a Eknath Shinde camp member, says that at least 2 more MPs and 5 MLAs from the Uddhav Thackeray-led Sena faction will be joining the Eknath Shinde Sena. This is the big news that we're currently tracking. A big blow then it would come in the way of Uddhav Thackeray. In fact, right now the struggle is on by Uddhav Thackeray to try and find his foothold in the party, within the party of Shiv Sena. He's been saying that Shiv Sena is his. It's a party that belongs to him, his father. But Eknath Shinde also fighting for the rightful possession of the party. He says that since all of the leaders of the Shiv Sena have joined, at least nearly most of them, out of the 60-odd Sena MLAs that were, close to 45 of them are with the Eknath Shinde camp. So since he has a majority of the MLAs, he wants the rightful ownership or possession of the Shiv Sena. So that fight is on. Even as that fight continues, we see that there's rumors, or rather a claim that MP Krupal Tumane has made that 2 more of the Uddhav Sena MPs and 5 more of Uddhav Sena MLAs are going to be joining Eknath Shinde camp today. A huge statement made by the Eknath Shinde camp. All right, it's now time for a short break. Coming up on the other side, our special show about Chola Kingdom and characters, all that you need to know about Maniratnam's Ponniyin Selvan. Stay with us.
சோழ அரசகுலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching our special broadcast. I'm Dipali Patel. In the next 30 minutes, we will talk about how, after several failed attempts, Mani Ratnam's 3-decade-long dream to make Ponniyin Selvan 1 has finally come true. The historical drama is out in theatres and is one of the most anticipated movies of 2022. This magnum opus throws light on the grandeur and legacy of the Chola Empire. So yes, it's also the first Indian film to give a detailed narrative of one of the biggest kingdoms in Indian history. Also, in case you haven't read the 5-volume Tamil novel on which this magnum opus is based on, we on India Today give you a lowdown on all the key characters. Take a look.
Mani Ratnam's 3-decade-long dream to make Ponniyin Selvan 1 has finally been realized and it's out in the theatres for audiences to enjoy. The historical drama is based on the Tamil literary novel of the same name written by Kalki Krishnamurthy. But if you haven't read the 5-volume novel yet, we tell you about the most important characters in the story. Sundara Chorar is the king of the Chora kingdom and has 3 children with his wife and queen Vanavan Mahadevi. In the film, Prakash Raj plays the role of the king, and while Vidya Subramanian will be seen as the queen. Aditya Karikalan is the eldest son of Sundara Chorar and the crown prince. He stays in Kanchipuram, where he's constructed a golden palace. Chiyan Vikram will be seen as saying the role of Aditya Karikalan. Princess Kundavai lives in the Parayarai Palace, which is the capital of the Chola kingdom. She's a woman of virtue and has critical understanding of politics. Trisha Krishnan plays the role of Princess Kundavai. Arulmozhi Varman is the youngest son of Sundara Chorar. The people of the Chola dynasty want Arulmozhi to be the future king, as they believe he would make an able leader. He is called Ponniyin Selvan, that's the son of Ponni, and is portrayed in the film by Jayam Ravi.
ஆதித்த கரிகாலரின் நண்பன் வல்லவரையன் வந்தியத்தேவன் எம் இளவரசரோட தோளோடு தோள் நின்று போரிடும் பாக்கியம் எனக்கு.
Valavarayan Vandiyathevan is the trusted aid and friend of Aditya Karikalan and belongs to the Vana clan, which serves the Cholas. He is known for his wit and flirtatious nature. Karthi essays the role of Vandiyathevan.
ஏதோ பூஜை நடப்பது போல இருந்தது. இந்த வாளையெல்லாம் உருவி நீட்டி அங்கே என்ன நடந்தது?
Nandini is a grey-shaded character in the film and the wife of Periya Paruvettaraya. She's known for her beauty and charm that makes men fall at her feet. Nandini has a tragic past and is waiting for an opportunity to avenge the men and women who've wronged her. Aishwarya Rai Bachchan will be seen as Nandini. Ponniyin Selvan 1 is set between 900 AD and 950 AD, follows the story of power struggle, deceit and betrayal between multiple kingdoms. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Not many know that Aishwarya Rai Bachchan, who plays the role of Nandini in Ponniyin Selvan 1, was not the first choice for the film. What also is not known is the whopping budget on which Mani Ratnam directorial was made. Here are all the lesser known and interesting facts about this magnum opus. Filmmaker Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan is one of the most anticipated films of 2022. The first film in the franchise is all set to release on September 30th. We get you some interesting facts about this magnum opus. Fact number 1. Based on a Tamil novel. Ponniyin Selvan is a historical action drama adapted from the popular Tamil literary novel of the same name, written by Kalki Krishnamurthy. The story is set in the 10th century under Chola rule. Fact number 2. Mounted on a mega budget. The two-part franchise has reportedly been shot on a budget of Rs 500 crore, making it one of Laika's most ambitious projects. Fact number 3. Mani Ratnam's dream project. Mani Ratnam has been trying to make the film since 1994. Yes, that's right. The ace filmmaker had to put his plans on hold due to budget constraints. He again tried to start production of the film in 2010 but faced a similar roadblock as the team couldn't find the right set of locations. Fact number 4. Original adaptation. Before it was adapted by Mani Ratnam, M.G. Ramachandran had acquired the rights to make Ponniyin Selvan for a sum of ₹10,000 back in 1958. The film was shelved after MGR met with an accident and was then unable to produce the film. Fact number 5. Aishwarya wasn't the first choice to play Nandini. While Aishwarya Rai Bachchan has been cast as Nandini in the film, Mani Ratnam revealed she wasn't the first choice to play the character and he had thought of casting veteran actress Rekha. Fact number 6. First Tamil film to release in IMAX. Ponniyin Selvan will become the first Tamil movie to release in IMAX when it opens in theatres on September 30th. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. There are a number of reasons why Mani Ratnam's Ponniyin Selvan is special, but there are two things that are most talked about: the culturally rich costumes and, of course, the jewelry made for the leading ladies. We on India Today decode what went into making it.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும்பால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரச குலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலி கொள்ளும் என்றனர் சோதிடர்கள்.
Never told before story. Check. Stellar cast. Check.
பகை நாட்டைச் சூழ்ந்தது. கடல் கொந்தளித்தது.
Larger than life sets. Check. Culturally rich costumes and jewelry. Double check. Yes, when Mani Ratnam sits on the director's seat, he ensures he creates nothing less than magic. And Ponniyin Selvan looks exactly the same, with everything ticked off the list, especially the intricate details, which also includes the most important factor, that is, the resplendent costumes and fascinating ornaments to go with them for the leading ladies. Aishwarya Rai as Queen Nandini. Aishwarya is one of the queens who will portray the role of Nandini, the Empress of Paravur. And every bit of the effort was put in to bring her character to life. Now Kalki Krishnamurthy, whose book Ponniyin Selvan is inspired from, had described the Chola queens in a certain way. From nose pins, vankis, armbands, to hair and neck pieces with traditional motifs such as the goddess Lakshmi were created. They also used to wear thusis, jhumkas, rings and bangle sets with uncut diamonds, emeralds, rubies, yellow sapphires and pearl clusters. Keeping every single detail in mind, as many as 18 craftsmen were taken on board to design Aishwarya Rai's look. So basically, for her role as Nandini, you name it and it's there. Trisha as Princess Kundavai. Also for Trisha, who essays the role of Princess Kundavai, has her jewellery game on point in Ponniyin Selvan. Her pieces were designed by Hyderabad-based Kishan Das & Co. From fine silhouettes to bun hairstyles accessorized with huge matta pattis and even the waist belts, also known as kamarband, were all made to make Trisha's role look as grand as possible. Shobhita Dhulipala as Princess Vanati. Now even Shobhita Dhulipala, who essays the role of Vanati, looks every bit of regal, courtesy her overall costume and jewellery. Interestingly, it took 6 months for the makers to study the history of the characters, their specifications, in order to seek inspiration. What's more, Mani Ratnam's research team worked hard to ensure they include all the details it requires to make Ponniyin Selvan an experience for cine lovers. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Mughal rulers, their legacies and history have long dominated the world of Indian cinema. But with Mani Ratnam's magnum opus Ponniyin Selvan I, the Cholas' ancient dynasty seems to have finally got their long-due recognition.
வானில் ஒரு பெரும்பால் விண்மீன் தோன்றியது. சோழ அரச குலத்தில் ஒருவரை அந்த விண்மீன் பலி கொள்ளும்.
In an industry that has largely ignored it, India's greatest ancient dynasty, the Cholas, are all set for an epic correction. Amidst a wave of sentiment over the ancient southern dynasty being sidestepped by historians and filmmakers, one of India's greatest movie makers, Mani Ratnam, is all set to bring the Cholas back. While the Mughal Empire has justifiably seen grand productions in Bollywood and beyond, a stubborn sticking point has remained: that the older and grander Chola dynasty hasn't received its rightful due.
The Cholas were so far ahead. They had achieved so much. They had, created so much that it still stands today. There's been a lot of predecessors who have done so much, who have achieved so much, who have conquered so much, who had an amazing naval force and things like that. So it's something that we can put out.
The issue continues to be a divisive one, with historians either welcoming renewed interest in the largely ignored Cholas or wondering whether the new fascination is manufactured and contrived. Either way, thousands of years later, the all-star cast of Mani Ratnam's next film know that an enormous legacy sits on their shoulders. The film comes at a time when the public and political discourse has become increasingly disenchanted over ancient indigenous dynasties like the Cholas and Mauryas, failing to attract filmmakers who have preferred to flock to subject matter over Mughals, perceived in this face-off as invaders. Obviously, the divide has been a point of politics too. India's Home Minister had this to say earlier this year.
इतिहास लिखने वालों ने साम्राज्यों का जग भी जिक्र आया तो मुगल साम्राज्य की ही चर्चा करी। चालुक्य साम्राज्य 600 साल चला, मौर्यों ने 550 साल तक समग्र राष्ट्र पर अफगानिस्तान से लेकर लंका तक राज्य किया, मगर इस सब पर संदर्भ ग्रंथ नहीं लिखे।
According to one estimate, Mani Ratnam's new magnum opus will be only the 6th Indian film ever made that's set in the Chola Empire. The number of films set in the Mughal Empire, including the blockbuster Jodha Akbar, is at least 5 times that number at over 30 films, many of them with their own enduring legacies. As a vibrant and sometimes vicious debate intensifies over India's ignored dynasties, will Mani Ratnam's upcoming film correct what is deemed by millions to be an injustice in our lifetimes? The countdown to Ponniyin Selvan 1 has begun. Bureau Report, India Today.
We are slipping into a short break now, but on the other side of our special broadcast, we bring you more about Mani Ratnam's magnum opus, Ponniyin Selvan.
Scroll, scroll, scroll. Is that what you do all day? A study says that excessive use of social media can develop depression in young adults. The study was published in the Journal of Affective Disorders Reports. It says that young adults who use social media more are likely to develop depression within 6 months, and this is regardless of their personality type. Previous research has linked depression with many other factors, including social media. This study addresses the important research questions, finding strong and linear associations of depression across all personality traits. In 2018, the study took a sample of more than 1,000 young adults from America aging between 18 and 30. Depression was measured using the Patient Health Questionnaire. Social media was measured by asking participants how much daily time was spent using popular social media platforms, and personality was measured using the Big Five inventory. This assessed openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. The author suggests that social comparison can enhance negative feelings in one. This could explain how depression increases with prolonged use of social media. Another reason could be indulging in negative content. Finally, engaging more on social media reduces opportunities for in-person or social interactions. The study was published by Renee Merrill. She said findings from the study are important during a time of technology expansion and integration. Connecting to people virtually may increase the risk of miscommunication or misperception that leads to relationship difficulties and potential risk for developing mental health problems.
Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. They have had 30 years of partnership ever since Roja, and now they continue the legacy with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan.
30 years of partnership, more than 15 film albums, and innumerable chartbusters later, Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman are arguably the greatest director-composer duo of all time. It almost feels like they're blessed with a Midas touch. Every time they work together on a project, it turns into gold. Their body of work speaks for itself. And looks like the director-composer duo have worked their magic yet again with their latest collaboration, Ponniyin Selvan.
I think it hasn't changed. AR hasn't changed at all. I mean, I still remember this is the same way he was in the first film. He will not let go. He will try to do something different, and he'll add value to the film, tremendous value to the film, and he treats it almost like his first film. So it's fantastic to have somebody like that with you.
But how did it all begin? Well, the magic combination of Ratnam and Rahman started way back in 1992 with the classic Roja.
Kadal Roja, enge ni enge, kannir valiyudadi kannir. Kadal Roja, enge ni enge, kannir valiyudadi kannir. Kannukul needa, kanniril needa, kannmoodi paarthal, enjukkul needa, ennaanado edaanado sol sol.
Yes, that was the first time the two came together for a project.
ये हंसी वादियाँ ये खुला आसमां आ गए हम कहाँ है मेरे साजना.
The singer had composed Chinna Chinna Asai, one of the songs in the film, which was unconventional in comparison to the music at that time.
चिन्न चिन्न आसै सिरगडिक्कुम आसै मुत्तु मुत्तु आसै मुडिंदु वैत्त आसै.
Rahman had earlier composed ad jingles and brought a different flavor to the film's music. Interestingly, the album of Roja was released by the Bengaluru-based Lahiri Audio and sold a staggering 30 lakh copies in Tamil and Hindi. It was also released in Telugu and Malayalam later on. The success of the film's music paved way for several songs thereafter. Mani Ratnam then made Tiruda Tiruda, a comedy caper, and roped in Rahman for the music. Rahman explored his pop influences such as Michael Jackson in this slickly short song sung by Anupama and Suresh Peters. Picking up the threads from Roja, Mani Ratnam made Bombay in 1995, his second film in the Terror trilogy. The romantic thriller was inspired by the political scenario at that time. Rahman was again brought on board, and he composed as many as 8 tracks for this Arvind Swamy and Manisha Koirala starring. Including Kannanule and Kuchi Kuchi Konnamma. The third part, Dil Se, released in 1998, which featured Shah Rukh Khan and Preeti Zinta along with Manisha Koirala. The album of this film was a huge success with chartbusters like Chaiya Chaiya, Dil Se Re, and Jia Jale, among others. The duo had also come together for Iruvar, a political drama, in 1997. The film narrated the story about friends turned rivals, MGR and Karunanidhi. The film did not fare well at the box office. The music maestro composed Hello Mr. Edirkakshi, a jazzy track featuring Aishwarya Rai, a style that Rahman did not pursue thereafter. Oru Devam Tandeppuve is another hit track that the duo worked together for the 2002's Kannathil Muttamitta. That was followed by many more films and several other songs that multiple Oscar winner composed for the Roja director. The duo worked together yet again in Guru, one of the biggest hits of 2007, which featured Abhishek Bachchan and Aishwarya Rai in key roles. And then there was Ravana in 2010 and Katruveliyade in 2017. The tracks from these films were appreciated and enjoyed by music lovers. And not only did Mani Ratnam and A.R. Rahman set the benchmarks for the Indian music industry as a whole, but they also challenged their peers to experiment. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
That's all we could pack in our special broadcast today, but keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday at 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today to get your daily dose of entertainment. This is me, Dipali Patel, signing off. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform, brands commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Audiatron.
Hello and welcome. Let me begin by wishing all our viewers a very happy Dussehra. It's the day to celebrate the victory of good over evil. Dussehra festivities are underway across the country and we will get you images. But before that, I just want to bring you images that have just come in of Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. He is in Gorakhpur, his home turf, and he's celebrating Dussehra in unique style. Yogi Adityanath is seen in these images feeding a leopard cub. These visuals are now going viral. It was his pet project to have a zoo in Gorakhpur with a lot of different birds and animals. So apart from these two leopard cubs that he's not just feeding, but he's also named them, there's also a white tigress that's been brought to the Ashfaqullah Zoological Park in Gorakhpur, and this white tigress has been brought in from the Lucknow Zoo as of now, was in quarantine, but just today on Dussehra for the first time, people in Gorakhpur can go and see the white tigress named Geeta. We will show you those images and we'll tell you much more about that. I'm Gaurav Sawant. As always, let's get started with our top stories on 5 Live. Before that, I want to tell you about our top focus story about the RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat at Nagpur, talking about building bridges with all communities in India, talking about an India which is without fear. Listen in.
Mega RSS विजयदशमी रोर.
सनातन मूल्यों का क्षरण न हो, ये देखकर चलते समय और भी एक बाधा है, वो बाहर से आई, जो भारतवर्ष की प्रगति को होने नहीं देना चाहते, हमारे बीच दूरियां बढ़ाने का प्रयास करते हैं.
RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat says Divide India Brigade is at play.
उधर उदयपुर में, इधर अमरावती में और भी जगह बहुत जघन्य क्रूरता वाली घटनाएं हुई. मुस्लिमों के भी कुछ प्रमुख लोगों ने इसका विरोध किया. अन्याय, असत्य, अत्याचार, आतंक के खिलाफ ऐसे ही खड़ा होना चाहिए.
Calls on Muslims to slam the beheadings. Asaduddin Owaisi reacts sharply to the RSS chief. Says there is no need for population control. Bhagwat insists the Sangh is not anti-Muslim. RSS chief's mega Dussehra speak is our top focus on 5 Live.
Of course, while the RSS chief says there is no need to fear, There should be no fear-mongering either. That's exactly what Asaduddin Owaisi says, that there is a lot of fear-mongering and dog whistle politics that's happening. We'll talk about this in greater detail, but first, as always, the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi sounds the poll bugle in Himachal Pradesh. Poll-bound state gets projects worth 3,650 crore rupees. The Prime Minister celebrates Dussehra in Kullu.
मेरा सौभाग्य है कि विजयादशमी पर हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोगों को स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट इसका उपहार देने का अवसर मिला है।
Amit Shah's mega Vijayadashmi rally in Baramulla, North Kashmir launches a massive Parivarvad attack on the Muftis, and the Abdullah says Gupkar brought Pak terror. Modi is bringing Vikas to Jammu and Kashmir. K. Chandrasekhar Rao's mega 2024 plan. KCR goes national, renames party as Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Celebrations across Telangana. Mumbai set to witness Maharali face-off between Shinde and Uddhav Sena. Shinde camp makes an explosive claim, says MLAs and MPs from Uddhav-led faction to jump ship later today. Chorus to ban film Adipurush rises. Seers protest over misrepresentation of gods. Demand a ban on the film over insult to gods. Outraged Hindu groups write to the center. RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat has flagged the need for a comprehensive population control policy that applies equally to all with no discrimination, and added this was in national interest to keep an eye on population imbalance. But this hasn't gone down well with the AIMIM chief and member of parliament Asaduddin Owaisi. He reacted sharply and called it an annual day of dog whistles and hate speeches for the Rashtriya Swayam Sevak Sangh chief. His Vijayadashmi address from Nagpur. Here's more.
जनसंख्या की एक समग्र नीति बने, वो सब पर समान रूप से लागू हो.
RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat's big demography remark, warning against lopsided numeric growth of any particular religion. The RSS chief was speaking at the Sangh's Vijayadashmi rally at its Nagpur headquarters.
जनसंख्या की एक समग्र नीति बने, वो सब पर समान रूप से लागू हो. एक बार बनने के बाद किसी को छूट न मिले और समाज इसको स्वीकार कर ले, इसलिए उसके लिए मन बनाकर उसको लाया जाए, इसकी आवश्यकता है. जनसंख्या में पंथ संप्रदाय के प्रमाण में अंतर आने से नए देश बन गए, देश टूट गए.
The RSS chief also called on Muslims to slam Udaipur-like beheadings, where Islamist radicals had beheaded Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal.
कुछ दिन पहले उधर उदयपुर में, इधर अमरावती में और भी जगह बहुत जघन्य क्रूरता वाली घटनाएं हुई. जो हुआ वो बहुत क्रूरतापूर्ण हुआ. पूरा समाज विरोध में गया. हमेशा होता नहीं है, लेकिन इस बार मुस्लिमों के भी कुछ प्रमुख लोगों ने इसका विरोध किया, उसको गैर इस्लामिक बताया. अन्याय, असत्य, अत्याचार, आतंक के खिलाफ ऐसे ही खड़ा होना चाहिए, ये अपवाद न रहे. सभी समाजों के सज्जनों को ऐसा मुखर होना चाहिए.
The Sangh chief also referred to recent RSS dialogue with prominent Muslim intellectuals and said that the Sangh is not enemy of Muslims.
हिंदुस्तान हिंदू राष्ट्र है. इन बातों को मानने वालों का संगठन हम कहते हैं हम हिंदू संगठन करते हैं. हम किसी का विरोध नहीं करते. हमारा उनके साथ कोई झगड़ा नहीं है.
But a massive controversy broke out as the MIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi called it annual hate rant of RSS. Owaisi said that fear-mongering over population imbalance has resulted in genocide, ethnic cleansing and hate crimes across the world. Owaisi had earlier invoked the flogging of Muslim Garba attackers by Gujarat cops to claim witch hunt against the community. Several opposition voices also slammed the RSS chief.
मैं तो चाहता हूं भारत की जनसंख्या नियंत्रण पर जो जनसंघ ने किया था आरएसएस के संचालक से मैं यही चाहूंगा कि इसके लिए उसकी निंदा करें, उसकी प्रताड़ना करें.
वैसे लोग जिनको डेमोग्राफी की समझ नहीं है ना या जानकार नहीं है, उनको इन विषयों पे बोलने से बचना चाहिए. डेमोग्राफर्स हैं हमारे देश में, अच्छे डेमोग्राफर हैं जो डिकेडल रेट ऑफ ग्रोथ को बहुत अच्छे से एनालाइज करते हैं.
जगत जननी के रूप में उनकी कल्पना करें.
Will the RSS chief's fresh outreach for Muslim community pay off? Bureau Report, India Today.
इसका मतलब उनको पूजा घर में हम बंद करके रखें.
So at his annual Dussehra address at the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh headquarters in Nagpur, Mohan Bhagwat spoke of population control. He spoke of the Hindu Rashtra. AIMIM MP and Chief Asaduddin Owaisi has hit back saying that this is an annual day of dog whistle and hate speech. But when Owaisi talks of fear-mongering, is he fear-mongering himself? Joining me on this special broadcast is GVL Narasimha Rao, BJP MP and leader. Varis Pathan is AIMIM leader and spokesperson. Varis Pathan, I want to begin by asking you, where is this anti-Muslim dog whistle or hate speech? Isn't Asaduddin Owaisi indulging in fear-mongering at a time when Mohan Bhagwat is actually speaking of fighting a fake narrative and everyone living in harmony, sir?
Well, Gaurav, first and foremost, Sir Sanchalak Mohan Bhagwat earlier said that the DNAs of Hindus and Muslims are the same. So where is the imbalance? He says something, but then he comes forward and he just refutes that thing. And today, let me make a point very, very clear. I'll give you data that the imbalance cannot be said by Mohan Bhagwat because already there's a replacement is done. Where is the imbalance now? Kindly see from 1992 to 2015, Muslim fertility has declined from 4.4 to 2.6. Now, if this is the thing that the Muslim population is declined, then how does he say that? But the question is, he's targeting a particular community. Where is the imbalance? We were expecting Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to speak about the genocide call being given by his frontmans from UP and everywhere when they say the call for kill Muslims, pick up sword, kill the Muslims, let us make this Hindu Rashtra. We were expecting that Mr. Mohan Bhagwat will today say that, okay, why do you hit people on the streets? Why do you tie them to pole like in Gujarat? Who has given you power, permission to take law into your own hands? The country will run on the basis of constitution and on the basis of rule of law and not this whipping on the streets and people chanting and that too done by the police officers. And where in Modi's Garh in Gujarat, we were expecting Mr. Mohan Bhagwat to say this. We were expecting that he would highlight the issues of unemployment which is going on in the country. Because of the unemployment issue, Gaurav, so many Muslims are not getting married. So many individual, even Hindus, they are not getting married because they don't have money to support themselves. How will they support their spouse or how will they support their children? Mr. Mohan Bhagwat should only consider that Mr. Modi has got 5 siblings, Yogi has got 7 siblings. Why does he forget that? So that is why we said that this is a dog whistling politics and nothing but just to create fear-mongering in the minds of the people.
No, but who is fear-mongering? Let me take this to GVL Narasimha Rao.
Don't have jobs. The dollar has gone so high.
Okay, let's take this one by one. You know, you've opened a barrage. Let me get GVL Narasimha Rao to respond. Asaduddin Owaisi says the RSS has been fear-mongering about population imbalance. The fear-mongering that this will lead to genocide. The fear-mongering is that ethnic cleansing and hate crimes are happening, GVL Narasimha Rao. This is the fear-mongering of the RSS or dog whistle politics that Varis Pathan and Asaduddin Owaisi speak of, sir.
Gaurav, to you and all to our panelists and also all the viewers of India Today, a very happy Vijayadashami. And on this auspicious day, Sarsang Chatterjee delivers a speech. And today, everything he said about today, I think is something that every Indian who wants an India of peace, an India of progress, I think this is a speech that really addresses all issues that concern India as a nation. There is nothing in the speech that anyone can take exception. But obviously, the likes of Mr. Owaisi, who actually live on communalizing the country, who actually convert hate mongering into their vote banks, I think they will certainly object to it. Honorable, I think the respected Sarsang Chatterjee, what did he say? In the speech, he talked about staying together. He said we all should condemn any attacks on any society in our country. He did not say, okay, the attacks on any other community are less violent than among Hindus. He said this country, we should really criticize, we should not sanction any kind of violence in the society. Okay. And what can you find any problematic with that? Second, he said we need to have a religious balance. He talked about the international situation, how in several parts of the world, religious imbalance has caused certain kind of demographic and also led to certain evolution of some countries. So I think these are matters to be discussed, debated. I think these are matters to be
discuss and debate without fear-mongering is what you're saying.
Fact, Mr. Wasim, is it not a fact that the fertility rate among Muslims even today is significantly higher than among Hindus? Is population control not a matter that should be a concern of every section of the society? He did not name any religion today, but it's a fact that we as Indians in the next 25 years, Honorable Prime Minister told us during the Independence Day speech, and he's been repeating this, let us not talk about rights now. Let us understand our duties and responsibilities as people of this country. And population growth and explosion is certainly a challenge that needs to be addressed and to be accepted and adopted by every demographic group.
Varis Pathan respond. Mohan Bhagwat is talking about one population policy for all Indians and its equal implementation. How is it targeting Muslims? How is this dog whistle politics? How is this wrong? Sir, India suffered partition. India is seeing a demographic imbalance in some border areas according to security agencies. You're seeing in some areas, in some parts of the world, where whether it's East Timor or in South Sudan, the problems RSS chief points to. How is this anti-Muslim when he says same policy for everyone in this country?
Just now Mr. Rao was speaking about the fertility rate. So let me tell you, I have got the data with me, Mr. Narasimha Rao. The fertility rate among Muslims, the largest minority, is the highest among all major communities, but has been declining fast. It's now almost equal to that of Hindus, according to a report last year by PEW Research Center. So why do you say there is an imbalance? No, Mr. Mohan Bhagwat spoke about the Amravati incident. He condemned the incident. We all unanimously condemn the incident. Nobody supports violence of any kind. Nobody supports criminal activities. Nobody supports the call for Tanse Juda should be given. But at the same time, the same tone, he should have condemned the call for genocide of Muslims. It's being given by so many people during this Dharam Sansad issue. What is the Dharam Sansad meant for? To teach people about the Hinduism. But that what is the thought there? That their children are told, please leave pen, pencil and books, pick up sword, kill Muslims. That is what they are taught there. Okay. Why does he not condemn that issue? Why does he not condemn that?
Jivel Narasimha Rao, respond in this aspect. I'll come back. I'll come back to Varis Pathan. I'll come back to you on that aspect. Sir, you've raised the Dharm Sansad and Jivel Narasimha Rao. Sir, please respond to that. But Mr. Pathan, you must also respond. How is this anti-Muslim when there is talk of one policy for all Indians? How does this target only Muslims? But Jivel Narasimha Rao, respond on the Dharm Sansad, please.
But
no, Gaurav, I think you cannot. They have been referring to only this. What about Akbaruddin Owaisi? I will answer about Dharm Sankat. Has your party condemned your own founder's sibling?
Varis Pathan,
what did Akbaruddin Owaisi say? No. Will you condemn your own leader, Akbaruddin Owaisi, brother of Asaduddin Owaisi, who said let the police turn the other way, give us 15 minutes and we will finish off the Hindu society. Is that not what he stated? Please condemn it now. Then you question me on any other statements. I will condemn that also.
Okay.
Please condemn what Akbaruddin said is wrong.
As you asked me a question, allow me to make my point. My friend Narasimha, for that Akbar Owaisi was taking his treatment in London, left his treatment, came to Hyderabad, surrendered himself before the court of law.
No,
for
but
42
will you condemn
days he
the
was kept in
statement?
custody.
The law has taken its course.
And for 10 years he fought the case, and now the courts have exonerated him of all charges.
I want you to condemn that statement.
From the case. How many of these Dharm Sansad people have been arrested so far? How many of them
will you condemn the statement,
so
first of all?
Been convicted so far?
Please condemn the statement before you question statements by others.
Equality, we remind him of these things.
But
no, you allow me to make
both
my
sides,
point, sir.
on both sides.
Clear what happened in that hate speech and what happened to this hate speeches. Thus yesterday, Gaurav, just 2 days prior, Swami, purported to be Hindu Swami, says so. He made a call for genocide of the Muslim. He said, "Your nariyal kaatne ka jo aata hai, keep that ready." He says, "Pick up sword." How many of you are ready? And people raise hands. I have tweeted and I have asked the UP police to take action against him. But Yogi government is silent on that.
Jivel Narasimha Rao will respond to that.
Why is he allowed to move?
But again, Varis Pathan, I will come back to you. I will come back to you on my question. How is a uniform policy for all Indians on population control anti-Muslim? I'll come back to you on that. But Varis Pathan, please respond. Hate mongering, whether allegedly by Akbaruddin Owaisi or by some Dharm Sansad, either ways, sir, rule of law has to prevail in India. One person cannot be permitted to pick up the sword against the other, or something that is used, to break the coconut, sir. Mr. Rao.
No, Gaurav, I think because we are discussing the speech today, Vijayadashmi speech, there was absolutely no justification of any kind. We have to stay together. We have to. This is a country where every religion must respect each other. But an act of violence perpetrated by one community, by Muslim community here, I will say, because the Kanhaiya Lal incident was mentioned, cannot be justified by any section of the society. But that is what the likes of Akbaruddin Owaisi, Asaduddin Owaisi have done, and all their cheerleaders. They justify such acts of violence, and in fact they propagate such violence as an act of heroism in social media. It is this barbarism that needs to be condemned. And if a section of the Hindu society also makes statements which call for violence, certainly the BJP will not support any such acts. We will condemn them. We have condemned them in the past.
And Varis Pathan, it has to be very clear. Whoever says anything which is against the law, the strictest possible action needs to be taken against these individuals. But the fact is, when the RSS chief talks about everyone living together, why not try and live together? You know, the issue is not fertility rate, for example, which you say is declining for Muslims. The issue also is infiltration of people from other countries, forced conversion, resulting in changing demographic profile. These are aspects that Mohan Bhagwat is raising, and he's saying it is leading to problems. It will lead to more problems in years ahead. You recall what happened at Azad Maidan violence in Mumbai when people in our country were rising up in favor of Rohingya Muslims. It has to be Indian first, India first, and not something else first. Varis Pathan.
Well, Gaurav, you are right. Initially, in my statements, I have said so that we condemn all kind of violence, we condemn all kind of provocative statements leading to violence. Even Mohan Bhagwat today said that the Amravati incidents was condemned. We condemn Sartan Se Juda Nara also. But similarly, why does he not condemn those statements being made during the Dharam Sansad? Why Mr. Narasimha Rao is not answering that
but
question?
But he said we condemn.
Why does he not condemn the mob lynching of Muslims, sometime in the name of Gav Raksha, sometime in the name of Jai Shri Ram? Why does they not condemn that? Why does Mr. Mohan Bhagwat not speak about the rising unemployment amongst the youth? Why does he not speak about the dollar versus the rupee issue? Rupee has crossed 82.64 and the day is not far when we will see it's going to 100. It will be a century for all of us. And because of that, due to unemployment, due to not proper hygienic facilities and all, nobody is marrying now. So where does he get this from? That the population is exploding. In fact, the people have educated now and they are using contraceptives to control that. So he should have spoken about such issues, but no, he spoke about Amravati where he should have condemned the Dharam Sansad also. Amravati everybody condemned. Okay. He should have spoken about the people who use some kind of language against our Prophet, peace be upon him. He should have condemned that as well. Why did he not condemn that? Who judged the sentiments of billions of Muslims all over the world? Because
GVL Narasimha Rao, Mohan Bhagwat may speak of peaceful coexistence, but what's actually happening on ground, sir? Asaduddin Owaisi is saying, and he's also putting out, and we'll put out those images, he's saying there's mass radicalization that is happening. He's pointing to images of Kheda where Muslim youth are being flogged in public amidst chants of Vande Mataram. Sir, how can youth be flogged in public?
Gaurav, you see, it's any act of violence or anyone taking law into their hands or anyone acting beyond their beyond the powers that are ordained in them is certainly objectionable, condemnable, and we have condemned all such actions. But the problem is such acts are only condemned when BJP is the target. When Congress ruled states or administration and Congress ruled governments do it, it is taken as if it's a matter of their right. A Dalit rape or a Dalit girl being raped and killed in Alwar is considered acceptable. But a Dalit boy being flogged in another state, BJP ruled state, becomes international news. I think both are to be condemned. But here, the false focus on only BJP ruled states, BJP governments, RSS, this is a part of agenda. And that is what people of this country find. Dharma statements or speeches at Dharma Sansad were criticized all over. The whole nation, a large section of the Hindu society condemned.
Let the strong arm of the law also follow.
Kanhaiya Lal's murder has not been condemned by a majority of the Muslim community. Most of them have actually
everybody condemned it. Don't lie here. Everybody condemned what happened to Kanhaiya or what happened in Amravati. We all condemn. We all condemn Sartan Se Juda Nara. But you never condemn. Why don't you condemn yesterday's incident of Kheda in Gujarat when Muslims were flogged openly by the police officers? 9 Muslim youths you flog openly before the entire media, before the entire public, and you chant slogans there. And where is rule of law? And in that state is by Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. Both of them come from that state. Mohan Bhagwat should have stated so that we have condemned it strong words. How can you allow this kind of flogging openly, Mr. Narasimha Rao? Do you condemn it or not?
Hold on, Varis Pathan.
But tying them on the same platform.
Who condemned? I want to learn from you, Varis Pathan. Who condemned?
In a gruesome manner.
Varis Pathan, I want to understand from you, sir. Flogging, you are very upset about. Stone pelting at Garba, a Hindu religious procession. Nobody is condemning.
Condemnable.
It's not their birthright.
Condemnable.
It's not their birthright to pelt stones at Garba.
I condemn stone pelting. I condemn stone pelting anywhere, but I do condemn even that the police officers have no right to flog the Muslim youths before the entire people in an open place. They should have picked them up.
Why didn't 10 Muslim leaders stand up and tell these Muslim chaps who are alleged to have hurled stones at Garba that there is a Hindu religious procession? You dare not throw stones at them.
Well then, Gaurav. Well, then I request the government of the day to issue a notification or a GR saying that this Garba Navratri festival is a dharmic festival, it's only meant for Hindus, and non-Hindus are not permitted. Let them take out a GR, and I am sure that the Muslims of the country will obey that, and nobody will go there. Why to go if you are not invited? Why should you go? Why should you hide your identity and go?
I am sorry, Jivel Narasimha Rao. Does it require a GR? Does it a GR, incidentally, for the benefit of our viewers, is a government order or a regulation? Is a GR required to tell Muslims not to pelt stones at Garba?
I think it is stretching this up.
No, don't attend the Garba festival.
Would you?
It is a Hindu festival. Why should you go and take out a GR for that?
Wasim, would you ask for the same GR when Muslims celebrate their festivals? Would you be very broad-minded if all Hindus or some youth among Hindus land up in your celebrations and start creating disturbance? Will you accept that? Will you then call for? Will you issue a GO or a
Hindus
GR?
and Muslims were celebrating all
when it is
Mr. Rao,
Muharram,
we live. India does not have any religion.
Come and create
Our great nation Bharat does not have any religion.
Hindus to come and
celebrate
create
all the
nuisance
festivals
in your
together.
festivities. Would you allow Hindu youth to come and create nuisance in your festivities?
Together. Our Hindu brothers used to celebrate Eid, and Muslim brothers used to celebrate Diwali along with them. But since the BJP has come to power, since this
Muslims started pelting stones
in such a way, we have to see these things every day. The radicalization has increased. Because of the BJP's hatred policy towards the Muslims, this radicalization is taking place. Every day we see this kind of incidents happening in our country. Earlier we used to celebrate
respond. It is being argued that these are instances of targeted violence. Hold on. One by one. Permit me. Jivel Narasimha Rao. It is being argued that these are instances of targeted violence against Muslims in the name of justice. Clearly, no one can justify street flogging by the police or razing of homes by administrative action. Courts are there to pronounce a person guilty or innocent, sir.
Gaurav, any high-handedness on the part of the administration certainly will call for administrative action. But let me also say this: if anybody goes and creates nuisance, how do you expect the police to stop it? They will certainly resort to lathi charge or some kind of action on the ground. But doing any excess of it will certainly call for a disciplinary action. But in this country, even a lathi charge of a Muslim is considered to be a sort of a sacrilege. And while beheading of a Hindu tailor is considered as a part of some kind of secular justice. I think it is this contrived form of secular justice, what you call secular justice, that people of this country are fed up with.
Okay, if everyone has to live together and in harmony, Varis Pathan, it is time for the Muslim community to speak to these stone pelters and tell them what's not acceptable in Kashmir is not acceptable in Gujarat either. There can be no stone pelting of a religious Hindu ceremony. It's an absolute no-no.
Nowhere such kind of incidents must take place, either in Kashmir, Kanyakumari, anywhere in the country. We all must follow the rule of law. Nobody should indulge into stone pelting. Nobody should indulge into flogging of the Muslims in open area, especially by those police officers. Nobody should do such kind of slogans of just Muslim genocide. Go there, kill them, leave the books and pencil, pick up sword and kill the Muslim. Nobody should give that call for genocide as well. And we have been living in peace and harmony since several years. We have been following Jamna Tehzeeb. We have been saying secular India is a secular country. And there is no religion. Bharat does not have any religion. We all follow everybody's religion. I celebrate Diwali, you celebrate Eid with me. But now the radicalization has gone to such an extent because of the BJPs and the RSS, which they've created the hatred policy all over the country. They started with the namaz, then with the hijab, then on the madrasa, loudspeaker, everything they want to see that they want to It is a targeted activity against the Muslims of the country by the BJP and the RSS. They have targeted them in all spheres. Sometimes they say don't buy from the Muslims.
The Muslims are feeling targeted, and I'm sure Varis Pathan you're saying you're not saying. Varis Pathan, I am confident, sir, that you're not saying that Muslims are being targeted and that is why they're pelting stones at Garba. I'm sure you're not saying that, and I hope you're not saying that.
No, I'm not saying that.
I hope that no Hindu festival will be targeted ever again.
They must ensure justice for all. I say that the government of the day must follow the constitution which speaks about equality. If you are punishing a particular person for committing a particular crime, the same punishment should be meted out to the other party also.
Sir, that is exactly the point about population control, also same rules for everyone in India. But please respond, sir.
Just yesterday, Jharkhand, one of the fellow Muslim was mob lynched.
Please respond. Muslims are feeling targeted. One day it is hijab, one day it is madrasa, one day it is loudspeaker, one day it's something else. Muslims are being othered in our country, is Varis Pathan's point, sir.
I think this is stretching this debate too far. Basically, there is a fake narrative that is pervaded in this country. I think the likes of Varis Pathan, MIM, and their entire ecosystem have been, since 2014, they have been spreading this propaganda that India is intolerant, India is not safe, because MIM, Congress, and many of their friends have been losing elections. They've been spreading that false agenda. If there has been communal peace and harmony in any decade or in any period of post-independent India, it is under Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. 2014 till now, India has not seen any major incidents of either communal violence or terrorism, and India has been the most secure and peaceful, which is what these people are intolerant about. And therefore, it does.
Clearly, the last hasn't been heard on this issue. The RSS chief, of course, talking about everyone living together in harmony and common laws in our country. We will continue to track that debate. GVL Narasimha Rao and Varis Pathan for joining me on this part of 5 Live. Many thanks. A quick break coming up on the other side. K. Chandrasekhar Rao's mega 2024 ambition. KCR goes national, renames his party Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Celebrations in Telangana. Details coming up.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Telangana Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao is going national. He's ticked off TRS's mission 2024. KCR's TRS is now National Party Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Months after positioning himself as a key national player, he's toured states, he's met opposition leaders in a bid to form a united front against the Bharatiya Janata Party. Telangana Chief Minister held a key meeting with JDS leaders, cabinet colleagues and district presidents of his party to discuss the roadmap for the new party BRS. The Bharat Rashtra Samiti has now been launched at the Telangana Bhavan. It's placed itself as another party joining the League of Modi challengers. The BJP and the Congress have both hit out at KCR's national ambition, claiming the BRS was forced to catapult his family to the top of the structure in the state.
क्योंकि सारे हिंदुस्तान की आवाम देख रही है कि 9 साल से क्या हाल है। हिंदुस्तान तरक्की की तरफ बजाय बैठवा की तरफ जा रहा है, गिरानी आसमान पे जा चुकी है। लोग देख रहे हैं कि कोई ऐसा लीडर आए, जिस तरह जयप्रकाश नारायण आए थे, उसी तरह कोई ऐसे लीडर आए, सारे लोगों को एक जगह जोड़े और हिंदुस्तान में एक रेवोल्यूशन लेकर ले गए। लोग गुजरात मॉडल कहते रहे, टोटली बेकार है। आप हमारी स्टेट घूम लीजिए और हैदराबाद घूम लीजिए, असल में इंडिया में तरक्की करने वाली कोई स्टेट है वो तेलंगाना में स्टेट है।
Well, it's perfectly fine for regional parties to have national ambitions, but when you do something like changing the name of your party from Telangana Rashtra Samiti to Bharat Rashtra Samiti, a party that you formed purely to tap into the emotion for the state of Telangana, and now when it is inconvenient, you dump the party because it has served the purpose of catapulting you to the top of the power structure in the new state. Your family today enjoys unbridled power, and as a result of that is the massive corruption that we see in Telangana. You have moved on. So in a sense, you are cheating the people of Telangana. You have used them. You have used their emotion for the state of Telangana, and you have now decided to move on. How does it reflect on KCR as a leader?
इस देश में दो ही दल हैं जो दिल्ली में सरकार बनाने के लिए ताकत रखते हैं, बीजेपी और कांग्रेस है। तीसरा कोई विकल्प नहीं है। अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी का समर्थन तेलंगाना राज्य के गठन में नहीं होता तो क्या कल भी तेलंगाना राज्य बन सकता था? बहुत कुछ वादे किए थे केसीआर साहब ने हम लोगों के साथ, में उसको दोहराना नहीं चाहता, लेकिन केसीआर साहब को जितना आप जानते शायद मैं नहीं जानता।
नेशनल नाम होना चाहिए वीआरएस, नॉट बीआरएस। वीआरएस और हमारे देश के लिए न केवल बीजेपी आरएसएस से खतरा है, पर टीआरएस जैसे पार्टियों से भी खतरा है।
And ahead of the Dussehra celebrations in Maharashtra, big news coming in from Maharashtra. Shiv Sena Lok Sabha MP Krupal Tumane has claimed that members of parliament and members of legislative assembly from the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, some of them are likely to join Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde later today. There is a major show of strength planned with 2 Shiv Sena rallies on Dussehra. Uddhav Thackeray faction will have its rally at the Shivaji Park at Dadar, and the Eknath Shinde faction will have it at the MMRDA grounds at the Bandra Kurla complex. At present, the Shinde faction has about 40 MLAs, including of course the Chief Minister himself, and 12 Lok Sabha MPs. The Thackeray faction has close to 15 MLAs and 6 Lok Sabha MPs.
एका प्रकारे शक्ती प्रदर्शन म्हणता येईल? हे शक्ती प्रदर्शन नाही आहे। काही मोठे नेते सुद्धा आज आमच्याकडे येणार आहेत, ते संध्याकाळी तुम्हाला 7 वाजता दिसेल। एका प्रकारे शक्ती प्रदर्शन म्हणता येईल? हे शक्ती प्रदर्शन नाही आहे। काही मोठे नेते सुद्धा आज आमच्याकडे येणार आहेत, ते संध्याकाळी तुम्हाला 7 वाजता दिसेल।
So, what Shiv Sena leaders of the Eknath Shinde faction are saying that at least 2 MPs and 5 MLAs of the Shiv Sena Uddhav Thackeray faction are to jump ship and join the Eknath Shinde faction. Of course, all of this is very, very hush-hush. Later this evening, there would be a massive show of strength. The real Shiv Sena, who is the inheritor of Balasaheb Thakray's legacy in Maharashtra. Is it the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction or the Eknath Shinde-led faction of the Shiv Sena, which also has the support of the Bharatiya Janata Party and is in power in Maharashtra? So the Shiv Sena MP Tumane is saying that at least 2 MPs and 5 MLAs are to jump ship. This is a massive claim made by Krupal Tumane. There are 2 rallies that will be held later this evening, and India Today will be reporting from ground zero from both the rally venues. You have Uddhav Thackeray at Shivaji Park at Dadar and Eknath Shinde at the MMRDA grounds at the Bandra Kurla complex. We will continue to track developments on the story very, very closely later this evening. I once again want to take this opportunity and wish all our viewers a very happy Dussehra. But before I go, I want to take you to my colleague Akshita Nandgopal, who joins us live from these Dussehra celebrations. And this is the day when we celebrate the victory of good over evil. And Ravan, Kumbhkarn and Meghnad behind you likely to go up in flames, or has rain been a dampener? Akshita.
Gaurav, good evening. Wishing you and all of you a very, very happy Dussehra. I'm in the heart of it all at the Ram Leela Maidan, and you can see that the festivities have begun behind me. On the other side of a very, very short break here on 6 p.m. Prime, I'm going to be running you through all of the action, all the Dussehra celebrations from here at the Ram Leela Maidan and across the country. So stay with us here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission, to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandgopal, right here on India Today.
Justice, liberty, equality, the pillars that built India. A nation where everyone has dignity and opportunities to prosper. But today, over 75 years after independence, Dalits remain a community trapped for centuries by the caste system, languishing in a dismal state. Nearly 20% of India's population is Dalit. Dalits still live in abject poverty, excluded on the margins, facing atrocities, toxic untouchability, and no opportunities for economic upliftment. The father of India's constitution, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, fought all his life for the upliftment of Dalits. In the past, many state and central governments have made big promises, but it has been nothing more than lip service. Basic human rights have still not been delivered. Dalits remain downtrodden and discriminated against. This shocking reality is a national shame. Few have dared to break the cage of caste discrimination until now. Friend to the downtrodden, upholding human rights and dignity, championing Ambedkar's India, KCR is showing India and the world our revolution is sparked in Telangana through his path-breaking scheme, Telangana Dalit Bandhu. Approximately 17,50,000 Dalit families call Telangana home, and now they are calling Telangana the land of opportunity. Thanks to Dalit Bandhu, launched in 2021 by the TRS government, a world-first scheme which will give each Dalit family an astounding financial boost of 10 lakh rupees. There are many more schemes along with this which are under implementation all over the state. But Dalit Bandhu is a specially designed program for the upliftment of the Dalit community. It has an unprecedented objective to uplift 17,50,000 Dalit households with a one-time capital grant of 10 lakh rupees per household, 100% subsidy with zero repayment, delivered via direct-to-beneficiary transfer, with a dedicated Dalit Bandhu scheme help desk and monitoring committee at village, mandal, district and state level, and a 10% reservation for Dalits in profit-generating schemes, government contracts and licenses. In addition to this, Telangana has another visionary program for Dalit students, residential schools and colleges, and Ambedkar Overseas Vidya Nidhi, a 20 lakh rupees overseas scholarship, giving them the most powerful tool for success, education. Huzurabad, 2021. The Telangana Dalit Bandhu pilot was launched. Telangana's Dalit Bandhu is a path-breaking scheme that places absolute trust in the beneficiary. Each household has complete freedom and flexibility to decide its business and how to grow their dreams.
నేను వచ్చేసి ఫార్మసీ చదివాను సార్. దాని తర్వాత యాజ్ ఏ ఫార్మసిస్ట్గా చాలా ప్లేస్లో చేశాను సార్. ఎప్పుడైతే మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్ ఈ దళిత బంధు పెట్టిందో అప్పుడు ఇంకా నాకు ఎప్పటి నుంచో నా ఓన్గా బిజినెస్ పెట్టుకున్నామని నాకు అంతకుముందే ఉండేది సార్. మన టీఆర్ఎస్ గవర్నమెంట్ దళిత బంధు స్కీమ్ ఒకటి పెట్టి నా ఓన్గా నేను సెటిల్ కావడానికి ఒక ఆపర్చునిటీ క్రియేట్ చేసింది సార్.
Households were identified as beneficiaries and the direct benefit transfer of 10 lakh rupees was made. Each family unit was free to decide how they wished to invest this 100% subsidy. It could be a single or multiple businesses. Multiple beneficiaries could pool their resources to build a bigger business. It could be in any sector of their choice. The sky was the limit. In no time, the stories of transformation began rolling in. These are just a small fraction of the 40,000 success stories that Telangana has empowered through the Dalit Bandhu scheme. In just 1 year, it has smashed records for any Dalit upliftment scheme in the country. Till date, the Dalit Bandhu scheme has been implemented in all 119 assembly constituencies in Telangana. Beneficiaries have achieved prosperity for their families. They have also created opportunity for their community by providing employment and revenue. The resounding success of the Dalit Bandhu scheme has energized the TRS government to accelerate its efforts. From 40,000 beneficiaries with an outlay of 4,441.8 crore rupees, now Telangana government has raised the Dalit Bandhu budget to reach about 2 lakh beneficiaries with an outlay of 17,700 crore rupees, making this the world's largest direct benefit scheme.
దళిత బంధు వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఈ 10 లక్షలు అనేది మామూలుగా అందరికీ ఆపర్చునిటీ రాదు. ఇది పూర్తిగా గవర్నమెంట్ వాళ్ళు మాకు 10 లక్షలు ఇచ్చేసి మీ ఇష్టం ఉన్న వ్యాపారాన్ని పెట్టుకో అని చెప్పేసి అనడం వల్ల మాకు ఇంత ఆర్థిక పురోగతి కలిగింది. అదే కాకుండా మేము ఇంతకుముందు ఒక దగ్గర వర్కర్గా పనిచేసిన వాళ్ళం ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా ఉండగలుగుతున్నాం.
Never before has such a revolutionary scheme been designed to end caste discrimination, where Dalits receive 100% opportunity along with 100% dignity.
దళిత బంధు పథకం రాకముందు మేమైతే చాలా స్ట్రగుల్స్ ఫేస్ చేసాము. దళిత బంధు పథకం కింద మేము ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ మిషన్ ఎంచుకొని పెట్టుకున్నాము. నేర్చుకున్న వరకునే నేను ఫుల్ఫిల్ చేయాలనుకొని ఈ ఎంబ్రాయిడరీ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను సార్. ఇచ్చినందుకు చాలా చాలా ధన్యవాదాలు కేసీఆర్ గారికి, తెలంగాణ ప్రభుత్వానికి కూడా మేము ఎంతో రుణపడి ఉన్నాము.
ముగ్గురం కలిసి ఒక యూనిట్ పెట్టాము. అంటే 30 lakhs పెట్టి ఒక వెహికల్ను ఇప్పుడు అమెరికన్ టూరిస్ట్ షాప్ పెట్టాము. బాగానే నడుస్తుంది ఇప్పుడైతే. అంటే నేను జాబ్ చేసేవాడిని, ఇప్పుడు ఓనర్గా అంటే ఒక కంపెనీ ఓనర్గా ఇప్పుడు ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
జీవనోపాధిగా మిషన్ కుట్టుకుంటూ బ్రతికేదాన్ని సార్. మాకు 3 పిల్లలు, వాళ్ళని చదివించుకుంటూ మేము బ్రతకాలంటే చాలా కష్టమైంది సార్. ఇప్పుడు దళిత బంధు ద్వారా కేసీఆర్ గారు ఆదుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు ఇద్దరం కలిసి పెట్టుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్. కోయంబత్తూరు నుంచి వెళ్ళి తెప్పించుకున్నాం సార్ మిషన్ను. నాన్ ఓవెన్ బ్యాగ్స్ సార్. మేము మాకు నెలకు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్. 3 జీతాలు 50,000 వరకు వస్తాయి సార్.
For Telangana's leadership, it's not about breaking records, but about ensuring financial freedom for all. Each Dalit Bandhu grant of 10 lakh rupees has an inbuilt 10,000 rupees safety net, Dalita Rakshana Nidhi, to ensure that all Dalit families get financial assistance from the fund at times of distress. To further strengthen this, Telangana government contributes additional 10,000 rupees, which is over and above each grant. A great safety net that has no parallel anywhere in the world. For the KCR government, this is more than just a financial benefit. If any beneficiary of Dalit Bandhu meets with fatal disease or accident, the family should not go through additional depression and hard times. They should remain protected. That is the true purpose of the special safety net designed as Dalita Rakshana Nidhi.
కేసీఆర్ సార్ ఇంత పెద్ద స్కీమ్ తీసుకురావడం అనేది చాలా గొప్ప విషయం సార్. మాలాంటి వాళ్ళకి ఓన్గా ఒక కంపెనీ పెట్టి ఎస్టాబ్లిష్ కావాలనుకునే వాళ్ళ కోసం ఇది గోల్డెన్ ఆపర్చునిటీ.
అదే కాకుండా దళితులు అంటే సమాజంలో అందరికీ చిన్న చూపుగానే ఉంటుంది. ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఇవ్వడం వల్ల
సారు దళిత బంధు ఇచ్చి మమ్మల్ని ఎంతో ఆదుకున్నారు సారు. మాకు మరో అంబేద్కర్ గారు సారు మాకైతే మాటల్లో చెప్పలేము. ఆయనకు మాకు ఎంతో బతుకునిచ్చిండ్రు అసలు.
Under the fearless leadership of KCR, Dalits finally have a government that protects and defends them. Telangana inspires them to overcome oppression and empowers them to be bold so that each Dalit can move up in the world with head held high, creating their own success story, making Telangana shine and, in turn, India.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by Buy, Sell, Rent on 99acres.com. Co-powered by Galaxy Z Fold 4. In association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Hello and a very good evening. You're tuned into 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Akshita Anantagopal, and this time, this Dussehra, we've decided to move away from the studios. I'm here at the Ram Leela Maidan here in the national capital. Here's wishing all of you a very, very happy Dussehra, a very happy Vijay Dashmi. Let me show you what's happening around. You can see that Ravan has just got down behind me on the stage. In front of my eyes right now, the epic of Ramayana is playing out. You can see Ram and Lakshman on the other end of the stage, and here you've got Ravan as well. So the epic classic playing out right now, and you can see that the mood is upbeat. Everyone chanting Jai Shri Ram. The Ravan that you see right now, these effigies will be set ablaze in a matter of minutes from now. And trust us here on India Today to get you every update, all the energy, all the live action. The play is right behind me. I'm going to be getting you all the updates from our reporters across the country as well. But first, as always, let me round up the headlines for you. Prime Minister Modi sounds poll bugle in Himachal. Poll-bound Himachal gets projects worth 3,650 crore rupees. Prime Minister Modi celebrates Dussehra in Kulu.
मेरा सौभाग्य है कि विजयादशमी पर हिमाचल प्रदेश के लोगों को स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, रोजगार और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के हजारों करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट इसका उपहार देने का अवसर मिला है.
Shah's mega Vijay Dashmi Day rally in terror hotbed Baramulla launches massive Parivarvad attack. Says Gupkar brought Pak terror, Modi brought Vikas in Jammu and Kashmir. KCR's mega 2024 ambition. KCR goes national to rename party as Bharat Rashtra Samiti. Celebrations erupt across Telangana. Mumbai to witness Maha rally face-off between Shinde and the Uddhav Sena. Uddhav Thackeray rally in Shivaji Park, while Eknath Shinde set to hold rally in BKC. Chorus to ban film Adipurush grows. Steers protest over misrepresentation of gods. Demand to ban film over insult to gods. Outraged Hindu groups now right to centre. And billionaire Elon Musk now says he's ready to buy Twitter. Latest on the dilly-dallying by the world's richest man. All right, let me get you all the action straight away away from the Ram Leela Maidan. This is better than any Adi Purush teaser that I've seen so far, because right here on the stage behind me, you can see how the Ramayana is playing out. Lord Ram, Lakshman right next to him, and Ravan here. And it's an epic battle that's right now underway here. Most people around me are busy with their cameras, capturing it, all of this, capturing the mood, because this is bigger than anything we've seen in the last 2 years. Because of COVID, Dussehra celebrations, which is always an event that people look forward to here in the national capital through the year, kind of dampened because of COVID, now back in its full force, which is why you see this entire area, the Ram Leela Maidan, just in front of the iconic Red Fort, packed to the brim with chants of Jai Shri Ram. Now, even as this epic battle is underway here, you see Lord Ram shooting arrows at Ravan, and both armies indulged in this kind of a fight. Like I said, it's better than anything I've ever seen, even in a theatre. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is here. He's just reached a few moments ago. We managed to catch a glimpse of him. He's going to be making his way to the stage as well. Besides that, the moment that I think everyone here is also going to be cheering, besides the moment when Lord Ram took to the stage, is when Prabhas, the superstar, also enters here. He's expected here any moment. The Bahubali star, who's playing Lord Ram himself in Adi Purush. There's been, of course, endless controversy over that teaser, but he's playing Lord Ram. He's going to be here, and he's going to be setting one of the Ravan effigies on fire. So it's a moment you don't want to miss. And here on India Today, I'm hoping you can hear me loud and clear, because I'm almost losing my voice, yelling over all that I can hear here and all of the action and energy. But it's not just in the national capital that you see these kind of epic Dussehra, Vijay Dashmi celebrations across the country. And let's get you a glimpse of that. How celebrations are being marked across the country today. As someone who's from Chennai, I know that Vijay Dashmi and Dussehra celebrations are very different in the south from what I'm witnessing right now in the national capital. But that's the beauty of India. The spirit of the country that you really see on display is during these kind of festivities and festivals, where people come together to celebrate their own version of that festival. And across the country right now, you've got a festive spirit as people are taking part in their own version of Vijay Dashmi and Dussehra celebrations. Here, any moment now, as you can see, the stage and the VIPs are all getting seated. Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal will come on the stage. He is going to be one of those who shoot off an arrow and set the effigy of Ravan ablaze. Similarly, superstar Prabhas is also going to do that. Usually in this kind of a setting, Prime Minister Modi is always here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as I also mentioned earlier, is in Kulu in Himachal, where he's also taken part in the Dussehra celebrations there. There's a slight change in the plan, because earlier yesterday when we were here getting set to be a part of this epic event, there were supposed to be 3 chief guests, including President Murmu. There's been a change in plan in that front. President Murmu is not going to make it, so it's 2 chief guests now. Kejriwal as well as Prabhas, they're going to be here, and that epic moment when they shoot off an arrow and the Ravan effigies are set afire, set ablaze, that is going to be a moment, no doubt, to watch out for. But let's get you all of the events that have panned out through the day as well. Let's show you, in fact, all the images that have come in and how we're seeing Indians across celebrate Vijay Dashmi with fervor. Here are the top defining images. Prime Minister Modi witnessed the divine Rath Yatra and the grand assembly of the deities in the historic Kulu Dussehra celebrations. This is the first time ever that the Prime Minister of the country is participating in the Kulu Dussehra celebrations. The International Kulu Dussehra Festival is unique in the sense that it's a congregation of more than 300 deities of the valley.
Greeting देवताओं को लेकर
Congress President Sonia Gandhi offered prayers on Vijay Dashmi Day at the Bhimanakoli temple in Begur village of Karnataka on Wednesday. Remember, Sonia Gandhi is in Coorg in Karnataka to be a part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra in a day from now. Defense Defence Minister Rajnath Singh celebrated the auspicious festival of Dussehra in Uttarakhand. After offering prayers at the Badrinath Dham, the minister also visited the army jawans at the Auli military station in Uttarakhand's Chamoli. The minister was seen interacting with soldiers with a cup of tea and biscuits in his hand. He can be seen asking the soldiers to eat the snacks. A grand traditional Vijay Dashmi Shobha Yatra led by the Chief Minister and Gorakshpitishwar Yogi Adityanath was taken out on the eve of Vijay Dashmi. Chief Minister Yogi in a special traditional dress rode a chariot decorated with flowers leading the procession. TMC MP Mimi Chakrabarti was spotted attending Durga Puja celebrations in Kolkata. She was also seen performing the Dhulichi Nach at one of the Puja pandals. You a sense of how Dussehra is being celebrated across the country as I get you all the updates here from the Ram Leela Maidan, and you see what's playing out behind me on the stage. Lord Ram accompanied by Lakshmana on the stage there, wielding their arms and showing off their might before Ravan. These are epic moments that I'm witnessing right now, and as I run you through them, let me also introduce all our reporters who are joining us on this broadcast. I've got with me Ritik Bontal, who's joining us from Kolkata, also Amit Bharadwaj, who's joining me from another vantage point here at the Ram Leela Maidan. We've also got our reporters who are joining us from Jaipur also this evening on all the celebrations. But I want to take this across first to Ritik Bontal, because Ritik, good evening, happy Dussehra to you. In Kolkata, of course, I'm sure the spirit of Durga Puja is still very much there. Everyone will be right now immersing their idols. Take us through what's happening.
The 5 days long Durga Puja celebration comes to an end today, but at the same point of time when the Durga Puja immersion, idol immersion is going on River Ganges, we can see the preparations for Dussehra celebration is underway here in Kolkata. Let me give you a sense what exactly happening here in Salt Lake, and let me cut across to this visual. In an hour or two, this the Dussehra celebration, this ground has been prepared for Dussehra celebration. Ravan Dahan will be performed here in Salt Lake. People at large number have gathered over here. Remember, Kolkata is the place for this, for the biggest festival of Durga Puja, for this festivity. And we did see during this, Vijay Dashmi, how, deities of Ma Durga, where the people were gathered at Ganga Ghats here in Kolkata for immersion, and also they celebrated and also joined for Sindoor Khela. And on the other half, on the second half of the day of Dussehra, which is also Vijay Dashami 2, we can see, we are showing you the visuals at how large number of people have gathered here at a ground here in Salt Lake, and there are cultural program, n number of cultural program which are lined up. I believe that lots of guests are waiting, backside of the stage, and they will be performing on stage in a while or two. And on the other hand, this is the glimpses or the sense of Ravan Dahan, which is going to perform here. And these are the visuals and the pulse what we are getting at the end of this festivity. The biggest festival, Durga Puja, which is being celebrated in all over West Bengal with more with grandeur every year, and people are. It's a sad time for them also, because it's a moment to goodbye Ma, as we say every year that Abar Esho Ma, that you should come back again, and as the years rolls back, that Ma should come back very soon next year. So these are the prayers which are being raised by the people here in Kolkata during this festival. Back to you.
Getting me that live update. I just want to talk about what's happening behind me because there's an epic battle right now that's underway between Lord Rama and Ravan. By the way, these actors, extremely seasoned, have done this for years together, which is why you see them playing by the script so clearly and so experienced. You see that coming across on the stage as well. Here on India Today, for the last many days, we've been tracking all of the preparations, all of the excitement over this exact moment, over this grand performance that you see playing out behind me on stage. We spoke to the man that you see right there behind me, the man who's considered to be the epitome of evil today. The story of Dussehra, of course, what we all celebrate is the triumph of good over evil. The story of how Lord Ram was triumphant over Ravan. Before I take this across to more of our reporters from across different cities, I want to play out the conversation that we had with Ravan, who you see on the stage there looking angry with the bow in his hand, looking at the audiences. We spoke to the actor behind the image of Ravan. Let's take a look at that conversation.
प्रभु राम जब रावण का वध करते हैं तो एक तीर वो चलाएंगे, उसके अंदर एक सेट पूरा रावण, कुंभकर्ण और मेघनाथ का पूरा जलाया जाएगा। दूसरे हमारे मुख्य अतिथि हैं सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल जी। जिस वक्त दूसरा तीर चलाएंगे तो उस वक्त 3 पुतलों का सेट रावण, कुंभकर्ण और मेघनाथ का उसका दहन किया जाएगा। और तीसरे हमारे बीच में हमारे अतिथि हैं अमरेंद्र बाहुबली, जो प्रभास हैं। वो जब यहाँ पर आएंगे तो एक तीर वो चलाएंगे, उसके अंदर भी एक सेट रावण, कुंभकर्ण और मेघनाथ के पुतलों का दहन होगा। यही 9 पुतले जो है इस बार लवकुश रामलीला कमेटी ने बनाए हैं। ये कभी संभव नहीं है कि एक अतिथि या एक राम एक तीर चलाए और केवल एक ही उसके अंदर से रावण, कुंभकर्ण या मेघनाथ का वध हो। तो इसलिए 3 सेट बनाए गए हैं। 3 ही हमारे बीच में है, एक प्रभु राम है और 2 हमारे अतिथि।
Okay, so let me get you the live updates right now and show you what's happening on stage, because Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has just reached. He's made his way right behind me, so I'm just going to move across and show you how the Delhi Chief Minister has arrived and is getting set to be seated there and witness all of the, the epic essentially that's playing out on our screens right now. What I also found very interesting is that none of the drama that's playing out right now between Lord Ram and Ravan was paused for the Delhi Chief Minister to enter. He came from a crane, from one of those massive stages that were kept up on top of a crane, and from there descended down and made his way across the stage. So he's seated right there, as you can see behind me. Also, superstar Prabhas is going to be joining him at any moment now on this stage. As you can see, we're getting you the best view that you can get of all the drama that's playing out right now here at the Ramleela Maidan. Any moment now, Prabhas is going to be walking in. Trust us here to get you his first reaction also on all of the festivities here and much, much more. So as Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is there will be a moment also when he goes and applies tika on the forehead of Lord Ram and Lakshman as well. So you can see that right now all of the war, all of the fighting continues behind me. But what I also can't help noticing is that every time there's a victory that Lord Ram enjoys, the whole crowd here erupts with Jai Shri Ram slogans. It's beautiful to see the excitement, the energy back after so many years here at the Ramleela Maidan. Let me take this across to our reporters on the ground as well. I understand that we have Amit Bharadwaj with us here in Delhi. He's also here at the Ramleela Maidan getting me all the updates. We also have our reporter who's with us from Jaipur. If our team can just confirm for me who our reporter is in Jaipur, I'll go across to him immediately to get those updates updates as well of what's playing out right now. All right, Samarth is with me from Lucknow. So I'll go across to Samarth first. Samarth, what are celebrations looking like in Lucknow? You know, after a 2-year lull, there's excitement back on the streets and on all of these grounds where you're seeing the Ravan Dahan that's going to be happening in just a few moments from now, I'm sure in Lucknow as well.
Well, it will be curtains on a years-old tradition at years-old Ash Bagh, the historic Ram Leela ground of Lucknow, because this time in Lucknow, only the effigy of Ravan will be burnt and Meghnath and Kumbhakarn will be spared, as this particular Ram Leela committee believes that they haven't done anything wrong, like they in a way tried to convince Ravana not to wage a war against Lord Rama because he is the avatar of Lord Vishnu. But when Ravan disagreed, then being brothers and a son, they had to go into the war, and that's why this time around, after 300 years, because this particular ground where I'm reporting from is known for Ram Leela for last 300 years. And let me show you the decoration out here, the stage. What cameraman Neeraj will try to show you from here is the stage, how beautifully this particular stage has been decorated, and it has been given a look of a temple. If you'll read out here, it's written Mere Ram with a symbol of Dhanush. It's clearly, it seems like the Shiv Dhanush that Lord Rama won over to, in a way, marry Sita. And out and above the stage, if you'll see, there are a lot of gods out here. You will see Bajrang Bali, you will see Lord Rama, Lord Vishnu, and others as well. But this is a part of a stage, but due to heavy rainfall out here, the area where there is sitting arrangement is quite, in a way, submerged out here. So those who will be coming might face some difficulty, and I have been joined by a lot of people out here, and I'll try to talk to them, interact with them. आप लोग आज रामलीला देखने आए हैं, क्या एक्साइटमेंट है?
सर, हम लोग रामलीला में यहाँ पे रेगुलर प्रोग्राम्स करते रहते हैं। ये रामलीला जी
कुछ सुनाएंगे? हाँ,
बिल्कुल हम सुनाएंगे। आज रामलीला के जो दशहरा का पर्व है, इस पर्व पे एक बहुत ही प्यारा भजन सुनाना चाहता हूँ अपने दर्शकों को। कलयुग बैठा मार कुंडरी, जाऊँ तो मैं कहाँ जाऊँ, अब हर घर में रावण बैठा, इतने राम कहाँ से लाऊं। कलयुग बैठा मार कुंडरी,
Okay, Samarth, thank you for getting us that report from Lucknow. As you know, you can see in Samarth also in his report from Lucknow, you can see that the Dussehra celebrations, the festivities are on in full swing. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is right behind me, along with a slew of other dignitaries on stage there, most of them part of the Ram Leela committee. In just moments from now, I just want to pan and show you the Ravan, his eyes lighting up with red lights and blinking there to signify evil, essentially. And like I said at the start of this broadcast, we all know the message of Dussehra, the triumph of good over evil. And that will be, in fact, signified and symbolized by the fact that Delhi Chief Minister Kejriwal behind me and Prabhas, who's expected any moment now, will be shooting off an arrow. Whether it lands there or not, you will see the Ravan then going up in flames. And that's the epic moment when everyone here will be cheering together. Let's take this across to Amit Bharadwaj. He's joining me from another vantage point. Amit, happy Dussehra to you. There's a lot of excitement here, obviously. Tell us what you're seeing around you, because where I'm standing, I've got a clear view of the stage. But if you could show us the crowds that have gathered as well.
Happy Dussehra, Akshata, and happy Dussehra to all our viewers. Right now, we are getting the biggest picture of the epic Ram Leela, which is playing out at Red Fort. Right there, the ramparts of Red Fort, and after that, you could see this is Ayodhya Temple, the temple which is to come in Ayodhya. In a similar manner, the stage has been prepared, and on that stage, what you see is the final act of war between Lord Rama and the Ravana. Arrows flowing between Rama and Ravana, and on the other side, dignitaries, as you were mentioning, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, along with all the Ram Leela ground dignitaries are sitting there. But the final act that everybody is waiting here for is when Rama will declare his victory over Ravana. And right there on the stage, you could see chanting of Jai Shri Ram going on. And it's very unique in a way that arrows are flowing, and right behind it is the stage which has been cut out in form of Ayodhya temple, the big temple, the grand temple that is to come in Ayodhya. Akshata, I'll also request Pawan to roll the camera towards my right to show you a closer picture of Ravan, Meghnad and Kumbhakaran, who are to be set on fire a few minutes from now, any time from now, the moment Prabhas comes in, superstar Prabhas, that is the time when all these effigies that you are seeing, huge grand effigies of Ravana, that will be set on fire. One thing that needs to be noted is that Delhi government has imposed pollution control measures, and keeping an eye that usually what we see in Ramleelas, in Ramleela grounds like this one.
Amit, I'm going to come across to you. I'm going to come across to you in just a few moments again. Amit is reporting from another vantage point right where I am, and I have the clearest view that you can get of the stage. I know a lot of you want to see what's playing out right now because it's extremely entertaining and it retells the epic of Ramayana. So let's just show you what's happening on stage there as Lord Ram takes on Ravan.
Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! Jai Shri Ram! Jai Jai Shri Ram!
रावण सजो जाओ, तुम्हारा कल्याण करने का समय आ गया है.
So you can see there that Lord Ram and Lakshmana are there on stage with their bow and arrow, shooting off arrows on the stage. You can see Ravana on the other side with his army. What you're seeing right now is the stage being set for the moment that we're all so familiar with in the Ramayana. They're setting the stage to explain and show you the rivalry between Ravan's army and Lord Ram's army, what happened, what's led to it. You see also Lord Hanuman there on the stage. So there's an entire dramatization of this epic playing out right now here after 2 years because of COVID. This epic event had been stalled, but now you see all of these characters coming back to life on stage here, and the excitement is palpable on the ground as well. Even as this ends, once you see this entire sequence, this play coming to an end, and this narration of the beautiful story of Ramayana, you're going to be then seeing that event of Chief Minister Kejriwal and Prabhas lighting the Ravana effigies ablaze. That is what the crowd here has gathered to see. Besides this moment where you see Lord Ram and Lakshman walking around, indulging in also fight with Ravan's army, there will be a moment when Kejriwal also gets up from here and then applies the tika on Lord Ram's forehead. That will be an epic moment also to watch out for. But I can tell you that from almost this afternoon, from 3 p.m. since when I've been here, I've been seeing people coming in, queuing in to ensure that they can get their seats as soon as possible and witness this amazing, amazing annual event that you see here in the national capital. You can see Lord Ram and Lakshmana on stage there, along with the entire army. Lord Hanuman also on stage there. Many of them indulging in their own, in fact, battles on stage there. Now, in a few moments from now, you're going to be seeing the appearance of Sita as well. That's a moment everyone in the crowd is waiting for because they haven't had a chance to glimpse or get a glimpse of Sita yet. But like I said, what really is the highlight of, in fact, this entire event is what you're seeing right now on your screens. There you have Lord Ram and Lakshman posing right in front of the stage here. And from the other side, what I've seen also is many people gathering on the base of the stage, hoping to catch one of the arrows that Lord Ram actually shoots off from the stage. Ravan too is there on stage with a bow and arrow in his hand, trying to target, in fact, Lord Ram's army, Lord Ram's men. But as all of this epic drama plays out here on your screens, to the right of the stage is where Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal is seated. As I mentioned earlier, President Murmu was also expected to be here yesterday. Last evening is when we got the communication that she's not going to be there. And so that meant that we have two chief guests here, one of them being superstar Prabhas. Now, as in fact all of this plays out on your screens, let's show you also glimpses, and we've been getting you those glimpses of how celebrations are happening currently across the country. And in most parts, you'll see exactly what we're showing you right now here at the Ram Leela Maidan, in different versions, different scales, different scenes of the Ramayana that you'll see playing out. But I've also noticed here, as we've been seeing and watching this entire, amazing epic playing out on in front of our eyes, I can tell you that this is better than anything I've ever seen in the movies. We've all seen the story of Lord Ram. We've all seen the stories of the rivalry between Lord Ram and Ravan. But it's very, very different from what you see at this point in fact, when you see it play out here on stage. I also want to briefly cut into what's happening at Mysuru, because again, Dussehra, Vijay Dashami is a huge, huge deal in Mysuru as well. So as I get you these images from Ram Leela Maidan, I just want to briefly cut across live to Mysuru, where there's a huge celebration at the Mysuru Palace. Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai is also there currently. We are going to get you the updates of what's happening there, because you saw this huge, huge celebration, a puja also that happened for the last many days at the Mysuru Palace. And all of it culminating right now at the Mysuru Palace, which is so beautifully lit up. I'm not sure if the Karnataka Chief Minister is currently speaking, but we are going to be getting you the updates of what's happening in Mysuru as well, with a reporter as well, to get you some of the action, some of the excitement in Mysuru, because I can tell you, in Mysuru, the city, it completely lights up during this period of Navaratri. And today, on this day of Dussehra, it's an unmissable experience to be in the city of Mysuru, because the whole city is lit up. There's a festive mood all around. And much like many other parts of the country, we saw a very, very small version of the festivities that we usually see for the last 2 years. So it's back with a bang this particular year. Of course, there's a lot of political significance also behind it, considering we're talking about an election in Karnataka, but we'll keep that aside for the moment, because we only want to focus on all the festivities, all of the love, laughter all around us this Dussehra. And very, very importantly, I'm going to keep repeating myself, because that's what Dussehra is all about, right? The spirit of good over evil, the triumph of good over evil. So that's what we're going to keep highlighting here on India Today, away from all the politics, the significance, the symbolism, etc. So on one hand, you have grand, grand celebrations in Mysuru. On the other, here